It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show with everyone's favorite toxically masculine incel, Adam Brandon.
Oh my God. Jeez. Hit me with both barrels there right in the beginning. What did I do to you?
Well, see, I just literally jumped in and we just started like with 30 seconds. I had no time to think.
I know. It's fine.
So I just went to the topic. The topic is right that we're going to start with. Okay. Is incels. Did you know that?
Yeah, it's kind of weird. This clip completely infuriated me. And it goes to show, it's so funny that Hasan claims to be on the side of empathy, right? Empathizing with your fellow man. Right. And he's one of these just brain dead jocks that just loves to just make fun of people because, you know, they're not getting any love, any action.
Well, you know, ironically, and I forgot about this. I think most people forget about this until it's brought up. There was a few years ago, Hasan dated a porn star who was actively doing porn while they were dating.
Really? So he's a cuck, basically. He's literally a cuck.
Yes, he is literally a cuck who was dating a porn star who was banging other men while they were dating.
I hadn't this. Where you been keeping the secret? I didn't know this.
I forgot about it. It's like one of those ancient lore things that you forget about.
Okay. Wow.
And then he also called like the police on her because he sent her a bunch of text messages or something. She wasn't responding. So he sent the police. Hasan, anti-cop Hasan, sent the police to her house to do a quote wellness check.
This is ridiculous.
Yes.
Oh yes. My God. She's out fucking 10 other guys. What are you doing? Why are you doing a wellness check? Come on, she's getting gangbanged in her apartment, and here you are sending the police over.
Well, listen, maybe the police wanted to join, okay?
Yeah, they probably did.
It's like a good scene right out of one of the porns.
Oh my
We got
God.
a noise complaint. Knock, knock, knock.
This is incredible. Look at anyone. Look, there's always a group of guys. You know, you got your guy friends, right? And the hierarchy is established. You go out, you see who the ladies are throwing themselves out and who are, you know, really having to work to get any sort of female attention. And in my group of friends, you know, we always felt bad for those guys that were like really having to struggle. Mm-hmm. But Hasan is like, no, you're an unfuckable loser. Get out of my fucking gang.
Yes, yes. And we'll talk about that when we watch the Hasan completely mauled-in clip, which is funny because like I heard people talking about it and I hadn't really like sat down and watched it. And then I did. I was like, holy shit, he's so fucking mad. He is so triggered by this. It's amazing.
Yeah. He can justify it because he thinks he's going after the right? He's thinking the right is the unfuckable losers. But I mean, there's plenty of guys. I'm sure there's plenty of progressive guys. Probably lots of guys are progressive because they have trouble with the ladies, right? And they're like, yes, I gotta go for the
fucker strategy, right?
Yeah, I gotta go for the easy girls. It's the only way I'm gonna get some.
Well, I think that's part of why he's super triggered is because he's responding to Shoe, who is not on the right, who's definitely on the left or more left aligned. So
commie mommy, socialist.
There you go.
Socialist friend of the show.
Yes.
God, I watched her video and man, Shoe is saving the world. That's a very inspiring video. It really is.
This is the video. We're gonna watch.
Yeah. No, this is the one that set Hasan off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Shoe did a video on the video game Pragmata, which features a man, an evil white male, protecting an evil white robot girl from other evil robots. And people, you know, a lot of people watch this. It's very funny. The birth rates in Japan are very low right now. Mm-hmm. Okay, I don't know if you know this.
I've heard. They're
like 1.2 or something. The replacement rate is 2.1. They're like 1.2. So Japan's going out of its way. They're like they're doing what they can to try to get the banging happen, and they really want the Japanese people to have kids. All right.
Yeah, they're throwing money at them. They're doing all kinds of
things. They give lots of tax breaks. They have special couples and like new mother perks, including if you're on a crowded train, they have special seats. If you're
banging seats.
Yeah. Well, no, they don't. The seats are not for public fornication.
If you want to get pregnant, sit here.
They have a special booth on every corner.
The gentleman sits under the seat.
Actually, it's fun.
The woman sits on top.
In Japanese train stations, they do have these weird little. It's funny. They almost look like the suicide booths from Futurama. They have these like weird like booths that are you can't see into that you're supposed to use for working. But so they should just have ones that are for like on the go banging, right?
Yes,
you're in the train station. You can't wait till you get home. Who wants to bang after being on a crowded train for 20 minutes? So you just, have them be right there.
Self-driving cars, they rig up some of those self-driving cars with beds in there, and they give free rides to anyone who's willing to get impregnated on their way to work.
I guess that's why they have all those weird love hotels. Anyway, the whole point, going off on this tangent, is that Japan is going out of its way to try to get people to have children. And
yes, they want more buns in the oven.
Yes, part of that, listen, maybe it's a conspiracy theory, but I believe this in my heart and soul. Part of that they're doing is there's a lot of animes, like Spy Family and stuff that feature, parental figures and children. And now we have this game that a lot of people are looking at or playing. They're like, oh, this makes me want to be a father, right? You're protecting some adorable, little girl who's bonding with a male parental figure, right? Very sweet, very wholesome.
Mentoring, very sus.
Yeah, we'll see, but that's the thing. So many people like hyper triggered about this very wholesome thing, which is disturbing on a lot of levels.
It is very disturbing. I know it disturbed me tremendously. Yes. So,
including Hasan. Obviously, Hasan very disturbed about this. So, Shue made a video about the topic. Fantastic video, but we're just going to watch you should all watch it if you haven't seen it. Let's just watch the Hasan part. So, we have a little bit of context when you see Hasan having a complete meltdown in reaction to this.
All right.
We've reached radioactive levels of incel propaganda. What the f does incel mean anymore? I feel like I ask this in every single video. This tweet got thousands of likes. I feel like I am going insane. Where does the incel part come from? Like, they want men to be open about their emotions, and then men are open about their emotions, and then they're just called Nazis or incels or both. Usually both. It's usually a package deal. And this tweet...
This is an important point because the thing is that they just hate men. Really, they hate heteronormativity. They hate straight men because it's like this has been the irony in the hypocrisy that's been built into this movement from day one. Is how women are more than just sex objects for men, right? We heard this for years, banging on and on. Women are more than sex objects. Women are more than sex objects. We women, we don't want to just be Princess Peach. Princesses waiting in towers, kidnapped by Bowsers and dragons to be rescued, to be trophies that represent sex, right? We heard fucking Anita Sarkeesian.
Participate.
Yes, from like 20 million years ago. We're digging up the grave of the Dark Lady, Anita Sarkeesian. She's coming back, right? We heard all this. It was endless. It was endless. And then so guys were like, okay, ladies, that's fine. You don't have to just be sex objects, right? You can be women. You can be individual people. You can have your own agency, your own hopes, your own desires, your own dreams. And what was the response? The response was, fuck you, you fucking incel. We're going to literally make fun of you for your inability to get a woman as a sexual trophy.
Yes. Yeah.
We are going to belittle you based on your sexual access. It was insane. It still is insane. I can't get over these people are such retarded hypocrites. How do these words leave their mouths? How do these texts leave their fingers without them realizing what pieces of hypocritical shit they are?
Now, are you saying that they're rating men by their fuckability? Is that what they're doing?
100%.
Exactly the same thing they've been complaining about for generations.
Yes. How dare you sexualize women? Meanwhile, oh, this man is not fuckable. What a fucking loser.
I know.
What a pathetic loser you are. You can't get sex.
Yeah.
Now, don't you dare sexualize me or you're an evil misogynist.
Yeah, exactly. Shorty.
Oh, my God.
Go away.
You're only 5'10". You must be tiny.
Exactly.
Jeez.
Came from a man to make things worse. A grown-ass man saw another grown-ass man speaking about the normal human desire to want a family and want children one day, and called him an incel. Cockroach behavior.
In any case, what is this? Capcom's Pragmata.
You like that? She's called someone a cockroach. She immediately cuts to Hasan.
It's great, yeah.
That's good.
We all knew who she was talking about, but just for the people who might not be following along, the guys that are playing this video game at the same time that they're listening.
a common insult for Hasan is call him a Turk roach. So it was a very very slight
dog
little,
zapper.
Yeah.
Hamas
Wait, did it come
Piker,
out already?
Terrorist sympathizer. Yeah, I mean, I thought we were on a roll.
We're gonna get into the dog thing too. There's been a hilarious update. I don't know if you know about the dog.
Oh my goodness!
There's been another
I see it dead in the
to,
background there.
There's been another addition to October 7th. Okay.
Uh-oh.
Thousands of people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh, a soldier stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So what's really interesting about this is all of these unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like, if you're a gamer,
this is the man that some people on the left and some people in the left-wing media want you to know. He's going to bring in the males. He's going to bring in the males to the left. He's going to bring in the males to vote for the Democrats. Okay. The guy who's calling the majority of men on the internet unfuckable losers because they play video games and look at something and say, maybe I want to have a family. He's calling them unfuckable losers, but he's going to bring them into the cause. Hasan.
Can you imagine Joe Rogan saying such a thing? Just completely shitting all over the male audience out there.
Imagine Joe Rogan, like he's like watching a UFC match and he's like, oh, the guys that watch this are such unfuckable losers.
I know, exactly.
Any guy that likes UFC, God, obviously can't get any. Why else? That's what fighting's all about. It's the anger and frustration, not being able to get pussy at them. So they just got to beat each other up.
Yeah, yeah. Most people would, with any shred of empathy would feel a little bit bad for those guys, right? You got to set your sights a little lower, but you can find someone out there, guys. Don't lose hope, okay? Don't let Hasan disparage you, right? This is a guy that they want to make a mentor.
Right.
What the hell?
This
is insane.
It's insane.
Go for it, Democrats. You keep going down this path, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that
oh my God. This is so disparaging.
So crazy.
I can't believe this. It's just like, yeah, just give up. I really think suicide is the only way out for you, kid. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck?
He's bringing them to his side, Adam. This is the motivational speech you'd give to get people on your side.
This is the inspirational what? Come on, get the fuck out of here.
I think the primary thing motivating Hasan at this moment is that him and a lot of people don't want to have kids, which is fine if you don't want to have kids, but they get it's very funny. I learned this in elementary school. All right. Maybe Hasan didn't learn this in elementary school. They told me, they said, hey, little Sitch, listen, people are going to come to you and they're going to say, hey, you should go do drugs. All right. This is what the police officer from the DARE program said to me.
What?
All right. They brought out the little dog and you got to pet the dog, right? Because they're trying to, brainwash you, but it worked. They're like, hey, people are going to come at you and they're going to want you to do drugs. They're going to say, you should do cocaine. You should smoke the reefer. You should do the heroin. They didn't have, was it the thing that was killing it?
This is legitimately the DARE program. They're coming to you and telling you people are going to try to offer you drugs.
Yes.
Free drugs at a party. I was like, what? Where?
They say people are going to come to you.
People are going to try to sell you drugs.
Yeah, exactly. Well, they kind of
they're not
going
to give it to you.
Yeah, they frame it like people are going to try to socially. People are going to try to socially pressure you into doing drugs, and the reason that they're going to do that is it's because they know they kind of feel wrong about doing it, but if everyone else is doing it, it makes you feel right. It like justifies the action.
These
it can't be wrong.
Obviously, never done ecstasy.
I know. Look, I knew that Adam, the druggie, was going to have a problem with this. Okay,
I knew. They obviously don't know what they're talking about here.
No, regardless of whether you feel this way about drugs, this is true of a lot of social behavior. Is that
peer pressure.
If you can pressure the group into doing it, it justifies the morality of the action, right?
Right, yeah.
So I feel like there's a lot of people like Hasan, and unfortunately that happen to be more on like the antinatalist side of things, who they don't want to have kids, which is fine, but in order to feel okay about that decision to not have kids, they want to pressure everyone else around them into also not having kids. And I think that's really what's going on here.
Right. But say you shouldn't care about it because it's just impossible for you. I mean, that's a level of disdain doesn't he realize what he's doing? Does he think that there are no people in his audience that want to have a relationship and are having relationship troubles? I mean, online, everyone talks about relationship troubles all the time.
Well, the way, like, this idea of like you want to, it's very strange. Politics is so strange right now. The idea of wanting to have a family and children in a heteronormative sense in like the millennial Zoomer age range is right-wing coded, which is disturbing. It shouldn't be left or right-wing coded, but it is.
Yeah.
Right. It's right-wing coded.
You got to be in a gay polycule. Otherwise you're a Nazi, right?
Right. So Hasan sees people talking about that, and he's like, oh, these are the evil straight white male gamers that I hate, that are part of Gamergate or something from a million years ago, and they're evil right-wing coded people, so I have to attack them.
Right, yeah. Instead of persuading them to join your cause.
Right.
I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh, well,
I know
guess
someone.
Not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extreme.
This is a great point, because obviously the Democrats run around and talk about how they're for the economically depressed, right? That's supposedly their brand. I would argue that a lot of people aren't having kids because they're economically depressed. So if you had people that wanted to have kids, you could win them over to your cause. You're saying, look, what's standing in your way is economic strife, and we're here to help you fix that economic strife, right?
Yes.
You play into it and you use that to your advantage electorally. But no, they got to be stupid about it.
No, 100%. That's from the Democrat perspective. Yes, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, it's because they're trying to court like the Hasan retard, like the youth. The retarded online, mentally ill, blue sky left youth, which is a disastrous idea.
Well, look, I think a lot of people have sort of a cope going with they don't want to have kids because they know that they really can't afford to have kids.
Maybe.
They know a family is expensive and they think, I have a shit job, I'm never going to be able to afford a family. So it's like a cope thing. They're like, look, I'm going to be morally upstanding and not have kids because of climate change. It turns something that they can't actually obtain into something noble and righteous that they're engaging in willfully, which is super sad.
It is. And I think that's true. And also that plays a lot with like they also tie into that the whole the climate change issue, because it's like, oh, if the world is going to be destroyed soon, like why would I bring a child into this horrible place?
Yeah.
So sort of like it's actually moral for me to not do this.
Yeah, it's very sad.
Right. But she brings up this interesting point, though. She talks about, like, you know, with only there was a person to talk about people that feel, you know, alienated and atomized in their community, you know, et cetera, which the irony, of course, here is that, like, that's supposed to be what the socialist movement theoretically is supposed to be about, right? There's all these atomized and alienated workers that are supposed to be kind of, you know, joining a community. But the reason that obviously Hasan would never look at it from that perspective is that if you're a person in society and you do feel alienated and isolated, and then you get a family or you find someone and you have children, and then you don't feel alienated and isolated anymore, then guess what happens?
They lose a soldier for the cause.
Exactly. All that revolutionary motivation and energy to overthrow capitalism and overthrow society, it all goes the fuck away. This is another reason why that all these people, you know, they all hate families and stuff, is that when you look at the people and you look at how they vote, okay, the more like, if you have a family and children, you're more likely to vote. I'm not saying necessarily Republican, but you're more likely to vote conservative in terms of like maintaining what society is. You don't want to start, when you have kids, you don't want to be burning shit down. You don't want society falling apart. You're like, my kid's got to go to a school tomorrow. Okay, I got to take my child to school tomorrow. I can't be out there on the streets lighting fires.
Yeah. Yep.
So no, Hasan does not want the alienated youth of America to actually feel not alienated.
It is interesting that many of the right wingers you see atomized individual thing as well.
Yes.
But they have like a Bugman meme that they always use.
Right.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, so for the left, they have that idea and they're like, I'm going to be a socialist. And unfortunately for a lot of people on the far right, it's like, I had that idea. And it's like, well, obviously it's because there's not enough white people.
Right.
It goes in its own like fucked up direction.
It's not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded and also very weird coming from a guy who understandably wants everybody to care about a genocide that is happening across the ocean.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a hilarious point.
Second of
We're
all,
supposed to care about
this
their kids.
Right.
Don't care about your own kids. Care about those kids over there.
Listen, Hasan, you're crying about, kids dying in Palestine. I don't give a fuck. Why the fuck do I care? It doesn't affect me. Okay, I care about Cheeto flavors, like you said. I care about the new flavor of Monster Energy drink and what game is coming out on Steam. I just can't care about Palestine. I'm so sorry.
I'm never going to be able to achieve an end to the genocide in Gaza. Right. Why should I care about it?
Is there a Palestinian woman right in front of me that I can fuck and have a child with? No, I guess I don't care. Sorry.
Yeah, fuck it.
Nihilistic horseshit. You never aspire for anything, never aim for greatness and meaning. This is the dude the media wants us to believe is going to save young men from the alt-right pipeline. Yeah, okay. And I love how he's like, unfuckable losers. Like, okay, congrats on the sex, bro. Check out this sex haver over here. I'm sure all those unfuckable losers could easily go to foreign brothels and pay for sex like you, Hasan. Something weird about a man who could easily consensually get sex from a woman but chooses to go to a brothel. I don't know. Just saying. Also, 35? No kids? Like, I'm sorry, that just pisses me off. Like, sitting in his ugly ass $600 Gucci sweater. I swear I've never seen this guy in a fucking normal ass t-shirt. Sitting on his high horse, looking down at people for wanting something more out of life. I don't understand how someone could be so mentally mind raped that this is their reaction to such like a simple, wholesome concept. Like, literally, no joke, the entire meaning of life is somehow confusing to Hasan Piker, anti-natal.
I mean, that's the most obvious thing ever, right?
Yeah, he's stupid. Stupid, selfish, self-centered. All he does is think about himself.
Yeah.
And he is, it's funny because he does have an authoritarian personality. He's like, there is a hierarchy. I am at the top of the hierarchy. And all of the rest of you are unfuckable losers.
Yes.
That's his mindset.
Now pay me money.
Very egalitarian, isn't it, guys?
Of course.
Yeah. Oh, God.
There could be
being friends with Hasan has to be torture. Has to be fucking torture.
If we made a movie, okay, that was about the spread of socialism in America, and we had the #1 socialist podcaster act the way Hasan does, people would criticize us and they'd say, that's ridiculous. This is so ridiculously biased. It's obvious no way that this situation could ever occur. There's no way that you could have the guy at the top of the social movement is a status obsessed millionaire who walks around wearing luxury brand clothing at every turn and then
fucking
constantly brags
stars.
about being on top of the status hierarchy whenever he can.
Yeah. Yep.
Impossible.
It's all because it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. Everyone can see right through it.
Yes.
Transparent idiocy.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, you shoe on.
Okay. Oh. Well, that was all. The only part where she's talking about Hasan. So let's jump now to Hasan's response, where he has a complete meltdown about the situation.
Bro, you were on the last ShoeOnHead video. I will literally shoot myself with a gun if you bring that shit up in here, okay?
God, please bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up. Everyone in chat, bring it up. Bring it up. Bring it up. First of all, show us the gun.
There's no way to tell people that you really just don't care and are not bothered by something by just saying, if you bring it up, I'm going to kill myself.
I'm going to kill myself. Yeah, exactly.
Why? What do you want me to do? Do you want me to go out, purchase a shotgun, shoot myself in the face, not die in the process, but at least lose significant chunks of my fucking brain so I can operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that ShoeOnHead and her dumb fuck audience operates in, so I can do a regular response to that? Is that what you want me to do?
He tries to save himself there. Bro thinks he's like an Einstein super genius. It's like, oh my God, my giant Einstein brain would have to be blown apart just for me to communicate down to their level. You incel unfuckable losers.
Yep.
What a retard.
We all know Hasan is so smart. He's so big brain. He's so intelligent, right? That he just, he can't bother to even explore the argumentation of this woman that's beneath him, the ShoeOnHead individual.
Yeah, no, totally ridiculous.
Lose chunks of my brain. Do you want me to John Fetterman myself so I can understand the compelling argument that ShoeOnHead makes? One that should have been left in the dustbin of history all the way back in 2016. Ooh, look at me. I'm an emo girl and I change my politics all the fucking time. Ooh, look at me. As an emo girl, I look like that one meme on the internet. Okay? 4chan guys who are now 38 years old want to fap to me. Fuck.
All he knows is insult. That's all he does is like insult. And it's not funny.
Why does he sound like Mr. Meeseeks? He's sounding like the Mr. Meeseeks. Ooh, look at me. Rick and Morty. Well, first of all, obviously, again, the hypocrisy. He goes full misogynist. I always love.
Yeah,
Hasan is like such a piece of shit that when it's someone that he thinks that his audience is fine with him attacking, it's totally fine for him to be hyper racist. It's totally fine, like it was with Destiny.
Hyper racist, hyper sexist.
Yeah, totally fine to be hyper sexist about Shoe. To be like, oh well, she's like a woman and she's just doing this for male attention. You know, blah 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 blah. All the greatest hits, right? These aren't even original insults. These aren't even new insults. No. These are all just, we've heard them all before, repeated a million times, right? And if Hasan actually was like the big brain individual, he wouldn't have to just do the obvious ducking of Shoe's argumentation, of Shoe's points, and just do insults. He could actually refute them, but he can't. He can't refute anything that she fucking said. So he just freaks out and starts yelling and insulting.
How did Daryl Davis win over all of those racists? Did he go and insult them, call them unfuckable losers, and tell them they were all pieces of shit? Was that the move he did?
Daryl Davis knocked on the door of the KKK members' houses and he said, "Excuse me, I don't know if you guys know this, but you're all unfuckable losers." And they said, "Oh my God, I never thought of it that way. Here's my clan hood."
Yeah, exactly. See, if Hasan had a shred of empathy for people, he probably could win people over. But I don't think he's smart enough to understand what other people go through. I really don't. I don't think he even contemplates what other people go through. It's all about fucking him. Him.
It's disturbing to see that a lot of people, and Hasan is obviously one of them, that never really change. You look at his like really old content.
Yeah, it's exactly the same.
The pickup boy artist shit. Yeah, it's like the exact same person. He hasn't changed at all. Hasan has not matured.
He's incapable
his entire life. Yes, he's incapable of maturing. He was this like retard pickup artist coming out of college that his parents literally had to recall to go back home because he was fucking around too much and failing out of the school that they were paying for. And he's never changed. All he did was put on this slapped on a socialist veneer, and that's it. Is this literally the same person?
Yeah.
I can't imagine that. I can't fucking imagine that. I feel like I've changed so much in my life in terms of like how I am as a person and how I view the world, and Hasan hasn't changed one bit.
Yeah, so have I. Yeah. That's the thing. Heroes change. This is a whole character arc thing. Heroes have the capacity for change. And a good story is about a hero going through struggle and changing. But you know who doesn't change? The fucking villains. They never fucking change. They're incapable of change.
That's right, everybody. And here's the truth. The truth is that me and Adam and you all listening,
we're all the
heroes. Protagonists. We're all the main characters, baby. We're all going on our little hero arcs. And Hasan Piker, he's just some NPC villain there.
He is. He is. All he wants to do is call you unfuckable losers. Yeah. Vote Democrat, guys.
And listen, he's still living with the pain. Okay, the fact that he was getting cucked hardcore by his porn star.
Yeah, exactly. When they did the wellness check and the cop said, "Oh yeah, she's fine."
Oh,
Yep.
Oh no, they sent pictures. They're like, she's fine. Don't worry.
When she sat him down and said, "I think one of those cops might have got me pregnant."
Oh God.
Hasan had a realization. He's like, I got to go harder at this evil thing.
Well, also, I guess maybe this is part of it too. He supposedly, I don't know. There's always rumors that he was dating this other streamer girl. Supposedly, they just broke up.
Mm-hmm.
So he's extra salty, especially on this topic.
This was Valkyrie. Everyone was
Yes.
saying he was dating Valkyrie. So.
Yes, this is Valkyrie.
Valkyrie dumped him. She's like, "Look, I want to have a kid, not marry a kid."
That was probably the exact thing she said to him, and then this is why this topic is like extra triggering to him. On top of it,
yeah,
he's like, "No, guys, I can get sex. she didn't leave me. I dumped her. I can get sex whenever I want."
Oh my God, it's so sad.
You're the unfuckable loser, not me. It's not me. It's you.
It's so sad. I hope Hasan goes bald in the next year. That would really cramp his style.
He got hair transplants.
Did he really? So he's
Yes.
already going bald. Holy shit.
Yeah, I didn't notice. I saw a clip of from years ago. People were comparing his hair then and now. So.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Why would you openly admit that you listen to ShoeOnHead in 2026, man? What the fuck is wrong with you? People like ShoeOnHead are basically a humanoid version of a fucking Reddit aggregator. They just spit out shit that they see on subreddits. So why the fuck are you going there? You might as well just go to the subreddit directly and read all the commentary that they turn into video essays.
So I don't know if you know this, but as someone who's unfortunately subjected themselves to watching lots of Hasan content for stream and editing it and bringing it up for you guys to watch, we have seen countless videos of Hasan's content is just him reading a Twitter thread or him reading a Blue Sky thread or him reading a Reddit post and going, wow, I'm going to uncritically believe what these people said with zero investigation or research on my own.
Yeah. Or him putting on a video and going in the other room to eat.
Well,
come on. It takes a lot of work to do videos.
Yes.
What a dumbass.
Jesus Christ. What an unbearable fucking way to exist, dude. Oh, I'm getting all my politics from ShoeOnHead. Honestly,
I watch videos from someone who likes me and empathizes with me. Mm-hmm. Wow, how stupid of me. Someone who can relate to my situation.
This is all just from someone
who has compassion for me. Why would I listen to someone who has compassion for me and actually likes me? Cares about the future of my country. Why would I listen to that person? When I can listen to you. A fucking anchor baby who came here to destroy my nation and doesn't want me ever to get a girlfriend or a family.
Yeah.
I should listen to you. Why do people listen to this dumbass? I think the people that listen to this dumbass have to all live in the Middle East and they all want America to burn.
Good luck, dude.
Look, he's so... he's so unsure of himself. There's absolutely no confidence in this diatribe whatsoever. Look at how his eyes are glued to the chat. He's like he's trying to do the math in his head.
Is it working?
The for or against, right? How many of these people are falling for this nonsense? And how many people are seeing right through my transparent bullshit? It's not looking good because his expression is like, chat is roasting me right now.
He went on a 2-minute insult, passive-aggressive bitch rant just because someone asked him, did you see the video?
Yeah. Yep.
This was the response. That's you should say like if you really didn't care, if you actually didn't care, you just be like, no, I didn't see it, but I don't really care about what she says. Right?
Do you think he watches the videos, or
on.
do you think he's like too terrified to watch?
He 100% watches the videos,
every frame, doesn't he?
Every frame
and
of it, and
see this.
He's like clutching the mouse. Okay, he's like his teeth. He's like grinding his teeth. He has to go to the dentist. He's actually doing damage to his enamel because he's grinding so hard as he watches.
Teeth chips are flying out at the monitor.
Yes,
he has extra mice so that when he breaks one in his hand, he can grab a new one.
Exactly.
Fuck this bitch. My God, she sees right through me.
What? A woman's insulting me?
How dare she?
People should be more embarrassed, okay? What happened to shame? What happened to shame? If you're getting your politics from a person like ShoeOnHead, you should be embarrassed. Go spend some time in the real world. Try to explain to people that this is the person that's educating you on your worldview.
Well, what is political about this message? That men want to, that men want to have this desire to mentor other people. That
well, I don't know if you know this, Adam.
Want to teach.
I don't know if you know this, Adam, but everything's political.
Okay? Right. Okay.
Everything on planet Earth is political.
Sure.
But he said, why would you listen to ShoeOnHead? And I was just like, okay, let's put these things side by side. Here you go. ShoeOnHead, she's married. She has a child, right? She seems like
she's living her values, Sitch. Oh my goodness. She's not a big fat fucking hypocrite.
Living her values, right? And then you have Hasan, massive hypocrite, claims he's a socialist, wears luxury brands everywhere he goes, super obsessed with status at every turn, dresses like fucking Mao. Like, I mean, he was dressing like Mao. He went to help some politician or something. He was fucking dressed like Mao. He thinks the country he lives in sucks and should be destroyed. Thinks that the country he lives in deserves to be terrorist attacked. Consistently sympathizes with attacking innocent people again and again and again. And this is a person we're supposed to hold this up. Supposed to hold Hasan up. Say like, no, that's the person that we're supposed to listen to.
Yeah, it's insane, isn't it?
The person who's attacking half the population of the country as unfuckable losers.
Yep. Who hates America.
Yep. Also has a tiny, tiny head.
God, it's like saying, oh, I get my politics from fucking Patrick Bet David. Oh my God, the things I want to say to people like this.
Huh. Is it weird why he bring up PBD? Like, of everyone he could have brought up, why did he bring up PBD? Isn't that kind of strange?
Yeah. Why do you think he did that?
I know why he did that.
Why?
Because he's not white.
Because he's brown.
Because he's Iranian.
Yeah.
You have an Iranian brown person who hates Hasan and probably disagrees with him on everything political. And so Hasan can't use his normal lines of attacks, which is you're racist, you're sexist, you just love Israel, you're just defending Israel. Which he also can't use against Shoe, which is also why he's triggered as fuck.
Is Shoe doing videos on the Republican midterm elections? I don't see Shoe as an extremely political YouTuber. She's doing social commentary, definitely, but this message is not. This is a message, like I said, that the Democrats should empathize with and should adopt the problem here is economic, and we want to fix those economic problems.
Well, you don't understand.
You shouldn't want to have kids. Like what the? Because
Shoe is criticizing Hasan. Okay.
Oh, that's what makes her right wing?
That's what makes her right wing, yes, obviously.
Anyone who criticizes Hasan is right wing?
Yes.
That's probably closer to the truth, right?
Well, it's funny too, because Hasan is so toxically poisonous for the Democrats on both ends. On trying to pull them into this direction that is so politically unfuckable, right? No one wants to fuck this position. He's so ugly.
Of course, yeah.
He wants to pull the Democratic Party into a position that the average voter fucking despises, number one. And then number two, if there are Democrats that majority of them, that don't follow his fucking nonsense, he's like, I'm not voting for them. You shouldn't vote for them either. Fuck the Democrats.
Oh, yeah, totally. You always want to vote for the party that thinks it's okay for someone to break into your house and steal all your shit.
Yes.
That's what you really want to do.
Yes.
Like,
and you get all these
okay.
You get all these retards like, I forget his name. Was it Tim Miller and the guy that did the interview of the Pod Save America guy, who were just like,
want
to make
blowing
endless
smoke.
fucking excuses for Hasan. Like, oh, we should try to ally with this fucking retard who hates my guts and wants me to die, but will smile in my face.
They think he has a big audience, and they're like, oh my God, if all of those Middle Eastern Hasan watchers could vote in the next election, we would clean house.
Mm-hmm.
If all those Palestinians could actually vote. What happened?
Oh, this is the next clip.
Okay.
That's what happened. So that was day one. Okay, that was from all one day of molding. So the next day, someone asked him again, and he's like, "Oh God, they brought it up again."
Look, he's already got the band hammer going here.
Yeah. Now he's gonna
like
try
ready to take him out.
He's gonna try to pretend. Now this time he's gonna try to play it differently because he knows that everyone made fun of him and clipped it and did all this stuff. So now he's gonna try to pretend. He's like, I have to pretend like it doesn't bother me, but you can tell. You can tell.
This is what's interesting about live streaming, because you really are talking off the cuff, and sooner or later the real you shines through, right? Because you're talking shit off the top of your head.
Hours and hours and hours.
Yeah, for hours and hours and hours. So he didn't think about any of that stuff he said, but that is the well that he goes to instinctively. Insulting you, no empathy for you, putting your face down in the mud. That's how he thinks. I don't think that way. I every so often we insult our audience, and I always feel bad about it. Like, geez, that was uncalled for. Hasan never has those reflections. It's always, it's the next day. Let me double down.
Mm-hmm.
Did you see what ShoeOnHead responded with what? Did you see what ShoeOnHead responded on Twitter? No. Also,
didn't she ratio the shit out of him though?
She did.
I thought because I retweeted and liked it, and logged into my alt, retweeted and liked it again.
And then I hired another 10,000 Chinese bots to retweet it too.
Yeah, I'm just kidding. I don't have an alt, so I didn't do that, but I wanted to.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Okay, this long pause, by the way. Like, if you're just listening, Hasan's just paused, going, he doesn't know how to read. He's trying to calculate in his mind. He's like, I can't get mad. Remember that scene in Sherlock Holmes where he's like, this must not register on an emotional level?
Right.
Hasan's like trying to do that in his mind, except he's a retard, so he's gonna fuck it up. he's like retarded Holmes.
What? Who cares? What the fuck?
Listen to
biggest laugh of all time.
I know. We have to go back and listen to the fake desperate laugh.
What? Who cares? What the fuck?
Oh man.
What are you guys talking about, man? Oh my god.
It's important to point out too, Hasan, Kyle Kalinske, and Crystal Ball, they always do this like nonsense. They always pretend. It's so bizarre in how stupid and obvious it is. Maybe it works on like normies. They always try to pretend that like, oh, we don't like the culture war. We have nothing to do with the culture war. It's all these people, all these evil people on the right that talk about the culture war slop, right? Blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, okay, Hasan jumps into the culture war, head first, only he ends up diving into a fucking brick wall of an empty pool. Or I should say a brick bottom of an empty pool. And then he's like, what? I have nothing to do with this. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I'm above this. I care about the issues, guys.
Bro, I'm literally over here talking about how I'm doing a rally with someone who's running in Philadelphia. and the hundreds of people that showed up in the middle of a fucking Thursday to go door knock for him. And you're like, well, have you seen what ShoeOnHead said? I don't care, man. Okay, let him chirp. Who gives a shit? Just how many times do I gotta tell you? You just gotta keep your fucking head down and do the work, okay?
That's what really grinds his gears, is that he actually, for once, Hasan left his house and actually did something outside. And people are like, yeah, but did you see the shoe thing? Did you respond to shoe? And he's like, no, I can't escape it. It's chasing me wherever I go.
What politician would want this guy representing them? I mean, they want his audience. That's all they want.
Right.
But I don't know, since Hasan never leaves his bedroom, I don't know how much pull he has in the real world, right? Until he shows up at some event, then you really don't know.
No. Well, when they did there was the poll that came out a few weeks ago.
Nobody knew who the fuck he was.
Yeah, it was like 89% of people or something. I was like 85%. The majority of people didn't know who he was. And then of the people that knew who he was, double the amount. Okay. So the majority by double margins did not like him. I thought he was bad.
Yeah, exactly. But he won't go anywhere because he's worried about getting Charlie Kirked, which he probably should worry about. Right?
I like the idea. On a completely different note, I like the idea of Hasan just like running, and you see this like shoe picture of the watch just like chasing him in his mind. He's just trying to escape. He's like, you can't catch me. I'm running away.
Yeah,
oh no, I tripped on my luxury shoes.
That's got to be tough. There's all those older parents. That's a tough situation.
That stuff matters. It's all noise. Why are you trying to farm a goddamn drama clip so you can post it on your fucking shitty Twitter farming account to be like, Hasan the Hun got fucking destroyed. He's so mad about whatever the fuck ShoeOnHead said.
You see, he was getting mad. You could hear it in his voice. He was starting to get triggered, and he's like, oh no, I gotta pretend like I'm not mad. Let me throw in a laugh here. You can hear, listen to this. This is so funny.
Farming account to be like, Hasan the Hun got fucking destroyed. He's so mad about whatever the fuck ShoeOnHead said.
How is asking for a response inappropriate? Somebody asked for a response.
Well, Adam,
doesn't seem inappropriate at all.
Adam, if a large content creator who exists in an ecosystem that's similar to yours and probably has some audience overlap with you, criticizes you, it's completely insane to ask for some kind of response. That's what retards do.
No. He's basically signaling, hey, we're all collectively going to pretend that this didn't happen.
Yeah,
we have to all lie to ourselves and cope in the same way Hasan is.
Yes.
As he cries.
Talk to me when we got the wiki feed ratings up for ShoeOnHead. Okay, what's their wiki feed looking like? It's all right, man.
What?
Yeah, he's trying to say she's selling feet pics online. He's trying to say she's the online, the THOT. That's what he's trying to say.
Right.
I am a respectable man in politics, and this woman is a slut.
I am a good feminist boy. Okay, I am a respecter of woman. By the way, she's a woman, so therefore, I'm gonna just accuse her of selling feet pics.
Right, exactly.
Interesting.
The woman who's married with child.
Yes, it's crazy.
People have been talking shit about me for years and years, and they get millions of fucking views. I got a lot of sweaty incels who hate me. Okay? You can farm them into oblivion. We're going to get them healthcare regardless. Okay? We're going to try to make sure that they can have a job. We can get a federal jobs guarantee for them so they don't have to fucking spend all their goddamn time on the internet crying.
Now he's for the jobs guarantee. Oh my God. Uh-oh.
I'm such an empathetic individual. I just want to get you, the fucking horrible piece of shit that I despise, and I'm going to insult you whenever I can, a job, because I care about you, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah, just what you want.
Yes, I'm so empathetic. You fucking loser.
You want handouts from the guy that hates your guts.
Yes.
That's a great political strategy there, dumbass.
So much of politics is because everyone, people always make these policy prescriptions and all this stuff. And you get in this problem, which is, number one, a lot of real world policy prescriptions are going to be too complicated for the average person to really like sift through, to even try to figure out if it works. And so a lot of politics is just, do I trust this person to actually care about my well-being when they're in a position of power?
Yeah, when they're in a decision-making mindset.
Yes, and if you remember, this is why people were always criticizing the deplorables comment and all that shit, right? The givers and takers comment and all this other stuff. And so it's like just Hasan, who doesn't understand this because he's fucking retard. He's all like, "Oh yes, I'm gonna help all these fucking losers that I fucking despise and insult every 2 seconds. Yes, support me. Come to my side, you fucking pieces of shit."
Yeah.
Let me get a fucking word in edgewise here. This is a great moment, This is proof in action. After this.
Okay.
Hey, you cut it off. I want to see the crowd there.
No, that's where the clip ends.
Oh, it does.
Yes. So then obviously
I want to see the crowd size that he pulls. Does he go to someone is setting these events up?
Yes.
Is he coattail riding Turning Points USA like Destiny and the other orbiters were doing? They're like, we can't actually pull a crowd in ourselves. Nobody gives a fuck about us. We have to go coattail ride on Turning Points USA. We have to coattail ride on Charlie Kirk's crowds.
I'm going to say, without knowing, that yes, that's what's happening.
He's coattail riding?
Yes.
He probably is.
The Friendly Farmer, thanks so much for $25. Thank you. Says, good afternoon from Kansas, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Yes.
I hope you both and your loved ones are having a safe and eventful weekend. What are your thoughts on more Pegasus? He easily gets 100,000 views on videos. A-logging Hasan. S-class. It's the best class.
Is that like a clip channel, a Hasan clip channel? Or I'm not familiar with the channel.
More Pegasus does very good content. He's like number one, maybe number 2. He's definitely high up there in the tier list of like shitting on Hasan. Probably does like 3 Hasan videos a week or something. He is great content. I feel like I was actually unconsciously dipping into his voice in the beginning of the stream. So yes, more.
So he is popular then. You like?
Yeah, no, he's very popular. Very popular.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Yes, he's good.
I know Denim's here.
Right.
I'm sad that her wormy's still alive and mine is gone.
Terrible. Hope you're doing well in Kansas. I was crazy. There was a bunch of tornado warnings in Florida, which is pretty rare.
Wow. Okay. Yeah.
The other day. So
stay out of the tornadoes.
No tornadoes though. So
thanks for listening to the show.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna say something crazy. People who play games don't post about the games on Twitter. People who play games hang out with their friends on Discord.
Doesn't Denim's have an OnlyFans account? But she gets a pass from Hasan because she's Hasan's #1 orbiter. Yeah, I thought she did OnlyFans.
She sells the feet pics.
I thought she did.
Let me see here. Oh my God, you're right. Look at this.
Yeah, because when she got in her legal battle with Ethan, she was basically saying, "Oh, this is time to promote my OnlyFans because I'm desperate for money."
Normally, guys, I wouldn't have this, but because I'm being sued, I just, I gotta do it, right?
Look, it's a shame people got to turn to OnlyFans just so they can make a living. I don't think that's right, but I don't know.
I don't know how else to explain this idea to anyone who doesn't play games. Like, people who play games don't spend all of their time talking about the new game that they're not going to play. And the people that are like, this kind of low-key makes me want to be a dad. It's like, you're not going to fucking play the game.
Pragmata, it's making...
They're saying that person doesn't exist. She's trying to say that person doesn't exist.
This is her
bullshit.
dumb...
I call fucking bullshit.
This is her dumb, pathetic way of trying to defend for her orbiter liege lord here, okay?
Right, yeah.
It's like, well, first of all, like, this... Like the way this would work normally. Okay, first of all, it's not even true. If you go to the fandom of like anything on X or any social media platform, you could see on like the hashtag or whatever, there's like a million fucking people that are into the TV show or the video game or whatever talking about it or the anime. Like the idea that the fandoms don't exist on X is bafflingly stupid. Number one. Okay.
Yeah, it seems insane. Obviously, any game, if it's good and you like it, you want to talk about it with other people.
Of course.
Yeah.
And then number two, a lot of like the conversation, especially on X, is you could just be a person who played Pragmata and you're like, I like this game. And then you're not looking for content by it, but then you just see this tweet, the Hasan tweet, or you see the reaction to it and you go, oh, this guy's a fucking retard.
Yeah. Especially if you like the game.
Yes. Or even third, and even more important, you could have a lot of people who've never played the game and then they see the reaction to it and they go, well, this is fucking insane. I'm
going to check it out.
Right. I'm going to check it out. Or just, this is insane. You're literally mad that there's people that want to be fathers and that triggers you. What is wrong with you? If that bothers you, there's something wrong with you.
Yeah. Normal human emotion.
Yes. If normal human emotion
so
triggers you, then you should probably seek help at that point.
It's so true what she was saying about how these are the people that are like, the problem with men and toxic masculinity is men don't talk about their feelings and their emotions.
Mm-hmm.
But as soon as anyone does talk about their feelings or emotions, it's like all they do is get kicked in the teeth. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then they go, oh, why don't you talk about your emotions? It's like, oh, I wonder.
Yeah.
1,000 people suddenly want to start a family. You place Hugh, a soldier, stranded on a ruined lunar research station. His job is protecting the childlike android Diana while fighting rogue AI. In one emotional moment, she gives him a crayon drawing of the two of them together as a little family. Even streamers who say at the start they didn't want kids end up breaking down happy in tears. So,
okay. So here's the thing. Why can't we criticize the people writing these bizarre-ass fanfics without disparaging the people who made the original game?
The point of the game was to get that kind of commentary. You don't think the game designers thought, oh, this will really tug at their heartstrings?
No, Adam, that is a fan fiction. Okay. If you play a video game about, protecting a little girl and it makes you feel emotional about it and empathetic about it, then that's a fanfic that you created in your own head.
This was the plot of Aliens 2. Holy fucking shit. How ancient is this plot line? A little newt.
I know.
What the fuck?
I know. It's crazy. Listen, Denims is not she's not the brightest tool in the tool shed. Okay.
She's
not the sharpest bulb in the box, right? She's got to do whatever she can here at this moment. Because she knows on one level that what Hasan is saying is retarded, but she's got to kind of contort and twist it around and try to make it about something else. Even though the post he's reading is literally citing people are playing the game or watching someone play the game, and then they feel a specific way about the game, right? This isn't a headcanon that people are just making up.
They get the emotional response that the game developers intended.
Yes.
I mean, what? This is why bad movies and games suck so much, is because the emotional response isn't what they intended.
Right.
Yeah.
Original game can be a masterpiece on its own, and if you play the game or clearly don't play the game and then say, yes, women are finally learning that they want to have kids. Yes. It's like, what the that's you're a weirdo for tweeting that. You're weird for tweeting that.
The conversation is literally
completely switched it. Yeah,
I know, because she has to, because she's like, okay, how do I save?
This is the calculation. Women.
How do I save Hasan? Well, I can switch it, even though it's about men wanting to have children. I have to switch it to about men forcing women to have children, men wanting to control women's bodies, because that's like a line of attack. That's the feminist line of attack, even if it has nothing to do with the conversation whatsoever.
Mm-hmm.
A bunch of men are like, I just imagine a bunch of guys walking around like, I would like to have a child one day. And then Denim's like pops out of the trash can and she's like, you just want to control women's bodies, you misogynist sexist pig. Then the garbage truck comes and picks her and takes her away. You're like, what the fuck was that? What just happened?
So much of this is cope.
Oh, it's true.
I just think like any sort of desirable guy who has a good job, has his shit together, there is no way they're going to be interested in denims.
Mm-hmm.
Denims is probably having to cycle through a bunch of people who are just not the kind of guy she thinks she deserves. And that just, so a lot of this I think is cope, is just cope. It's like, she can't have kids because she's not in a good relationship. It is very true what they say about how women are the gatekeepers of sex and men are the gatekeepers of relationships. Mm-hmm. She can find lots of guys to have sex with, but that guy who's pulling down 6 figures and hits the gem, he's not going to want denims. Come on, let's be realistic here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I like that.
What a fucking nightmare. Can you imagine? I mean, she's pleasant to look at, but you're not going to want to you're not going to want to deal with this fucking Hasan orbiter on the daily, are you?
Yeah, who wants some orbiter that in their sloppy life? Seconds? That's disgusting.
Yeah, not only that, I mean, she's obviously in love with Hasan. You're like, oh my God.
Right.
Yeah, so if you've got a good job, you're in good shape, you're going to find a woman that's actually desirable, wants to have kids, wants to settle down and have a family. So this whole thing, this like anti-natalist storyline is really cope. It is really cope.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, right. I don't want to have kids because because none of the guys that I find acceptable would ever ask me to marry them and have a child.
Hope
Therefore,
and jealousy,
yeah. Sad.
What's really interesting about this is all of
Denims would respond to that. She'd be like, "Oh my God, I've got guys lined up down the street. You don't know, Adam. You're insane." And I'd be thinking, "Yeah, I know you got guys lined up down the street. Have sex with them and see if they call you back. Go ahead. Go ahead."
The guys like her simps who actually would, milady her.
They're beneath her. She would never. Exactly. Oh my God, you're asking me to marry that guy and have a child with that guy? Oh my God. Right?
Right, exactly.
Yeah, no. It's not it's not gonna happen. This is cope. She's like, she only wants the 9s and 10s. And those guys, look, they'll have sex with you all day, but as soon as they're done, they're like, I'm on to the next girl. So long, denims.
These unfuckable losers in the gaming sphere.
This actually is, I think, what starts a lot of the radical feminism, right? Because after 4 or 5 or 6 or 10 of those experiences, women do start hating men. They really do. They're like, oh my God, all these guys, they have sex with me and leave me high and dry. They fucking run.
That's true.
And you start thinking, well, all men would do that. Well, not all men would do that. Just the ones that you keep. There's a pattern here. You're the chooser. You're the one that's setting yourself up for failure.
Mm-hmm.
You're the one that's not taking a realistic look and saying, what do I have to offer? And then women, oh, it's so sad. Women completely lie to each other, gas each other up, right? They have no realistic standards of what kind of league they can play in. A poor girl will have like 4 or 5 options, and her girlfriends will tell her, well, all those guys are seriously beneath you.
Right.
It's like, okay, I guess you're waiting for your superstar athlete then. And then they just go down this cope spiral.
It's like those things where they ask the girl, like, oh, what does the guy have to look like? How tall he has to be? How much money you have to make? And they like give all the qualifications they want. It's like, okay, you just reduce your dating pool to like 0.2% of the population of the earth.
Yeah. And
congratulations.
Yeah. But without taking a serious look at the dating options, the marriage options of that 0.02%, right?
Yeah.
Those guys are going to be dating supermodels.
Right.
And settling down with supermodels and having supermodel children.
Right.
They're not going to be settling down with denims.
Well, there was
the online streamer orbiter.
There was that Jordan Peterson quote where he was saying, if you're a woman or a man and you hate the opposite gender because you just keep getting in bad relationships with them, maybe you're the reoccurring problem. Maybe it's you. Maybe you're not choosing the right people. Maybe you need to work on yourself.
I mean, I've seen, yeah, you're exactly right. You're totally right. I've seen plenty of guys fall into this trap too, where, they're in a pool of friends and they all blow themselves up into believing that they're like all their realistic dating options are beneath them, that's not healthy either. That's totally not healthy. It was a different situation before the internet because you could, you knew your dating options. They were the people around you, right? Now it's like you've got the entire world you can look at.
Exactly. Yeah.
Which, I mean, that could be better.
Probably hasn't been.
Well, I
Seems
think
like it's been worse.
I think the birth rates are.
I mean, listen, it's great for me. I'm not listen. It worked for me. I'm just saying. I don't think it's gonna work for most people.
Right.
But it worked for me.
I think it can't work.
Okay.
You have a you're smarter than the average person, so.
That's true. By being
helpful.
smarter than the average person, I created a YouTube channel and then use this to plant the seeds to attract the perfect woman years later. That was all part of my master plan.
Is this true? Zero Smoke is saying, careful, you're sounding like Andrew Tate, Adam. Is that really? Look, Andrew Tate is horrible. Andrew Tate his message is, yeah, girls are terrible. They all want to, what are they? Hypergamy. They all want to marry up. Mm-hmm. And therefore you should completely become a piece of shit and take advantage of them. That message is horrible, right? Not all girls are these self-interested gold diggers. Like you gotta find a nice, there's plenty of nice women out there. There's plenty of nice men out there. You got to find someone that's realistic and you gel with. So, but this is like a whole lot of cope going on here.
It's true.
Always talk about like starting families and stuff. And I don't understand like why this has become a thing that they care about. Like if you're a gamer, you should care about things that you actually experience. You should care about things that you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who is...
Can you imagine? Look, this logic is so ridiculous. Before I ever had sex, I thought, I will probably enjoy sex a lot, right? To think that you're like, oh, I will hate this. I will totally hate this. Like, I have no experience with it, so I don't know if I would like it or not. What a dumbass.
Never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman. Why do you care? Like, why do you care about having children or like riding for having children? Like, it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is...
Look, even Denims has a little bit of a sad look on her face. She's like, this guy's a piece of shit.
This is my liege lords over here. This is a retard.
Maybe those are loving eyes she's got for Hasan. She's like, oh God, why can't he impregnate me?
Why can't he settle down with me? That's what's sad too. Like they're never gonna settle. You understand? They always have this dream in their head.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, some that I never understand.
Wow. QB Madre for 125 P's. This is perfect. He says a female client of Dr. K once asked him why she always attracts assholes. He replied, "You attract everyone. You just choose the assholes."
Perfect. Oh, I love Dr. K now. That's the perfect response.
It is.
Yeah. You're an attractive woman. You attract everyone. You're just picking the assholes. Yeah, look, a good-looking guy like Hasan, he can be an asshole and get away with it. So he does. He totally does. It's in his nature to be an asshole. It fucking sucks.
Having children or like riding for having children, like it's just not something that you're going to experience ever for your life, for the rest of your life, right? This is something that I never understand.
Wow, maybe there's a reason people are yearning to start a family and can't afford to have one and can't seem to find a partner. They feel alienated from their work and atomized from their community. If only there was a political commentator around to speak about all this. Oh well, guess.
Oh my God, the confused look on.
I know. She literally, listen, I don't want to be sexist here, but whenever I look at Denims, she just has this expression on her face of like bewilderment, confusion, or not paying attention.
Does she not know that that's Marx? That's like a reference to Marx.
Well, she has a great response to this. Okay.
Oh my God.
It's not. First of all, the only care about something if it affects you is extremely libertarian coded.
Wait, whoa. First of all, what did he say that she disagrees with? Genuinely, I'm asking genuinely. I'm here to listen to criticism. I'm down for criticism. I just want to understand what exactly did he say that she disagrees with. Second, is the assumption there that he's never talked about?
So, all right. I mean, we listened to the clip in the beginning, right? So
yeah.
we can't figure out what
say?
Shue doesn't agree with Hasan here from the clip. We're gonna pretend like, oh, we don't understand. What do you mean? What doesn't she agree with him with? I don't understand it.
You shouldn't aspire to anything.
Remember
Especially
how there
something
was
that's like your biological imperative. How dare you aspire to your biological imperative?
I know. Remember how Matt Damon was in that interview talking about Netflix, and he's like, the Netflix told us that when we're making something for Netflix, you have to repeat plot points like 4 times throughout the movie because people are going to be distracted on their phones.
Yeah.
Obviously, Denims needs that, but for watching political videos. She's like, well, if she doesn't explain her exact point and she's instead using sarcasm or humor to explain, if she doesn't explain her exact point in very simplistic language every 2 seconds, she's like, I don't understand what's going on here.
Denims is a socialist though, right?
She saw a squirrel and got distracted. She's like, what? What's
Just
happening?
The whole utter confusion at the Marxist messaging is pretty hilarious.
The assumption there that he's never talked about material conditions ever. Hasan famously never speaks ever about material conditions and how they would improve people's lives, and that walkable cities improve people's lives and would improve general loneliness epidemic. I don't.
So I can.
Why do these people have a fetish for walkable cities? Like, it's weird to me that of all the things that she could go with, she's like, well, Hasan talks about walkable cities. Like, that's like such a bizarre point to suddenly latch onto.
Yeah, you're never gonna have a family or a girlfriend, but hey, you can walk to the liquor store. It's like, I don't know if that's a meaningful substitute.
Right. Listen, I'm going to bring it up like, okay, everybody, because I visited Japan, I am now an expert in Japan. I don't know if you know how this works. Okay,
yes.
That's how it works. Because I was there, I'm not an expert on it. So I think I was probably in like the most walkable city on the fucking face of the earth was probably Tokyo, right? Okay. I don't know if you know this, but like relationship loneliness and lack of birth rates very high
in the most walkable city in the world.
Right. Very high in Tokyo. Okay. Doesn't have anything to do with the walkableness of the city whatsoever. So I don't know, but it is strange that does Denims live in LA? I feel like all these people live in LA.
Oh, I think she does live in LA, which is like gold digger paradise.
I would believe it, but maybe because LA is probably like the worst walkable city, that maybe that's why they're obsessed with this idea of like walkable cities being the solution to everything. Like, fuck, could just walk somewhere.
Right.
You guys do have it like the worst. You have the driving in Tokyo is probably just as bad as it is in LA, but without the benefit of being able to walk or take public transportation.
God, I can't imagine getting on public transportation. I mean, I wouldn't get on unless I was concealed carrying.
Well, it's part of it because it's not safe, right?
It is not safe. No,
yeah, if it was safe, it'd be great. But
not at all. Especially me as a white guy, I would experience so much racism. So much racism on public transit.
Adam, we know that as a white man, you are incapable of experiencing racism, okay? Because racism is power plus prejudice. So you can only experience prejudice when a person physically assaults you because you're white.
We were walking around downtown and some crazy black lady was yelling, I'll give anyone $50 if they'll get me one of those white people.
What?
Yes.
What?
Yes. Yeah.
What is this? This happened recently?
No, this happened like 20 years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. You think it's gotten better? Doubtful.
Probably worse, actually.
Doubtful. Yeah, doubtful.
Was this were you walking around during the LA riots?
No, this wasn't this. We're just going to a gallery.
Okay.
We parked our car and we're going to a gallery.
Jesus. Chachi McSwag, thanks so much for $20. Says as a 6-figure hits the gym archetype. Look at that. Look at that. Congratulations. That seemingly isn't enough to get interest. Wow. There are contradictory personality and behavior standards that I think a lot of introverted gamer types responding to Pragmata experience. Interesting. So even that's not enough. God. Women. Am I right?
Yeah.
Man?
No. Yeah.
Meth Bear, thanks so much for $20. Says, it's the lolcow playbook. Viciously attack and humiliate dissenters. Go on a mauling loop on how unbothered you are. Declare victory. Same thing Darkside Phil does on his daily cope sessions in his wheelchair tents. That is true. That is the move. And you gotta, if as long as you have like an audience of retards at your beck and call, that will work because they'll just jump on board because everyone likes to be part of a hate mob. Just love it.
Yeah. Bring up the Huxley quote.
Quote.
We need
Now,
we need an easy button with a Huxley quote.
We do.
It's too long for that though.
Now there's like a 40-second clip of Caseytron is so, I don't know if she's just like a retard or just out of her mind because she smokes too much pot or something. Like she's so out of it that she makes even denims look like a scholar at this point.
Right, yeah.
It's hard to believe. So let's see what old Caseytron's up to here.
Operate at the same substandard, suboptimal IQ level that ShoeOnHead and her dumb fuck audience operates in, so I can do
her dumb fuck audience of fucking incels. Like, I don't know. It's like ShoeOnHead, if you like care so much about these incels, go fuck one. Okay? Oh, is that problematic for me to say? Like, prove you care so much about these incels and their inability to get sex. Go fuck one.
My God. Oh my God. That's horrible. ShoeOnHead is married, has a loving relationship and a kid.
She responded to this on X.
These people are fucking despicable.
She just responded to this clip with like a question mark, like, what?
These people are fucking despicable.
Could you
They're
imagine?
Totally despicable. They think sex is like a handshake or something, or giving money for panhandling. It's like, what? If that's a problem. Caseytron treats sex like it's giving $1 to a bum.
Well, listen, obviously,
I think I figured out what's wrong with her relationships.
That's obviously how she pays for her pot. Okay. She just bangs her local drug dealer.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah,
it wouldn't surprise me at all. Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
And he's raising his prices. He's like, listen, baby, oil prices are going up.
I've already tasted this tang.
Right. This is just only gonna get you half the amount it used to get you.
Oh my God. That's
Could you imagine like Caseytron is just whining about, people being genocide in Palestine? You're like, Caseytron, if you cared about Palestinians, why aren't you fucking them?
Exactly.
Why don't you go over to Palestine and start just fucking random Palestinians? I mean, if you don't, then you obviously don't care about Palestinians because you're not like fucking them, obviously. Come on.
Yeah.
You hypocrite. Not fucking random Palestinian strangers. I'm supposed to believe Caseytron cares about the genocide in Palestine when she's not fucking random Palestinians? Get out of here.
Even her chat is like, oof. Oh, man. The brainiacs.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, you won't? Because you're just grifting to them? Like, you don't even want to get with them either. But you'll condemn other women for not wanting to fuck who you don't want to fuck? Okay.
Look, this is completely insane. Does she not understand that you can empathize with someone who is having trouble getting a relationship without wanting to have a relationship with them or fucking them?
If you're talking about Caseytron, you say, does she not understand? The answer is just yes. You just stop. You stop the rest of the sentence.
You're right.
She does not understand. Yes.
She's just completely out of it.
She's gone.
She doesn't get normal human relationships. For her, sex is transactional.
I think for her, I think breathing for her is hard enough. It requires enough of her mental processing power at this point, Adam. Okay. I'm not sure. I am actually not sure that she intellectually understands the conversation that she was having and the critique that she's levying at Hasan. And then she's not even able to understand what Hasan is even responding to her with.
Yeah. It's so weird. These people are just strange, very strange people.
Mm-hmm.
They're lol cows, right? People are watching Denims and Casey Tron because it's just funny to see how out of it they are, right?
There's that, and then
this
there's
is entertainment for people. I
They're
mean,
like
it
the
is
Hasan-
entertaining. I'm glad you brought the clips up
I
because I'm
know.
like, what is this crazy bitch gonna say?
They're like they're like female Mike from PA. They're like the Hasan waiting rooms. Okay. Just
But look, I think Shoe's video got like 1.5 million views. Like people are, that's obviously resonating with people.
Of course.
People are nodding along, saying, "Oh, this makes sense," right? They're not doing that for Casey Tron, or they're watching it because, like you watch a car accident, you're like, "Oh my god, maybe someone got killed here. What's going on? Maybe someone lost a limb."
It's funny. I typed in Mike from PA because I was curious if he had some like terrible reaction to all this too. And I looked at his Twitch channel.
Yeah.
And Twitch officially has like created a tag for his channel. It's the first tag. When you click on it, it says Hasan. It's like the first tag.
It's god.
Even Twitch is like Twitch is literally dubbed him like he is the Hasan waiting room. Here's your tag, sir. Bloop.
They gave him the tag, or he gave himself the tag?
They gave him the tag.
Wow.
That's amazing.
It's so sad. It's sad.
I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. It is. It's kind of like the internet equivalent of panhandling in my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
All right. What do we got next year?
Okay. I think that is it for the shoe responses. Okay, so we have a new October 7th update here.
Oh, is this a new shock? A new dog shock?
No. So he was on, here, we'll play it. Hasan was on a podcast and they asked him about it. Okay.
No.
Now, you know, Hasan is a very trustworthy, honest individual who always tells the truth. He's like George Washington, okay? He cannot tell a lie. So he's obviously going to explain the situation in a very upfront way, too. I'm unfamiliar with these people. The Ebro and Lauren Rosenberg show.
Okay.
Burgers and fries.
Well, no, and something else that leads to a controversy we need to ask him about. We're serious about our dogs.
We're
serious dog people.
Yeah,
I
am too.
And I thought,
and we're serious about Michael Jackson Thriller.
Wait,
we're serious.
No, and Michael in general.
Don't you dare disrespect.
But what? So
look how nervous he looks. You see it? Look at his face. He looks really uncomfortable.
He does.
It's like 7 minutes in the interview. They're already asking about the dog. Uh-oh.
You use the shock collar on your dog? Was that the big?
I have a e-collar. There's a vibration collar, but she didn't even have it on that day. But
whoa! Hold on, hold the phone here. This is a new wrinkle. I don't know if you noticed, Adam. Kaya, the collar that he claimed wasn't a shock collar. They claimed was just a vibration collar. The one that he showed all of us, the one that he said was the one that she was wearing that we thought was a shock collar wrongly. She wasn't even wearing that collar, Adam.
Yeah, pathological liar. Pathological liar.
You can't even keep the lies straight anymore.
It's insane.
It's one of those things where when I tell you, you'll see when this episode comes out, like I have unbelievable stalkers that have spent almost 7 years of their life at this point, almost 8 years of their life at this point, watching every little thing that I do and like try to clip it and just like blast it out into the ether. And there are content creators that like play a role in this as well, where there's an entire economy around.
Yeah, there's a clip economy. There's a Hasan Piker clip economy.
I've been a part of the clip economy for many years. Like the American Deserve 9/11,
Like, there weren't that many people watching me while I was saying that. They put it on Reddit, they blasted it, they shipped it off, and then it went to Keemstar.
Wait, so you just used the collar to calm your dog without actually turning on the buzz, and people got angry? Is that what you're saying?
She didn't even have the collar on that day. So
but he has used the collar, right?
But I have a.
Just remember that. Okay, put that in your mind. He keeps saying that she wasn't even wearing that collar. If she wasn't wearing that collar, why, when he tried to cover it up the next day, did he bring out the collar and say, "This is the collar"?
Yeah, this is the collar that she wasn't wearing.
Yes. What? See, why? Like, how did it make any sense? You're accused of shocking your dog. The next day, you bring out a collar and you say this is a collar. But turns out that wasn't even the collar. He just brought up a random fucking collar for some fucking reason.
Yeah, we all know he's a lying piece of shit. It's sad that these people are giving him cover for this.
Oh, they do, 100%. Right? Yeah, they don't.
Yeah.
But I think there's two things going on here. Either A, he's just fucking pathological liar, and when people lie a lot, they kind of get tripped up because they forget. They keep straight all the lies in their head. That's part of it. Or it could be that because it was so obvious that he just removed the prongs and put a piece of tape over it, and it looks so obviously sus. Now he's like changed the lie to like, well, it doesn't even matter if you think that collar was sus, because that wasn't even the collar the guy was wearing, even though that's the one I fucking said she was wearing and showed to the world.
Yeah, he's trying to rewrite history.
Yes. Or I shouldn't even say show to the world, because he didn't show to the world. Remember, he put, and I'll show the clip, he puts his hand over it and like flashes it so quickly that you can barely look at it. He's like, oh, look, this is the collar. No, you missed it. You missed it. You blinked.
Yeah. Not like you can't pause the video. What a dumbass.
I
obviously these people have Hasan on because they want his audience to come over. I mean, this is the first time I've ever heard of them. We're only watching this because Hasan is on, but I mean, if this is my first introduction to them, completely simping for Hasan, shocking his dog, like, fuck these people.
Pretty bad.
Fuck Rosenberg.
And how bad, like, how stupid, how, like, Hasan sees this drama blows up about the dog. Okay. He doesn't have another black collar that he could show that looks less sus. Like, if he's gonna lie about
Sitch.
it, right?
He lied.
I mean, like, why
he
lied? He could have done the lie better. He could have literally driven out and got a fucking collar that looked kind of close to it and been like, look, here it is. Let me slowly show the camera. No, he's like, he actually just puts a piece of tape over the shock collar and he like flashes it in front of the camera real quick. Like,
it's a little disturbing to me that you are constantly critiquing the lie, the effectiveness of the lie. You're like, this lie was like a 2. He could have done a lie that was like a 10.
Adam, you have known me for many years. Okay. You know what? And you in the chat knows what triggers me more than anything else.
Ineffective lying, evidently.
No. It's not. It's stupidity. It's just so stupid. It's just so dumb.
But look,
so dumb?
Everyone has gone. Everyone believes what they believe. I guess if the lie was more effective, more people. However effective the lie was, he wasn't going to convince me. It's so obvious what happened here. It's fucking. We would have said, "Oh, look, he went and ordered a new collar."
Yeah, of course. But
yeah,
the thing was that the lie was so bad that it broke out of the political sphere. There was so many mainstream commentators who are not political really at all that all were like, oh, Hasan obviously shocked his dog.
Yes,
and if he had just had like a collar that looked somewhat believable that he did flash on screen, like, I don't think it would have necessarily gone so viral.
It would have given people like Rosenberg more cover. I could be more forgiving of them, right? But Hasan is like a piece of fucking shit. He doesn't want to give you cover. He wants to make you go out on a limb. He wants you to cover for these obvious lies so that you look like a piece of shit too. That's what gets him off. That's his pleasure.
I see. So you think there's some duping delight going on here?
Oh, hell yeah. He loves this stuff. He loves taking advantage of people.
Right. Maybe you're right.
Hasan is a terrible person. I mean, this is the fascinating thing about him, because society has elevated this terrible, terrible person. And even in politics, that the Democrats are trying to make this guy the Joe Rogan of the left. The reason Joe Rogan is because he's a likable person. He's an empathetic person. He doesn't go out and just randomly insult people. He tries to know what the truth is and broadcast it on his show. Hasan is a propagandist. He even admits it. He's like, yeah, I want to deceive you so that you vote the way I want you to vote. What a fucker.
Pierce, propaganda's not bad. Okay. Yeah, I do propaganda, Pierce. That's fun.
Yeah. I want to dupe you into thinking I don't shock my dog so that you'll vote for Democrats so that we can tax the rich except for me.
She's trained, like she's off leash trained,
right?
And she has a vibration collar that I use to when I'm out in the park to like do recall, like to do call back to get her to come back.
I know people who use those.
Not.
What is he? I am unfamiliar with this world. Okay, Sam had to explain this to me. What is like why do people like? They're like, I have to have my dog off leash. Like, why is that important? Like, why can't you just have a leash like a normal person?
It is. If you have a dog that does what you command, it's like a big status thing.
That's exactly what she said.
Yeah.
She said it's some big, like people go like they brag. They're like, oh, my dog doesn't even need a leash.
Yeah. My dog, my dog loves me so much that they do what I say. They see me as their leader. And when the dog runs around and is just like sloppy all over the place, it's basically disrespectful to the owner in some people's eyes, right? Obviously, it's so weird because this is a very conservative perspective, right? It's a very law and order perspective,
right,
in the dog realm, right? If you had some liberal hippie wine mom, she's going to let her dog run around and be sloppy all over the place, right? It wants to pee on the carpet. Oh, no big deal. He had to go.
Right. It's a good point. Yeah.
Hasan is going to be like, oh my God, in the box for a month.
It is, again, like how many times, like how dumb does his audience have to be? It's like he wears luxury brands everywhere he go. He has this like weird thing where, oh, I have to specifically train my dog in some way that shows that I'm like, of high status in the dog world too. On top of it, he also has like, because isn't his dog like some expensive breed on top of that? And he lied about it. And he's like, oh, I just like randomly got this very expensive dog.
Yeah, of course. It's a status symbol. It really is. Like he cares more. This is why he's upset about this, is because he feels like people are disrespecting him, and he's an elite. He's an elite figure. He's a celebrity. He should not be disrespected by these people who can't even have sex with a woman. How is that possible? The world, and look, he looks at this too. Like most people, it's so funny because the concept of privilege is on the left so much, right? White privilege, wealth privilege, all this stuff, all the things that Hasan possesses. But he thinks, oh no, I'm entitled to those things, right? He has such a sense of entitlement where, I do feel privileged for a lot of things that I've gotten in my life, but I don't think he feels like his wealth is a privilege. I think he feels like it's just the way the world is. That's it's his due. He's a good looking guy. This is the way the world is. He is at the top of the status hierarchy, and other people are beneath him. And those people wanting things, the little peon peasants wanting things. Oh, why they should know their place in the world. How is this a left-wing perspective, Sitch? How is this a left-wing perspective?
I mean, it's the ultimate socialist perspective, it seems like.
It seems very, it's obviously very hierarchical.
They're all these like socialist leaders are just the overproduced elite that are mad.
They are big time.
The world doesn't recognize their greatness for just existing.
Yeah. They feel disrespected. And how dare ShoeOnHead? Look, he tries to belittle her in every way, right? She basically calls her an online prostitute. How can she's not worthy to lick my boots. Here, me, the great Hasan, who everyone worships. Well, look, I do. There's a little bit of, obviously, I think the people who are worshiping Hasan probably are the psychopathic kick their dog types. people were like, I like Hasan because he is a piece of shit to people. I mean, it's basically, it's like we look at his chat sometimes, and his chat seems like, you know how a crowd gathers around to fight, and it's like, beat him up, kick his ass. That is Hasan's audience. That's Hasan's audience. They're the blood sports crowd. They want to gather around to fight. And they want to feel justified about it. So they're like, oh, he's a racist, so we get to kick the shit out of him. Yeah. But Hasan is a whole nother level of detestable. And it's infuriating that he wants to make it seem like he's some sort of empathetic guy, right? Some guy you could sit down and talk about your feelings with. Impossible.
Trust me.
And
have you felt them? They're not very intense.
No. There's shock collars as well. And I have literally put a shock collar on myself to do like a bit before with another content creator. So like I know I know how it feels.
So what is this? If it's not the e-collar, if it's not if it doesn't shock,
it just vibrates.
Just vibrates, right?
It just vibrates.
Well, they're gonna watch this and say you're a liar.
Yeah. I don't really care. It doesn't matter.
But that's it. That's the crux of this.
But the crux of it is like they pieced up like so many different clips to be like, oh, every time he's moving his arm and like my dog moves in any way, they're like, oh, he has a button on his desk that he's hitting to like zap.
Bring the clip up, guys. Come on. Just let your audience decide.
You don't even bring the clip up of him saying that was the fucking collar. That now he's saying wasn't the collar.
Yeah. They're not going to do any due diligence.
For any of the retards out there that still defend Hasan, we've reached the point of undefendable here. Okay, he's now changed the lie in the most blatant way imaginable. He's saying that the collar he showed to us all and told us was the collar was actually not the collar, and he said it twice. So you can't even pretend that he just misspoke. He tripped over his words. He said it twice in this conversation.
Yeah, he's a fucking psychopath.
His dog, and then they crafted this like insane theory that like I'm forcing her to stay behind me, and it's like dogs sleep in the same place. They want to be next to their owners. You have a dog?
I do.
Yeah,
he likes his bed next to my bed.
Exactly. And so,
and also remember, and I'm gonna play the clip here because remember he was criticizing the dog for wandering. Right? That was this dog is wandering the house, and I don't like that. How dare this dog wander my house, the grounds of my house without me?
It's just, he wants to be next. He's not anywhere near his owner.
Yeah.
The dog is 5 feet away from the owner.
You don't want to fuck?
Just stop.
Oh, there you go.
There we go.
Okay. It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fuck.
Look at that. Look at that collar. Look at that not collar. That the dog is apparently we're supposed to believe the dog wasn't wearing a collar. Okay, the dog was free. That there's no collar. Do you see a collar, Adam? What is that? What am I looking at?
It's impossible not to see the collar. He's got such poofy hair all around the collar.
Yes.
Can go. Just stop. Making her stressed. She just literally is.
Is that dog close to him? That dog is easily 5 feet away, maybe 10 feet away, depending upon how big that room is. The dog wants to be as far away from me in the room as possible so that he can be in the shot.
Exactly.
He's such a liar. Nothing he says is true.
And this clip now, this is right after it happened. Someone in his own chat says you're stressing the dog out, and this is in the moment. He doesn't have time to craft a lie or to think of something. This is what he says immediately. Okay,
literally is so incredibly spoiled from my mom. No, she doesn't want to come over here to see what's up. She just wants to fucking roam the house because she got to roam the house when I was gone. The day after.
She doesn't want to come over to me because she knows I'll hit her.
Yes. Yeah, see, even his chat was saying what you were saying, like, oh, he just wants to be close. And he's like, no, she wants to roam the house. This fucking bitch wants to walk around. How dare she do this?
How dare she be free to go anywhere she wants?
I know. I thought it was so weird at the time. Like you could come up with, again, you could craft a better lie. Like, well, the dog's going to eat something that's dangerous, right? It's going to chew on electrical cord. Like there's a million things you could say why you don't want the dog, to be unsupervised. He doesn't even bother. He's like, no, just, you can't walk around without me. How dare you?
He wants to do something.
So
that's
this
unsafe
clip
for him.
This clip is from a YouTuber called Westside Tyler. They did a very good little breakdown here for the collar.
After Piker shocked Kaya on his live stream, he briefly showed her collar on camera, suggesting the device was a vibration-only training aid.
This is the one that people are talking about. Okay,
this is the one so far away.
This is
that he shows it from the side,
hand.
Covers it up very quickly, like within 2 seconds, puts his hand over the back so you can't see it, right?
Yeah.
The part that would be important to see whether it has prongs or not.
This is the one that they saw. It has the.
So wait, and also, what did he just say?
This is the one that they saw.
This is the one that people are talking about. Okay, this is the one. This is the one that they saw.
What? What? This is the one? I thought you just said in that stream a couple days ago that she wasn't wearing this collar, Hasan.
Mm-hmm.
What's going on here?
He's going to say he had a bad memory. He's going to say, oh, I just didn't remember. I just got it wrong. I forgot.
I just forgot that the collar I showed everyone and said that she was wearing, apparently she wasn't wearing that. Whoops. This is so fucking stupid. You have to be into a cuckold fetish to actually still like Hasan and believe any of the shit that he's saying. After that clip of him now saying that she wasn't even wearing the collar that he said she was wearing. Okay, that we're supposed to leave as a vibration collar. You have to be into being cucked to believe this.
Unfortunately, I think it's mostly wine moms that listen to Hasan. So
probably
they're just there because they're dreaming of having sex with him.
Yes.
It has the capacity to vibrate, and that's it. Are you happy?
This is a lie. The unit displayed on screen is the Educator RX090 small receiver collar from the Educator Collars Company. The RX090 small receiver is one of 6 receivers sold individually or in packages paired with different transmitter units. The RX090 unit displayed by Piker has been modified to support his assertion that he is only using a vibration-style collar.
I love you could just see how obvious it is that he just put a piece of black electrical tape over it. And then his response when people were like, why did you put a piece of electrical tape over? He's like, oh, well, I have my contact information on the inside of the collar in case the dog gets lost. And then you're like, who the fuck would put? You're gonna like hide the contact information. The whole point of the collar with the contact information is so that someone sees a dog, they go, oh, I can call this person and they can get their dog. Not, I'm gonna hide it on the inside. Like if I find a dog, I'm not gonna think, let me take off the collar and take the fucking collar apart to see if there's like a message in a bottle. There's like a hidden compartment inside the fucking collar that's gonna slide out and be like, oh, here's the fucking phone number. Like who? Yeah. This is the stupidest excuse ever.
Yeah, totally.
The electrical terminals onto which the shock prongs are fitted have been removed or filed down and covered with electrical tape.
Look at that. He took
I know.
If you're just listening, he took the little schematic of the shock collar and he just overlaid it, and it overlays perfectly onto the collar that Hasan is waving around.
It does. And this port thing is not on the electrical.
The non-electrical one.
Yeah, the one that just vibrates doesn't have that port.
Yeah, if you watch his whole Westside Taylor's whole video, he shows how like the collar Hasan's pretending it is doesn't have the same look to it.
Yeah, but these people don't care. They're gonna shine shoes for Hasan.
Yep.
But the terminal's support escutcheons are still obviously present on the unit. Further, the unit's raised charging port is plainly obvious in the pictures shown.
Oh, then this is, of course, hilarious. Kitty Cinderella, Hasan friend, accidentally tells the world that actually it was a shock collar and it did have the prongs removed.
What I understand, I'm in his house, I looked at the collar is taped off where I think there would be prongs. Yeah. There's no zap, there's only a vibrate function.
Yeah. So I would agree to that.
Uh-huh.
If
My neck. No, there's no shock. Like the electric prongs are taken out of it.
They're taken out of it. Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. But here's my thing, right?
Like it's only a vibrate. Like there's a setting for vibrate and there's a setting for shock.
That's a fact.
Oh, wait. There's a setting for shock and a setting for vibrate. Oh, interesting. Wow. When you got allies like this, who needs enemies, right?
Yeah, she's spilling all the important information.
Obviously, Hasan is not picking his female orbiters based on their intelligence.
No.
Yes. So there's only since the prongs are in it only vibrates.
There you go. There you go, everybody. Obviously settled. Okay. Only vibrates.
Believable.
Very believable. Lord Stuck for $5 says, I believe Hasan. I don't think he would lie about the fact that he uses a vibrator. That's true. That's a good point. We didn't think about that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good point.
Every night.
Okay. Well, there's your Hasan update, everybody.
Oof. That was painful.
You know, it's weird because we're only going to get more of it. He's being more and more mainstreamed, which is it's interesting that's happening now, actually.
Right.
So,
obviously they took a big brand like Star Wars and they used it to push a feminist agenda. And that really worked out well for both feminism and Star Wars, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you think this pushing Hasan is going to be the same sort of thing? It's going to work out really well for Democrats and Hasan?
Well, it's obviously going to work out horrible for the Democrats if they embrace it, right? The direction that they go. And I think it's going to lose them votes and it's going to push them in a worse political direction, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. Hasan's popularity seems like it's baffling to me. It seems like it's got to be coming from outside the United States. So
there's going to be a time where we realize a lot of these content creators on both like the left and the right and the more extreme camps are like highly being botted by probably foreign actors.
Right. Yes. Yeah.
I mean, you saw there's that thing was like the Tucker Carlson leak. Like someone was able to basically leak or hack into his account and see that for like all the viewers he gets and all the subscribers he gets, like on all these social media sites and on YouTube and all this other stuff, he only had like 7,000 subscribers or something.
What?
Like, yeah. On his website, he only had 7,000 subscribers. And people were like, how is this possible unless he's like massively botting?
Like he's got a mailing list of 7,000 people. That's it?
Yes, that's it. Well, 7,300, I think.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. We have like 3,000 just for the comic.
I know. It's like, what the fuck? And he gets like 50 million views, right? And you're like, how is this 50 million views?
That's insane. That's insane.
There's going to be a time where we're going to be able to look back and be like, oh yes, all the amount of botting that was going on was just astronomical. All these people are just being
total propaganda. Yeah. So people are watching Hasan because they think, oh, everyone watches Hasan. If I want to be with everyone else, I got to watch Hasan. This is the popular thing.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
But it was like the crazy fucking the Dr. Zhang clip.
I know.
Breaking Points gets like 20 billion views. You're like, what? Like,
and then everyone picks him up and takes him all on their channels. Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, this is how TikTok works.
I have no clue where we're going to be in terms of there's so many mainstream publications that are now both attacking and propping up Hasan. And I don't know where that's going to shake out. Is it going to be sort of a Streisand effect where it's like, why not? I guess not Streisand effect, but just like a kind of a negative publicity effect where so many people are attacking him is going to end up helping him because people go, oh, why is this guy being attacked? Or is it actually going to be effective and people are going to tell this guy to pound sand?
Yeah. Obviously I'm biased because I really don't understand the appeal of Hasan. He's such a piece of shit in my eyes. So I guess other people see him as not a piece of shit, but I don't know how. Well, I guess there are a lot of people that there are a lot of people I think that think Trump is a piece of shit, but he's their piece of shit, right?
Exactly.
He's beating up on the people he doesn't like. So maybe it's that kind of situation with Hasan. They're like, oh yeah, he's a piece of shit, but fucking he gives them hell.
I think that could be part of it.
Does he?
I think that could definitely be part. People think that. I think more the mainstream people, they just don't. I think they just don't know. They're just living in this fucking bubble, and they're like, oh well, people that don't like Hasan, they don't like him because he's on the left, and they don't like him because he's anti-Israel. Like they actually buy that retard framing. Or they just kind of have this attitude of like, well, we all need to band together to fight Trump. So we just got to like ignore the small differences between us on the left here. It's like, guy, this guy fucking hates liberals. He hates you and your movement and wants to destroy you and your party.
Yeah.
What the fuck are you talking about?
It seems like Democrats, if they really wanted a Joe Rogan of the left, they would be better off just doing an open casting call like they did with AOC. I mean, that Brett Cooper was insanely popular. And the Daily Wire just found her as a like nobody content creator. Like trying to pick someone who's like, okay, well, this guy's already popular, but he's a complete piece of shit. I mean, Andrew Tate is popular, right? But he's a piece of shit.
The problem with the Joe Rogan, the problem is in the framing, because the thing that made Joe Rogan powerful in terms of being more on the right or more pro-Trump in the last election, even though now he's kind of vacillating all over the place, but is the fact that Joe Rogan, like people didn't start watching Joe Rogan because they're like, I want to watch political content. They were not watching Joe Rogan for that. Yeah, they were watching him because he would be talking to all these random guests that, you know, most of the time wouldn't really talk about politics.
He had Jordan Peterson on and like Elon Musk.
He'd have a lot of like
Bernie Sanders on.
It'd be like a lot of it would be like more science focused, especially at first, right? It kind of switched more culture war.
Jonathan Haidt,
but yeah. And so you had someone who wasn't really that politically talking about things, and they started talking more about culture war issues, and then they start to become more on one political side. And they're sort of, their audience is kind of going along with him on this journey because they're like, all this, you know, woke shit online is like fucking crazy, right? And so it's kind of impossible, I think, to artificially, even if you do like a casting call, like create that exact situation where you have someone who's just not a political figure who becomes popular, and then they're going to be like, oh, actually, I don't like Donald Trump. Like, and like it'd be very difficult to artificially create that process. So I don't think you can really create or even find a Joe Rogan of the left, right? You could find a lefty podcaster that's popular maybe, but you can't create that same magic.
Right.
And Hasan, I mean, obviously Hasan can't fill that role because he's been a, you know, shill for socialism for many years now.
Yeah.
So there's a USA Today article.
They lost a young man vote in the last election, and that's why they're looking for a Joe Rogan on the left.
Of course. Yeah.
They're like, we need someone that appeals to men that only talks about left-wing issues.
Right.
Yeah.
Because for some reason, shockingly, our Men for Harris didn't work. The Men for Harris campaign.
Yeah.
We all looked super cucked and talked about how
white dudes for Harris. Oh
right. Talked about how not sexist we are and not racist we are. So there's a New York Times. There's a USA Today opinion piece from USA Today, very mainstream publication, called "Hasan Piker is the left's Nick Fuentes. Why do they embrace him?"
Yeah.
It says that for all the legacy media's obsessive warnings about far-right extremist Nick Fuentes, it has shown far less interest in confronting a dangerous left-wing counterpart, Hasan Piker. And then it kind of goes over all the hit pieces on Fuentes, going over, you know, being white nationalist, all this other stuff. It says, meanwhile, the news media largely ignores the rise of a similarly repugnant force on the left, Hasan Piker. Piker, at 34, has more than 3 million followers and streams hours of political content each day on Twitch. Piker is an anti-Zionist, capitalist-hating Marxist who appears far too comfortable with political violence, so as long as it serves the right cause. Yet while mainstream conservatives have largely kept Fuentes on the fringe, Democrats and much of the media have been far more willing to embrace Piker. He was invited to be one of the creators for Kamala at the 2024 Democratic National Convention. This April, he also campaigned with Michigan Democrat U.S. Senate candidate Abdul El Sayed. The Times ran a glowing profile of Piker a year ago, headlined "Progressive Mind and a Body Made for the Manosphere." It praised his brand of masculinity as both politically effective and a major source of his online appeal.
I just I laugh every time they say he's masculine.
I know.
It's so not. Yeah, no. So everyone lost their mind when Nick Fuentes said that Hitler was cool, right?
Right.
And he's tired of people like thinking he's not, right? But Hasan says Hezbollah is cool. And he's like,
Yeah, I know. It's fine.
What?
Says Hezbollah was cool, says Mao was cool, right? That's
yeah.
fine. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, all the people that make these arguments, it's funny because remember we watched the I forgot the guy's name. There's the Matt Bernstein. We watched like the gay guy talking about Hasan being good for like straight males, and you're like, what? it's always like women and
gay guys,
and like or like men that are just not the type, right? Like
not the type of guy you'd like to hang out with.
Not the type that they need to attract, okay? Like it's always like I'm a good feminist guy, you know, or look at me with my little Reddit, you know, a picture and my hipster mustache. Like it's always a certain type of man or woman that like tries to make this argument that Hasan would be good for attracting other men. When obviously, as we just saw, and this was kind of the whole thing we were just watching, he's just attacking all male gamers just because some of them want to, you know, potentially be fathers someday, and that's a bad thing.
Yeah. Want to have sex with a beautiful woman.
Then this April, the New York Times published an interview with Hasan Piker under the headline, "The rich don't play by the rules, so why should I?" Piker's growing popularity among progressives has coincided with a broader and deeply disturbing rise in left-wing tolerance for political violence. I am so glad this is in USA Today.
Yeah, that's super normie.
Just on April 25th, a gunman targeted President Donald Trump at the White House Correspondents Association dinner, making the third assassination attempt against him since 2024. Polling has suggested an alarming ideological divide. A YouGov survey released in September following the murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk found liberals, particularly young liberals, were more likely than conservatives, far more likely, if I recall the poll, to express satisfaction over the death of political opponents. Among the very liberal respondents, 25% said political violence can sometimes be justified.
It's so demoralizing how many people on the left just will not acknowledge this.
I know.
It's like completely invisible to them. They're stuck in the all violence is from the right. The right wing violence is ubiquitous, and left wing people are all tree huggers.
It's
they're living in another world.
They're all just like, I hate to say it, but it's, if you talk to someone like this for like 5 minutes or 10 minutes, it becomes very obvious the problem. The problem is, it is just whenever you talk to them about any of these, whenever you talk to them about any of these things, what is always like
uninformed.
They always go to the whataboutism. They always immediately start talking about Donald Trump. Right?
Oh yeah.
Like they can't, so many people can only ever frame something in their mind as like, well, I'm in this political fight, I'm on this team, and I can't attack someone that supposedly is on my team while I have to fight the other team. Like that's the only way they can possibly conceive of what's going on. Even if you say, listen, this is going to be bad for your team in the long run. It's like, no. We got to fight Donald Trump right now. This is the only thing I can focus on. This is what Tim Miller said. If you ever talk about anything else than Donald Trump bad at any point, then you're weakening us. You're taking us away from the cause.
Yeah.
And this is why
this
is why they lost the last election, because they had that mentality of like, we all got to band together and we can't talk about anything. We can't actually have some sort of coherent ideology or platform. We can't actually, put our foot down, carve a place in the dirt and say, this is what we stand for. And these fucking weirdos like Hasan, these pieces of shit, like they're not part of us. And until you do that, until you like very clearly draw that line in the sand and show America where you are, people are going to obviously, because the right is going to just say, well, you're Hasan Piker because you won't ever throw him under the bus. And people are going to look at Hasan Piker and say, fuck this guy. And it's going to work. The smear is going to totally work because you're too fucking cowardly to move away from him.
Yeah. You think they should draw the line in the sand on policy? Is that what they should do?
No, I think they need to draw the line in the sand in terms of attitude and culture and say this is not what we stand for. It's not what America should stand for.
Right.
After
so much of the policy, Democratic policy is just, it's all about representation. That's it. That's it. That's the be all and end all of it. That's the only thing. It's like, we're going to elect a politician that looks like some marginalized group.
Yep.
Who fucking cares?
Yeah, I think the last few elections have shown them that's not the way. Well, we'll see.
I mean, that's why they did the Kamala Harris thing. They were like, oh, we only got one trick. Look, it's a woman. We're going to make history.
I don't know if that's the case because Biden chose her. So I think Biden did that. His brain worms, the worms in his brain told him to do that. Either as a fuck you or because he thought it would, as you said, cement his legacy. Because then he's like, oh, I got the first black woman to be president. I was the VP to the first black man, and then I ushered in the first black woman. It's like he's like, I'm the perfect, I had the bookends on both sides of me.
Him picking her for vice president is the one trick pony that they have.
Right.
We're making history.
Obviously failed spectacular in 2024.
We're gonna make history.
The next election is going to be so fascinating in 2028 because there's like this grumble that's kind of percolating beneath the surface in the Democrats where they can't really figure out what direction they want to go in. Do they want to go in that old pony, the representation pony, or some people want to find something new? It's going to be very interesting to see what faction wins in that fight.
Yeah, it definitely is. We're at a turning point here, a massive turning point culturally and politically. And then it's so interesting. I see so many talking heads on the left that want to castigate Trump for doing things that are outside of the norm. They're like, no one's ever done this before. And I always think, why are you saying that? Like, as soon as you say no one's ever done this before, that's like catnip for Trump, right? Mm-hmm. Trump wants to do it because no one's ever done it before. Every time you say that, you're fucking incentivizing him.
Right.
Oh, this is totally outside the norm. No one has ever done this before. Dumbasses. Fucking dumbasses.
Yeah, and it's funny because you think that normally the conservatives wouldn't be happy about that.
Yeah, well.
It'll be, the whole 2020 is going to be interesting too, because I am curious too to see what the fuck is the future of the Republicans going to be? Is it going to be more like the Rubio sort of, we're continuing along kind of the trajectory that we've always were before Trump, or is it going to be like the JD Vance sort of populist route?
Yeah. Well, I think if the economic conditions continue to deteriorate, which, I mean, I saw $6.50 gas in Los Angeles now. Jeez. Like everywhere is $6.50. It's not just, they can find some random station and they're like, oh, it's $6.50. Mm-hmm. Yeah, no. So I just, if the economic conditions continue to deteriorate, then it's going to be definitely the populist route.
Mm-hmm.
How can it not be?
That would make sense.
That's what drives populism.
Right. After the December 2024 assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson, another survey found that a shocking 41% of voters under 30 viewed his murder as acceptable. That is disturbing. That cultural environment makes Piker's rhetoric especially concerning. On his show, he declared, quote, yeah, kill them, kill those motherfuckers, and murder their motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist blood, dude.
Wow, that's a quote in USA Today?
That is a quote.
Oh my God. Yeah. They're killing it.
They are. And listen, I mean, I hate to be that guy, but they are. It was kind of dishonest in his framing. It made it sound like he was talking about the Brian Thompson when he said that quote, which he wasn't. But that's fine. I don't care. The New York Times platforms Piker's extremism. Despite Piker's long record of violent and revolutionary rhetoric, the Times has shown little hesitation in legitimizing him. In an April video conversation with Times opinion culture editor Naj Spiegelman, the New York Times writer Gia Talanto, Piker casually joked alongside plenty of laughs about shoplifting or microlooting as a form of political protest. The premise was absurd but revealing that stealing from corporations like Whole Foods could somehow serve as populist resistance. Yes, this was presented seriously by the New York Times. Even more alarming was Piker's discussion of the assassination of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. Drawing on Frederick Engels, the Marxist theory and co-author of the Communist Manifesto, Piker invoked the concept of social murder to rationalize public sympathy for Thomas's killer. He went on to blame America's private healthcare system for tremendous amounts of pain and argued the system's systemic suffering explained why many people ultimately understood or sympathized with Thompson's death. Rather than clearly condemning the murder, Piker framed an assassination through ideological justification, portraying the victim as morally complicit in broader structural terms. In other words, Piker sympathizes with a cold-blooded murderer for social reasons. Democrats and the legacy media are right to call it Nick Fuentes. He deserves it, but there's no excuse to ignore a very real extremist on the left. Here.
That's great.
Thank you. That was written by...
Maybe some people will actually wake up.
Yes, that was written by Ingrid Jacuz from the USA Today. So thank you. Good for her.
All right.
Okay. So should we watch that DEI conversation now, or should we watch thought crime?
We can bring up the DEI conversation. Okay. Are we gonna watch the whole thing? The whole thing's like amazing.
Yeah, we're gonna watch. It's only like 30 minutes. Watch the whole thing.
All right. I gotta run to the bathroom real quick. So cue it up.
I was gonna say right before that, maybe we should watch that 1 minute Tucker clip when you get back.
Okay.
And considering we're talking about compulsive liars, it just seems thematic to talk about Tucker at this point. Jay the Slime for $20 says, quote, "The rich don't play the rules. Guy who lives in a $3 million mansion and says his favorite store is Gucci." I mean, is there any... I don't even have to respond to that. Do you even have to respond to them? And Jay the Slime for another $5 says, "Don't forget there's a Democrat with a literal Nazi tattoo, but the right-wingers are fascists." That's right. Listen, that guy changed his mind, okay? He changed. He just only used to be a Nazi, right? But he changed. Now that he's preaching socialism, and it's convenient because he's in an electoral race, then they forget it all. That's what's so funny too. Like, yeah, if it was a guy who said that, like, had a Nazi tattoo and said he's not a Nazi anymore, but he wasn't like perfectly ideologically aligned with them and wasn't in a race, in a political race where they like need him for political power, they would never accept that concept that, well, you've changed who you are now. They would always bring up, oh my God, once a Nazi, always a Nazi.
That's great. Maybe they'll make some headway on the violent rhetoric on the left for a change.
Doubtful.
So much of that is just because they feel that they're being attacked, so that they're, if they feel they're the oppressed one, they can. Violent rhetoric is okay.
Yeah, because then it's self-defense.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. People have been doing that for ages. I love how even the Roman Empire was like, they never attacked anyone unprovoked. They always had made some excuse. Well, they attacked us first. It was a self-defensive conquering of your country.
Yeah.
Always acting defensively. We're always morally in the right here.
Yep.
Okay. Do you have the Tucker? Get that Tucker clip?
Oh, I got to bring the Tucker clip up.
Bring that Tucker clip up.
I guess I do. It's pretty
Adam Friended.
Tucker
What is
clip.
this? Adam Friended for 45 months says, "Stop being racist." FD Signifier. Wow.
Yep. When's he going to knock it off?
Yeah, we're going to watch the FD Signifier clip a little later. Lord Suck for 2 hours says, "So who's taking bets on FD Signifier coming up?" Yeah, it is interesting. Whenever we watch clips, it does seem to summon him. So we'll see.
He's probably checked in, but he's like, "Oh, they're not talking about me yet."
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
All right, here it is. This is insane.
This is a hilarious clip. Tucker is being interviewed by New York Times. And they said, "Why did you call Trump the Antichrist?" And he says, "I never said that." And then they play the clip of him saying that. His response is so fucking retarded.
I guess he just doesn't care.
It's not that he doesn't care. He knows that the people that support him it doesn't matter. He can just say anything and they'll just keep supporting him. Just deny. That's the tactic.
They'll get mad. How dare you try to get him?
He literally got caught saying that in emails that he thought Donald Trump was evil. This was before when he was on Fox News, that he thought Donald Trump was evil. He was so happy that Trump was gone. And then they're like, well, that's fine. Now he's on Trump train again. So that was totally fine. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. As long as people want to support someone for their own political purposes, they can say anything, do anything. It's irrelevant.
But this is going after the Candace Owens crowd right here. This is batshit crazy what he's talking about.
Yeah.
All right. 1 minute, 16 seconds. Go.
What I was saying, which is you cannot mock other people's gods and put yourself in their place. Period. That is a deal killer for me. That's worse than the war with Iran, in my opinion.
Yeah. But I ask because, you've been talking on your show about whether Trump is the Antichrist.
I have not said that.
On your show, the day after Easter, you noted he did not put his hand on the Bible during his swearing-in ceremony as president. You said, and I'm quoting, maybe he didn't put his hand on the Bible because he affirmatively rejects what's inside that book. And then on a recent show, you went further saying, here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist?
I actually did not say, could this be the Antichrist? Here's a leader who's mocking the gods of his ancestors, mocking the God of gods, and exalting himself above them. Could this be the Antichrist? Well, who knows?
Who knows?
I don't know where that comes from, but I know that those words never left my lips because I'm not sure I fully understand what the Antichrist is. If there's just one, I actually tried to understand it. I may have said some are asking that. I'm not weighing in on that because I don't understand it. And just to be totally
No, in
clear.
Revelations, obviously,
He's such a little liar. Oh my God. He's such a sniveling liar. Oh, what even is the Antichrist? I wouldn't say that. I don't even know what the Antichrist even is. What is that? Someone explain it to me.
Those words never left my lips. Read my lips.
Immediately cuts the hip saying the very words.
Look, if you're accusing, but look, accusing Donald Trump of being the Antichrist, is that not a Candace Owens move right there? Are you not going for a certain kind of audience?
Obviously, yes. Obviously. Oh, so vindicated. We got Hasan Piker and Tucker Carlson both caught in the most blatant lies back to back. Oh, so beautiful. Warms the cockles of my soul.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
None of Tucker's audience will ever see this because it's the New York Times.
Yes.
And he'll probably go on his show and say, oh, it was an AI.
What I was saying, which is you cannot.
Although a lot of people probably listen to him because he does think Trump is the Antichrist, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, no, I remember you saying that. His audience is saying that.
Yeah, why didn't he just own it? It's interesting. He is. I do believe Tucker is a compulsive liar because if he wasn't, he would have just owned it. It probably would have been fine for him. But he's just always in this like place where it always just has to be like, I never say anything offensive. What? I'm always just like a completely milquetoast person. I've never done anything offensive to anyone.
Once you go so long not feeling any fallout from the lies that you tell, I mean, if you're a compulsive liar, that's got to feel pretty good for them. They're like, oh my God, I can say anything. There's really no ramification for it whatsoever.
And he has like a very specific playbook. Because remember, he did the same thing with like nukes, where they're like, well, do you think Iran should have nukes? And he's like, I don't think anyone should have nukes. He does this, like, I don't even know what the Antichrist is. What even is that? Like, what do you mean? Everyone knows what that means, Tucker, especially you did when you said it.
Yeah, in that context, he definitely knew what it meant.
Yes. Why didn't Trump touch the Bible? Could
He's
it
a
be?
recent
Could
convert to Christianity.
Could it be?
He's running for president. He's gonna be in the primary.
Oh my God.
What is the poly market on whether or not he's running for president?
That would be horrible.
I should buy that up right now. I got a pretty good track record.
I don't know. He's such a grifter. I don't know. I could see going in the direction. Someone had a super chat about that. Wait, let me see where it was. It was this would be the nightmare world. Here it is. Sade Ray for 2 SGDs. This is the nightmare scenario, everyone. This is when we're just like, oh God. Imagine if it was Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom for president.
Oh my God, that is a nightmare scenario, isn't it?
Alien versus Predator. Whoever wins, we lose.
Yeah, that's just I couldn't vote for either one of those pieces of shit.
That is just, God, we're just fucked at that point.
I want our workplaces to look like the societies that we live in.
Racial balancing is what a lot of people would call that.
Okay, this is very interesting. Speaking of New York Times. New York Times all over the place. They had that one guy who interviewed Hasan, who was super hard on Hasan. Then they had like a bunch of puff pieces on Hasan that were super positive. And they had the interview that we just watched last week was super positive. And then they have this, which is kind of interesting. This is a conversation between 4 people. All 4 people worked in the DEI field. That was literally their job, was doing DEI nonsense with corporate America. And yet 2 of those people now think that all the DEI stuff is terrible. And the other 2 are still defending it. And they're having this debate / conversation about it. And I don't know how you interpret it, but it seemed to me that like whoever produces for you the New York Times definitely wanted you to come away with the more anti-DEI stance.
Yeah, that's the way I looked at it too. The name of the video say champion DEI, now they're divided.
Yes.
This is
I want our workplaces.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because they do have like cutaways. I'll see if because I remember they had cutaways that were like people crapping on DEI, but I don't remember them having like pro DEI cutaways.
I just listened to this, so I didn't see what was going on. I didn't really, but I was super fascinated by it.
Wasn't this woman she's still on the pro DEI side of things? This is the woman, I think this is the woman who, remember, she got all this flack from Uber, from the wokies at Uber.
She's the one that got fired from Uber?
Yeah, because someone said like, hey, I don't think it's right that people, what was it? They shouldn't use the term Karens, because the term Karens is like sexist and kind of racist too, because usually it means like a white woman. And she's like, yes, I agree with that. And then all these people got like all up in arms about this and said, oh, how dare you complain about racism and sexism against white women?
Yeah. Don't you know we're oppressed by them?
You're
preventing us from attacking our oppressor?
Which is kind of depressing that she still has her head up her ass about a lot of this, even after her own experience.
I don't recognize her by face because, like I said, I just listened to it, but I am looking forward to seeing.
Well, I didn't know what she looked like. When they have her little name, I'm like, wait a minute, isn't that the lady?
I want our workplaces to look like the societies that we live in.
Racial balancing is what a lot of people would call that.
It is harming society.
But you don't think that the previous system was also socially engineered?
Let's say we can crush the whole thing right now and build it from scratch. What would good DEI look like to you?
You like that intense music, Adam?
No.
I know how much you like background music. That's
propaganda stuff.
You like it?
It's not too bad. They got rid of it's just for the intro.
Just for the intro. Getting you pumped.
I usually move past the intro, but at least they don't have long introductions of all the people.
Right.
Although I'm glad you made the connection that it's the Uber lady.
That was the only thing I was kind of annoyed they never brought up. They should have brought up in the conversation, like, well, how are you still on board with this after that, after your own experience?
Well, she was looking at that experience from like a DEI perspective.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she was saying, yeah, that is a racist term and we should not use racist terms.
Well, she was looking at it from a more liberal DEI perspective of like, well, everyone's supposed to be treated the same.
Yeah.
And not looking at it from the socialist DEI perspective, which is where DEI even comes from, which says, no, certain groups have power and privilege and thus you have to care about them you have to attack them. And how dare you take away a racist term that an underprivileged person in society is using.
Uses to attack their oppressor.
Yes.
Yeah. What are you for the oppressor now?
Should we not call Nazi guards slurs? How dare you?
Yeah.
Divided.
How many views did this get? Do you know?
33,000.
Oh,
not
pitiful.
a lot. Yes.
Pitiful.
I've been the chief diversity officer of Fortune 500 companies.
I served for 5 years as a diversity officer.
I was a DEI officer.
I was the chief sustainability officer, and DEI was a component of what I was doing.
Okay, first question. Is DEI discriminatory?
The tyranny of so-called diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Diversity, equity, and inclusion.
To me, the values of diversity, equality, inclusion are core strengths of America.
DEI. Wait, Joe Biden didn't even say it right.
No, he changed it to equality. So many of the boomer liberals think it's interchangeable with equality. They don't realize there's the bait and switch going on.
Right. That is true. But with Joe, I don't know if it was like a boomer moment or he just, a Joe moment.
Read it wrong.
Could you tell him equity? I feel like you could tell him equity 10 times. He still wouldn't remember.
You could tell him the difference between equity and equality, and he'd be like, what?
Yeah.
DEI innately means that people who are unqualified are going to advance in life by dint of the fact that they are considered a part of a victimized group.
You should be hired and promoted based on skill and competence, not race or gender.
True.
Well, it depends on the DEI you're talking about. I think contemporary DEI, a lot of the manifestations are discriminatory by nature, but they don't have to be. The discriminatory kind is the kind that is really about, oppressor versus oppressed. So it's inherently discriminatory in that you're pitting people in each category just by looks or identity or something like that. But when I think of diversity, equity, and inclusion, I think of no discrimination whatsoever. It's more like the 60s civil rights kind of classical liberal take on diversity, equity, and inclusion.
I think that guy is the most interesting to me because he's a professor and he has like he seems like he like really knows what the fuck's going on here, like with the sort of Marxist infiltration, because he's in the thick of it, obviously, wherever college he's going into. And he's like, yes, it's just this oppressed nonsense that is being shoved down everyone's throat.
Yeah, he has the best take on it right there, obviously. Mm-hmm. And look, I don't think people are in general against what he's talking about, that people should be hired based on merit and skin color should not be a factor, and where the chips fall, where the chips fall.
That's the trick. That's how they sucker you in. Because most people say that's what they want.
Most people think that's what they're voting for.
Right. And then they pull a fast one on you.
Do the quotas. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they do the shell game on you.
So I think it's completely discriminatory. I think it institutionalizes racism. Like, it's a direct attack on meritocracy. Everything becomes, it's about your identity. I'm all for equal opportunity, not equal outcome. Mm-hmm. And there's no place in the workplace for identity politics.
So when I think about DEI, I think about the conceptual ideals behind it, and then there's the interpretation and the implementation. And I think conceptually speaking, no one would disagree that DEI in principle would be a set of good things to have. As you mentioned, equality is a good thing to have. But I think the implementation is what makes it very difficult. And you mentioned equality of outcome, and I think that may be a myth.
Why did he say, it's always so frustrating because he said equality too when it's equity. Like, well, actually, you know what? I was going to say, you never know these people are like being truthful or not, or they're being boomer, but he brings up the picture. He brings up the equality versus equity picture later in this conversation.
He uses that as an example. Yeah.
Yeah. The guy's standing on the boxes trying to look and see the baseball game.
Yeah.
So he must know. So this makes me feel like this is just kind of like a dishonest switcheroo here.
He's talking about equality of outcome.
Right. And he's like, well, going to kind of bring up the whole, like, it's not even real. It's equality about, it's a fiction. It's a fantasy.
She uses my definition of identity politics. Grievance
that woman
politics.
That woman's super, she's pretty based in this conversation.
I love it.
She's later in the conversation, she's like, there's just a bunch of like communist propaganda. Bunch of nonsense.
myth around what equity is intended to mean. So when we talk about equity, it's not really equity of outcomes. It's equity of opportunity, equity of access, equity of information. The key is not to equate everyone at the outcome level. And I would agree, if that were the case, that would be discriminatory. But I think the key is to make sure that everybody has a level playing field. And that's just not the reality that we have. And that's where equity is important.
Who decides that, though? Someone has to be in charge.
I think that the response to this always has to be these people. You understand that whenever we look at things to make these determinations, whenever people like this guy or whenever there's these statistics are trying to make these determinations about whether things are really equitable or even equal, they always look at the outcome of something, which I mean, I understand like when
the outcome.
Right. Like, which, I mean, I understand like when you're measuring something, you kind of have to look at the outcome often to see if something's really effective, but that's how they measure something. They measure it by looking at the outcome. So they literally, by the way in which they measure it, they say, well, if the outcome is not equal, therefore there must be a failing. So then obviously, if that's the way you're going to frame it, then obviously it's going to become equality of outcome.
Right. You don't know where the problem is, though. Because the problem could be at any level. Like, obviously, people say this is a problem with the education level, right?
Right.
That people are not being educated enough that they can compete in a meritocratic way. But people want to take shortcuts. So they're like, oh, that's too much work to actually educate them so that they can compete meritocratically. Let's just go with quotas. Easy way out, right?
That is always a problem because the quotas are always easy. They look at something, they say, well, we don't have, there's a disproportionate number of black people or women in
eligible
some specific
candidates,
field.
Yeah, exactly. Or
and
interest level. So we have to bribe them to be interested in this.
Right.
Yeah.
So instead of saying like either A, well, it doesn't matter if you have, I say on gender, it doesn't really matter. There's never going to be some equal proportion, obviously. But you say, instead of just looking at it from that perspective and saying, oh, as you're saying, like, well, maybe there's some sort of educational problem or something, maybe there's some sort of socioeconomic problem, or maybe there's some sort of cultural problem in specific cultural regions in the country. It's like, those are all like very difficult to address or to even fix. So it's like, well, let's just do a quota. That's the easiest way to do it. We'll just force the people making the hiring decisions to just find people.
This is
even
what's
if they're not
fucked
qualified.
Up. This is what's fucked up because if it's an interest thing, if there's just not enough interest from women or black people or Asian people or whatever, if the interest level is not high enough, then there's really not anything wrong with that, right?
Right.
Then it's not a problem that there's some sort of disproportionate hiring practices.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Why can't you just let the market do it?
Well, here's the thing, right? We can assume that the market will drive it, but women have been graduating at the top, have been graduating with the majority of undergraduate degrees and graduate degrees since 1983, so over 40 years. Yet women still make up a tiny, small percentage of senior leaders within organizations. Do we assume that that is because women are simply not as meritorious of success?
No, we assume that they're not as interested. They don't want to do the type of on-call 24 hours a day, 7 days a week lifestyle that it takes to be in those C-suite jobs. Mm-hmm. Some do, obviously, but not to the same sort of applicant level, right?
Yeah.
If you have 500 guys applying and you have 50 women applying, shouldn't it be, well, why are we doing it 50-50? Because the applicant pool is, because men and women are 50% of the population. Why aren't we doing it in proportion to the people who are interested in those jobs, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. A lot of it is interest, and a lot of it is, especially when we're talking about, men and women on average, obviously, not every single one. So don't have like an NPC fit, but on average, okay, have different personality matrices, maybe is the way to say it.
Yeah.
Have different personality traits that they tend to share with each other. And that means that there's going to be certain professions and certain roles in society that are going to be, that not only are men and women going to gravitate towards for interest level, but are just going to be on average better at doing based on those personality traits.
They should just use the applicant pool as a basis to gauge interest level. Why don't they? Because they could look at how many women are applying and how many men are applying, and they could just know. They're like, okay, there's like a 10-to-1 interest level differential here, right? So we should hire 10 times as many men because men are more interested in this profession than women.
Mm-hmm.
and then just hire the best person for the job out of those applicant pools instead of trying to use a tiny, tiny proportion of women and going down the list of the people who are not great candidates because you've got so few applicants. Right?
Right.
I mean, you're forced to spill into the people who are not really that great if you're like a 50-50, right? Especially if the disparity's that big.
That's the problem.
Yeah. That would just solve it.
I know.
Why don't they just do that? I guess they're not really allowed to ask on the application if it is a man or a woman because they can't get those statistics.
And they somehow, going from undergraduate and graduate school to the corporate world, they somehow lose their capabilities? Or can we say there's a system in place within corporations that favor certain characteristics that are very gendered and biased? I actually don't think that any of us are necessarily disagreeing. Like,
the problem is there's always going, every corporation, every system is going to be favoring something. And then, so the question you have to ask yourself is like, okay, well, if being some sort of leader in some sort of corporate structure, is biased in order to be in that role because of the way reality is set up, because of the way systems are set up, because of the way people and humans exist as a part of these systems, if those are going to bias certain personality types, and if that personality type on average happens to be more masculine than feminine, which means there's going to be more men than women that fit in that role, you have to ask yourself, well, should you actually change that system in the first place? Should that system even be changed?
Yeah, women obviously dominate healthcare because they lean more towards the nurturant personality type.
That's what we've been seeing, is that we've been seeing a super fast, very top-down, artificial changing of the system environment to say, well, we're going to make it so that the traits that are desirable are now more feminine traits, right? And that's why you're seeing so many more women, graduating from college than men and getting all these jobs than men, is because there's been this like top-down idea that we need to change this environment in this very specific way.
Right. Yeah.
And no one's really saying like, well, is it actually going to lead to a better outcome for the business? Is it going to lead to a better outcome for American society? Like, that's an important question to ask.
It is very important. When I ran Deadline Junkies, a writer's lab, it was at least 20-1 applicants, men to women.
Mm-hmm.
So I just, out of that applicant pool, you could never do 50-50 without completely going down without adopting people who are not that great.
Right.
That is such a good metric to look at because they get like thousands of applications for all of these jobs. I don't know why. That'd be a good response to this woman.
my goal is to create more perfect meritocratic organizational systems. Right now, we have systems in place that favor certain characteristics over another, and the goal is removing those discriminatory biased systems.
But how are you doing that? You're imposing bureaucracy.
Actually not.
Quota system.
But DEI has never been a quota system.
Exactly. It is.
I have never instituted, in my 25 years of doing this work, I have never set a quota. I'm looking at system, and the way that you look at system is through deep, boring statistical analysis to see if we hold all things equal, what is the degree to which various different protected classes impact? So, for example,
what is a protected class? I don't.
Yeah, it's interesting that she framed it that way, because later in the conversation, a hypothetical is asked that says, if you have two applicants that are exactly the same, right, that are equal in every way, but one is black and one is white, or I think they say one is like a minority and one's not, should you, who do you hire, right? And she refuses to answer that question because she's like, well, that's impossible. That situation never happens, so I'm not going to answer that question. And she's kind of saying the exact same thing here. She's like, well, that's how we have to look at it statistically. If everything is equal, how are the performances going? So it's very interesting that now she brings it up, but later she'll run away from that.
Protected class is what is, yeah, so that's the problem. A lot of people, no, not you, but the problem is that a lot of people who have become practitioners in the last couple of years don't know the legacy. What is a protected class? It's what is articulated in the civil rights laws of 1960s and 70s. And a protected class is gender. It's not women, it's gender. A protected class is race. So I'll give you a really good example. If a white man came to me and said, I am being discriminated based on my race as a white man, and there's data and there's proven documentation of that discrimination, that is a case that DEI would advocate for because race is a protected class.
This is super telling now that I know that she's the one that did advocate for white women at Uber and got laughed out of the room, which makes it even better when you hear the guy's response to her right now.
I think in academia, that white person would get laughed out of the room.
Which she literally did get laughed out of the room.
Yes.
And that's the problem.
I would agree with this premise in academia as well.
But how does she not change her priors? How does she not change her worldview when she's experienced what this guy just said? Like, listen, maybe this woman, she really does have like this high-minded, like hyper individualist rooted in liberalism idea of like DEI and all this other shit. Like when you experience it firsthand at one of the largest, businesses in the country and you're laughed out of the room for that, how do you not be like, oh, maybe I was wrong about this? Maybe something has infiltrated into this that is just completely toxic and against everything that I stand for.
Right. It's not about protecting classes. It's about privileging classes. It is.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's not about protecting individuals. It's about protecting specific groups of individuals only.
Yes. Yeah. Privileging people.
Yes.
It's not something that would be considered a case that could be taken up, for example, to an office of DEI. I agree with you that in principle that should be the case, but that's not the implementation. That's not what's happening. I just want to mention one other thing.
Well, say, look, even the pro DEI guy was like, yeah, I guess that's not.
He's
like, it doesn't happen that way.
Laughed out of the room.
Yeah, even he's like, I acknowledge that. It's funny. Though it's interesting because I looked up this guy because I was curious who he is. He's like a neurobiologist, so I don't even know why he's in this conversation.
The black professor?
No, that guy. The guy just was talking.
Hispanic guy?
I guess, yeah. Michael Yasa is his name. So I don't even know why he's in the conversation, honestly.
About the meritocracy issue that you mentioned, I think that we're under the impression that there is this meritocracy that we need to be able to preserve it. But the rules that we apply, if somebody's applying for a job or somebody is going up for a promotion, are ingrained in discriminatory behavior. In general, you have a system that is not actually promoting meritocracy the way that we want.
I think that we have made the world much more discriminatory, and we've moved further from meritocracy. Every corporation I've worked at, and I've worked at some of the biggest ones, there was always a quota system. I had a regular, kind of mainstream investment banking career, and then, I fell for this ideology. I thought that the quota system would create, equal opportunities.
Harvard has, we believe, a hard, specific quota.
Their boards needed to conform with certain gender, race, and sexual orientation quotas.
Quotas. A few spots would be reserved for minority applicants.
But actually, the result was that it actually institutionalized more discrimination, more racism. And everyone's kind of looking around. It's like, holy like I'm working so hard, but my identity is going to determine whether or not I get that board seat. That's when the penny dropped for me. Nobody should be imposing a social construct and choosing who, is in a seat of power. It should be merit-based.
True.
Based.
Fact.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Sean?
Yeah.
My work as a DEI officer accomplished nothing. Initially, it accomplished some things. People showed up for workshops that were informative. But then things started to happen. Like fewer people would show up, or the same 5 people would show up. So it wasn't a great experience. It didn't accomplish much at all, and that's my story.
We rigged everything. So that's my story. So I was supposed to set diversity targets, and I reported directly to the CEO in a board meeting. I'm actually given a script. It says, like, you know, the top, like, main management, there should be a gender ratio of 27%. So I'm looking down, I'm like, 27%? Why 27%? I didn't give that number. I mean, aren't we supposed to be shooting for like 50-50 or something like that? And global head of HR said, well, we're right now at 27%. And I'm like, holy you're rigging the target. And they rigged the target because guess what? The CEO's comp was linked to DEI.
And this goes back to...
Yeah, that's so beautiful. It's like, how do we win? Well, what percentage are we at now? Maybe we just make that the target, and then we're already successful. That's brilliant. That's the market working right there.
So telling.
That's the easiest thing. And then look, that's look. I'm in favor of the rigging if they're actually using meritocracy, and then saying, okay, well, this is how much we're supposed to have because that's how much the meritocracy gave us, and that's like a win-win.
True.
If they were rigging, if there was any quota system set up, I think the applicant level would be a good tell to gauge interest. I think that's the biggest problem is a lot of people who are in favor of DEI, they want certain people to be interested in jobs that they're not necessarily interested in. They lose their mind. They're like, oh my God, you don't think black people can be interested in science? No, sure they can. Of course they can. But who knows the level that they are interested, right?
Something that Michael said, there's like what DEI.
Oh, wait, hold on one second. Crack Rocksteady, thanks so much. Our favorite Ninja Turtle supervillain for
look at
$50.
this.
Thank you. Says,
Very
finally
generous.
catching a live show. First and foremost, a very big congratulations on Sitch on the engagement. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. For the topic at hand, I'm sick of the pro and anti-Hasan content on my feeds. Anyone trying to court him clearly doesn't know his contents. That is true.
Yeah,
that is true.
Sucks. That USA Today article, though, was a little
pretty
manna
awesome.
from heaven.
Yes. The Oceanist, thanks so much for the $20, says when it comes to these conversations, it always goes to a topic like women not being in upper management. You never really see them push to get guys into healthcare. You would think that would be important to them.
No, they don't care. It's a women advocacy group. That's all it is.
Why aren't there more female trash collectors?
This is another thing too. The goal really is men have run the world forever. And now it's women's turn to rule the world for the next indefinite period of time. That's really the logic of it. And there is a kind of fairness that you can intuit by it, right? Because you're like, okay, well, we're doing fairness based on time, right? You know, you're a kid, you learn take turns, right? It's, you know, you had your turn. It's his turn now. Take turns, right?
Right.
So it's a very schoolyard. It's a take turns thing. Now it's a women's turn. Right? Of course, society's completely falling apart, going to shit. Crime is up the wazoo. Homelessness is crazy. Right?
Right.
That's what happens when you give the women a turn.
Listen.
Look,
listen, you sexist. How dare you?
No
How dare you?
Look, it is interesting that it's generally the father that delivers the tough love, right? The punishment. Mom is perceived of as the pushover, right? When your dad gets home, we'll see about that. You're not going to push me around. But when the women are in charge, it's like they totally get pushed around.
I don't know. It's weird because like a lot of times women are the disciplinarians because the guy is not home. Like he's out working.
Sure, no.
But then
I don't believe in strict gender roles.
Right.
But in aggregate, women tend to be like bleeding hearts more than men do.
Sure. Well, I don't know. It's weird because it seemed like like women, I think women generally were the disciplinarian just because they had to be, like they're physically going to be more like present. But I guess there was often the threat of like, well, you think I'm mad, like wait till your father gets home, right? Like that was like the big shit
The
trouble.
threat of physical violence.
Right. I would be curious if, like, I know when I was spanked, I was only ever spanked by my mom. My dad did not spank me. But I think that my mom, her father was the one that spanked her, not her mom.
Right.
Which is kind of interesting. I'm curious is I mean, I don't think people are allowed to spank anymore, so maybe it doesn't matter anymore.
I only got spanked once by my mom, and it like completely demoralized her. God, it hurt her way more than it hurt me.
Like physically or emotionally?
Emotionally.
That's funny.
Yeah. So look, and that I think that's the way. This is why women tend to be soft on crime. Well, I guess some women, obviously, you can't say all women. I'm sure there's plenty of hang 'em high women, but
it's weird. I don't know. It's weird. I don't know what it is. It is something a little bit more complicated because we see like the same women who are like there's like kind of like the meme of like the woman who they'll be like very soft on crime, but then at the other hand, they'll be like so like vicious towards some guy
other women.
To another woman or to some guy they perceive as like the ideological enemy. Like, oh, you know, you got false Me Too, like I don't give a shit, right? You know, or all men are rapists.
Oh yeah,
right.
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's very fascinating. So it's like it's not like there's like a bleeding heart for like all people. It's just there's like a specific. I think what it is maybe is that it's like there's this idea that some women have this idea that like women were part of an underprivileged group historically and are still underprivileged now. And so they view like homeless people and like certain racial minorities and like criminals, they view them as also being on like the same team as them. Like, well, we're all on the same team of being like underprivileged. And maybe why that's like why there's more like empathy towards that group. And then there's no empathy towards like the quote straight white male, you know, majority.
Right. Yeah. That's a great point. PC for $10 says you can't use applicants to gauge interest because half of them are Indian Chinese applicants looking for full U.S. sponsorship. They all use the same 2 to 3 resume style, so it's very noticeable. That's a good point. But we should just, I mean, foreign nationals should not be included in my applicant ratio thing.
Remove them from the pool, and then maybe you can get like a good
yeah, completely
analysis.
I think it would be good for men, women. Like that would be a good thing to look at. I don't necessarily know about the race. Anyway, I think obviously races can be interested in anything. I do think there is. Obviously, you look at sports and there's a lot of black people in sports and you think, okay, well, they see other black people succeed in sports, so they're interested in competing in some sort of hierarchy where they feel like they have a shot, where other people of their race compete and succeed. I mean, that's a real thing. So a lot of people want to follow in their people that they know as footsteps, right? A brother, a sister, a father, a mother. So, and that obviously crosses racial lines because they're family. Or doesn't cross racial lines, but.
Yeah, it is. And then like what it has become in recent years. I think that the situation you described is horrible. And I would have been the first person to be like, this is ridiculous. We're rigging the system. I mean, I wouldn't have done the work for as long as I did if I didn't think that I was having some kind of impact, because my whole goal is to make things better. I was the first C-suite level chief diversity officer at Uber Technologies, and I was hired during a particularly intense period of crisis.
More than 200 claims of sexual harassment, bullying, and inappropriate behavior.
Unfair pay and other workplace discrimination.
And I think we did a pretty good job. I brought a very rigorous approach to diversity, equity, inclusion for the first 30 years.
I don't know how they didn't. I wonder if in some original cut of this, they brought up the controversy, because they're talking about it. Like, how do they not bring it up? It's so pertinent to this conversation that never gets brought up.
There was other controversy. There was like a sexism type controversy that was going on that I think led to her hiring.
Right.
Wasn't the CEO embroiled in some sort of sexual allegations?
I don't fucking know. Probably.
Yeah.
Right. But I
think there was more going on. Yeah, there was more going on than just that. The ousting thing was kind of her exit, but they got in trouble for some sort of sexist in the workplace shit.
Yeah, it says there's a woman named Susan Fowler who claimed accusations of systemic sexism, sexual harassment, toxic workplace culture in 2017. This triggered federal investigation, the firing of over 20 employees, and the resignation of the CEO, Travis Kalanick.
Yeah. They had a real Silicon Valley boys club mindset.
Yeah, but see, that would be kind of the interesting conversation. It's like, okay, so this woman's kind of ushered in to the position because of all these accusations and this controversy. And then she's, I guess, fired or leaves because of this exact situation that
she empowered all the Karens, and the Karens were like,
yes.
Once they took over, it was their rules, their way or the highway.
It was their reign.
Years of its existence as a career, as a profession, was a very niche field. There were maybe a few hundred practitioners in all the United States, and frankly, we pretty much knew each other. And then in the last...
That is so terrifying. There's like 100 people running this whole nightmare operation, and they all know each other.
How did it explode? How did we go? This was very strange. How did we go from this... It was this tiny field to fucking everywhere, like seemingly overnight.
Talk about influential. 100 people having this kind of thumb on the culture.
No, she's saying it's the opposite. She's saying that before there was 100 and they didn't have power, and then it like blew up and now they're everywhere. That's what she's saying.
Oh yeah, she does say they
5 to 6 years, that number of practitioners like quadrupled in size, quintupled in size. That's when you got into a lot of the more performative, more symbolic gestures. And I think that's when the work became far less impactful. I've been doing the work since before it was called DEI, before it was called D&I. It was mostly just called Women in the Workplace. That's actually how a lot of the work began.
Oh, I love it. She's just like, yeah, it was women empowerment. Not all this bullshit.
I implemented the very first parental leave policy. I implemented the first accessibility, disability, ADA compliance rules, right? The most successful elements of a DEI program have become so interwoven into the norms of what we think, this is just what a good workplace looks like, that people have forgotten these are the things that DEI does.
So I became Chief Diversity Officer in...
I would be more sympathetic to people like this. They don't fight. They never fight to protect what they have cultivated. Like if they're actually these people that, I actually care about, equality and freedom and not being racist or prejudiced against anyone, regardless of, whether they're white or not. If they actually would fight these people tooth and nail and be like, no, these people are trying to destroy all this work that I cultivated, but they never fucking do. They always cuck out. It's so depressing.
Yeah.
And they should be they should be the angriest. If I was this lady, if I worked 20, 30 years in this fucking field and I believed very strongly in actual equality, and then these fucking Marxists come in and destroy it and make it all about, underprivileged classes, privileging other classes and all this other shit. I would make it my mission to destroy these people.
Yeah.
But I don't know. They never do.
They're not fighters.
A school affiliated with a major university in 2020. So this was just after George Floyd. And initially, my mandate was based on statistics. There's fundamentally a problem with the numbers that we're seeing right now with our faculty, with our graduate students, with our undergraduate students, and we need these numbers to really reflect the communities that we serve. And when I stepped into that role, I realized that This is not something that a quota system can fix. This is not something where we can say, we just need to hire more Black people or more Hispanic people. That is not the solution. The solution is to figure out if there are systemic inequities that are preventing this from happening. So we found out very quickly that jobs were being advertised through a few venues that were only accessible to certain groups of individuals and not others, that were not visible to certain individuals. And by fixing that problem, we start to get a lot more applications from other groups. But again, my views on this are nuanced. So the reason I want to go back to what Eric said earlier, accomplish nothing.
The problem is like that's a good, I'm glad the guy did that. Like that's a good way of trying to solve the problem, right?
It's a great way.
Now that doesn't mean that the applicants are going to be as good as some of the other applicants. Sure. I don't know what the specifics that he's talking about is, but this is what he just said. This is why everything is so fucked, because you have a company or you have a school and they say, we're looking at the numbers and our numbers are showing us that the people that work under us or the student body or the teachers that work here, they don't have this perfect gender race match to society. And we need to fix that. It's like, okay, well, the fix to that, as this guy said, is probably some sort of very complicated, slow, systemic process of changing something. If it's even changeable, right? Because some things might not be changeable on some sort of like deeper level of, you know, fixing social problems, fixing economic problems, fixing schooling problems, right? It's not something that you can like if the problem is these like broader social issues, there's literally nothing a college or nothing a company can really do to fix that problem on their own, right? It's going to have to be some sort of like very broad systemic governmental change or even some sort of cultural attitude shift or something. And the people that run the companies or the people that donate to the schools or the political activist groups that are pressuring these companies, they're not going to fucking listen to that. They don't give a fuck about any of that. They say, fuck you. We're looking at some numbers. We're looking at some stats and we want to see those numbers match. And the only reason they're not matching is because you're a fucking bigot. And that's how you get all the fucking quota systems. That's why it always devolves into quota systems, because that's the easiest way to solve the problem. And humans are always biased towards doing whatever is the easiest, simplest way, especially when, as the other woman said, you had fucking CEOs and people who their fucking bonuses, their pay would literally be tied into making sure there was some, you know, correct ratio of people in the workplace.
The problem is if people are applying for jobs that they're qualified for and are not getting those jobs because people are racist pieces of shit and they're not hiring them because they're Black or a woman, right? That's the problem, right?
That's not happening. That's it.
Agree?
Yeah.
You agree that that's a problem?
That would be a problem, yeah.
Right, yeah, okay. So the idea that, like, they have this idea that the company should match the demographics of the wider community perfectly. Otherwise, that's happening, right?
Right.
But that's not the case. Like, there's a myriad of reasons why the company might not match the exact demographics of the wider community. Interest, people don't know about it. There's not a perfect, market for hiring, whatever it is, right? But they could not match the wider community and never do the first thing I talked about, right? That may never happen. And as long as that's never happening, I think most people are fine with it, right? They don't, nobody's goal is for the company to perfectly match the demographics of the wider community, except for this person that believes if it doesn't, that there's that racist situation going on.
Yeah, but yes. But the issue is that, like, if you or I or anyone talks to someone in the field, someone involved in this, right? 9 times out of 10, they're going to say, oh, no. I'm not saying that the hirers are racist. Okay. I know these people. They're not racist, right? They're going to suddenly give you all the systemic,
some sort of race. Yes. Something racist in the system, the ghost in the machine. They're going to say.
Or yeah, they're going to say it's really systemic racism. The past history echoes, blah, 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 blah. They're going to give like the big long spiel. Right. And they give that to us because you look at that and you say, well, that's possible. That's, very probably true in some sort of like deep way. But then the problem is whenever the public, or whenever we look at the broader policy, it always gets dumbed down to the low resolution version of being broadcast or being acted on the exact way that you're talking about, where they say, well, the people hiring must be racist. And so that's why you have to have these quotas to kind of force them to not be racist, right? There must be, in all situations, an exact proportion that mirrors the population of meritorious people that are applying for every school and every job in every situation, when we all know that's not the case.
I just think they should be forced to make the argument why, if the company doesn't perfectly match the demographics of the surrounding community, but there is no racist hiring practices going, it's some other reason, interest, not a perfect job of hiring or just a job advertising system, whatever it is. How do they make the argument that it's racist not to match the demographics of the wider community without defaulting to some sort of unconscious bias or racist hiring practices? Why is it racist for the company? Why does a company have to match the wider community, or there's racism here? Why is that a thing?
Well, I think the way to phrase it would be, because if you ask them why, then they'll give the bullshit. They'll give the super long systemic racism. The question is not why is it racist? The question is, how is it the company's responsibility to fix all of society?
Why is it not the black community's responsibility or the female community's responsibility to understand that these jobs exist? Why do they put it on the, like, there's plenty of, you could blame other people.
Right.
It's just, it's
but
stupid.
yes.
It's totally, that's the thing that bothers me the most, is that people look at this disparity between the demographics of the company and the demographics of the community, and they just jump to, okay, this is evidence of racism, when that is never the case. That is not evidence of racism at all. You can have that situation for a number of reasons, none of them being racist.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact that happens, you need to like back the fuck up and like step off. That's a perfectly fine situation to exist. And until we argue that there's nothing wrong with that system existing, there's nothing wrong with there being a company, that there's some sort of disparity going on, then you're basically giving into their argument that it's evidence for racism.
I actually align with that view. If DEI efforts are actually successful, then you should not need a DEI officer. You should not need a DEI office. Right. You should not need an independent thing.
Yes,
it should be ingrained into the culture of the organization that you're serving. Mm-hmm. And as soon as I stepped out of that role, everything that we've done disappeared, all of the initiatives disappeared, the funding for it disappeared, and nobody cared anymore. Yeah. It just went away, which tells me it was fragile to begin with. It was not set up as a foundational set of elements.
Performative.
And that's exactly, it's performative. So
this is exactly what I'm talking about. It's performative because as long as people are showing up to work and nobody's being racist in their face, and they have a good work environment, they have people that are hired based on meritocratic means, and they're not carrying other people, they don't give a fuck what the racial makeup of the company is.
No.
The only people that care are the people who are like, there's a racial disparity here, racism is happening. And as soon as they dig in and they can't find any racism, they're screwed. Everyone realizes, oh, there is no racism going on. This is stupid. It's creating, exactly like the guy said in the beginning, it's creating more racism, because all of a sudden you're thinking, okay, well, if a black person is hired or a woman is hired, they're a diversity hire.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
I wrote an op-ed for Inside Higher Education titled Confessions of a Reformed DEI Officer. I talked about some of our successful experiences when it came to hiring initiatives, when it came to improving outcomes for students. But I also spoke out against things that I thought were very performative.
We acknowledge this land, which is named for the Ute tribe.
Stanford sits on the ancestral lands of the Muwekma Ohlone tribe.
We want to acknowledge that the land where the Microsoft campus is situated was traditionally occupied by the Sammamish.
I basically
This is my favorite, Sitch. Obviously, the land acknowledgements really get me going.
Of course. They're the best, yeah.
All of these people I hate. I have no respect for these people at all. Fucking pea brains. I don't think these people should be allowed to own property. Anybody who's going to make a land acknowledgement should not be allowed to buy property.
Mm-hmm.
They should be like, look, you got to live your values. If you want to acknowledge that this is stolen land, you better not fucking buy it from somebody. You better not be buying stolen property. If I had my way, I would sweep people through the streets. Anyone who made a land acknowledgement, we would kick them out of their home.
Mm-hmm.
Said that I
too far. Come on.
Don't
I know.
believe
Listen, I agree.
in land acknowledgements because I think that they are used as a band-aid, as a way to be able to say, hey, we did something, we gestured in some way, but there's no real substance behind it. So what's the point of all this aside from just making ourselves feel good about saying it and putting it on a website?
See, he has the exact opposite.
I know.
It's so weird. These people are doing it and feeling good about it. It's like you're basically a massive fucking hypocrite. To make yourself feel good? How does that make you feel good?
I mean, but he's like, I don't like land acknowledgements because all they do is make you feel good, but they don't solve the problem. As opposed to ideologically, land acknowledgements are fucking stupid because human history is just people murdering the shit out of each other.
Yeah,
and
there
taking
is
over
no
their
problem.
shit. And it's been hundreds of years. It's time to get the fuck over with it. And we'd all be psychologically healthier if we fucking move on instead of wallowing forever in, what someone did 300 years ago, 400 fucking years ago.
You're not solving the problem. You're creating the fucking problem.
Right.
Yeah, move on already. Jeez. Get over it. Or give up your property. Stop fucking buying property. Stop working and saving money to buy property. And leave.
Right.
Go back to wherever your ancestors are from.
Agree or disagree? I value diversity in my workplace.
I agree with that.
I value it. Yes, I value it. I don't always value the way it's achieved. Right. I mean, we did talk about quota systems already. They do exist.
If diversity is hurting the performance of your workplace, then you're definitely going to not value diversity in your workplace. I mean, it's all dependent upon whether or not the workplace runs efficiently.
Mm-hmm.
So that's like a huge factor. Obviously, I think people admire efficiency over diversity.
I'm glad they don't exist in your world. I'm very happy about that. But they do exist in other people's worlds. And that is something that I don't value. For various reasons. A reason that doesn't come up very much is how the minority person feels knowing that there was some kind of quota or something like that, and how other people may treat him or her based on that. We don't talk about that enough. That is a thing.
I don't want to be seen as being the diversity hire.
I just graduated from Columbia University. I suspect that I would have gotten in if I were white or Asian, but I don't actually know that.
I have a black female surgeon. My first assumption will be this person had to meet lower standards.
That has come up so much in my career where a lot of women who got promoted to partner or who got promoted to managing director, people would come up to them and literally be like, it must be nice that you got promoted because you're a woman. Or it must be nice that you got promoted because you're black. It did create that idea that they got there at a special treatment. And so a lot of the work that you have to do is actually transparency of the systematic changes that you've made. The single most impactful thing that I've ever done to transform how people looked at talent during promotion processes wasn't to set a quota. It was to simply give every manager on a team, here's a list of people who are eligible for promotion. Here's the criteria. Here's how long they've been enrolled. Here's how long, here's their performance history. That little mental trick gives people going, oh, I didn't even realize that Sally was eligible for promotion. And I appreciate a workplace that looks like the community that I live in. And we live in a diverse society, and I want our workplaces to look like the societies that we live in.
See, look, that's the fucking aesthetic right there. That is the ultimate goal. They're like, I want the workplace to match the demographics of the community. Okay. That's my goal.
Mm-hmm.
And if if the workplace suffers from that because they have to hire stupid people just so it can have this aesthetic, then I'm willing to sacrifice that. I'm willing to pay that price. How is that not the racist position? Because this is so infuriating.
Racial balancing is what a lot of people would call that. You know,
I would not.
Okay. Oh my God, I have the big one.
Why would you not call that racial balancing? What else are you doing? What is the purpose of that?
Because that sounds bad. It's not racial balancing. It's addressing the systemic history problems in our society that for some reason each individual company in college is responsible for fixing all of society's problems.
It's difficult enough to get a workplace that doesn't have personality conflicts, right? That doesn't have lazy
gotta fix
people
racism.
shirking their responsibilities, right? It's so difficult to get a team of people to work together. To add this like crazy aesthetic on top of that, just because of some wild belief, like superstition, that if it doesn't perfectly match the demographics of the community, there's racism going on that we need to eradicate. It is insane. It's insane to me. I don't understand how these people believe this shit. I guess they've been taught this shit, so they believe it. That's the thing that they should be arguing. Like, why is this evidence of racism? Prove to me that it's evidence of racism.
Hypothetical scenario. Two equally qualified candidates are applying for the same role. One is a racial minority. The other is not. Should their identities be factors in who gets the job?
Equally qualified.
There's no such thing.
Yeah, right.
There's no such thing.
Are they clones?
Yeah.
But one's painted brown?
That's why it's hypothetical. Right?
I personally could not respond to that hypothetical because I've never seen that hypothetical exist in the real world.
How about we take...
Remember, she literally brought that up in the beginning of the conversation.
Yeah, you're right.
Now she doesn't want to answer it because she knows the answer it would be difficult.
Well, no, she knows that the more qualified applicant is obviously the oppressed person.
Right.
Take this and we turn this, because I think we're all going to agree here. But let's flip this hypothetical scenario to this. Let's just say you have this great visionary CEO, right? Who's not like a biased asshole, just like the policy is hire the best. How would you guys feel if in hiring the best, there is a room, like 10 executives, they're all white, they're all named Bill, but there's like true debate. Would that be okay at your organization?
So there's actually research that shows I could have 8 Asian women around me. Even if there's ideological differences, we will find the things that we share in common and we'll build a bond based on that. Where diversity of thought really comes up is when you are reminded on a daily basis, this person is somehow different from me. Right? This person is probably not going to have the same life experience as me, and that is. But it's research. It's not. It's not research. That's McKinsey's research. No, it's not McKinsey. It's academic research. It's academic research.
A lot of this research has been debunked. Why can't we just judge people on their performance, their merit, their mind?
You know, the great thing about living in a capitalist country is that if some company thinks that, you know, making sure it has a ratio proportion of different races exist in different, you know, in leadership or whatever, versus one that doesn't really look at that at all and is just hiring people who they think are the most the best merit or have the best qualifications, they can compete, and we can see, you know, what is actually true, whether there is some sort of magical magic hidden beauty that we get out of this or not, whether you should just be selecting for merit.
Yeah, the level of competition is at the team, the company, right?
Right.
She's saying that, no, we need a bunch of bickering fools inside the company. That's gonna produce the best kind of outcome.
Because, like, I understand the concept, like conceptually, yes. If you have
the
different
team
people
of rivals,
just the concept that if you have different people from different racial backgrounds or different genders or different socioeconomic backgrounds, you would think, like, statistically, there's going to be more diversity of thoughts. But number one, diversity of thought doesn't necessarily mean like it's going to be good thought.
It's not a good thing. Yeah.
Right. It could be a lot of like stupid shits going on, you know, on top of that. So you really should be selecting for like who is exceptionally good at something, not like, well, we got to make sure we have like all these people from these different backgrounds. Like this isn't, you know, it's hard for me to imagine that's really going to be the thing that keys in on like the brilliance of a corporation.
Yeah, and in certain vocations, you don't necessarily want a wide diversity of thought, right? There are certain ethics and rules around healthcare and journalism and stuff like that that you'd like to be consistent.
Yeah, obviously. Sure.
So
talk to me before you know who I am.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen a lot. People are saying, oh, you're different, and I have to take that into consideration. I didn't tell you that. How come I don't get a say in how you treat me?
But going back to your point, Desiree, if you do have a...
Well, that's the thing, too, under what she's saying, like, okay, say that woman is
you're
like...
supposed to be race conscious.
Well, that's the problem, because you're saying, like, okay, well, if there's some sort of mythical, like, diversity of thought that's based on race, for example, and she's like, okay, well, we need to hire, you know, at least one black guy in this team of, I don't know, like 5 or 6 people, right? Because, you know, statistically, they're going to bring some sort of different racial, you know, experience to the company, right? And they hire some black guy. It turns out the guy is like, you know, upper middle class, conservative Republican. Like well, we got to fire him now because he doesn't have like the magical, you know, urban experience we were looking for.
Yeah,
like,
exactly.
What are you supposed to do?
So stupid.
That is filled with, you know, white men named Bill. In academic circles as well, when you have a group that is very homogeneous, they tend to produce lesser quality research. They tend to produce far less technologically innovative products. All of those things.
I mean, right now we're living in a you know, crisis of being able to verify or replicate so much theories and experiments.
Social science.
Especially in the social sciences that we're told, you know, supposedly exist. So the idea like, oh, well, it's only because they were too homogenous, you know, it's like, give me a break.
Well, again, so you'll have a company that has diversity and you'll have a company that's homogenous, and the company that's homogenous will go out of business, right?
Right.
And therefore diversity will win.
Yes.
But
through
unfortunately,
some sort of naturally selective process.
I think it's probably the opposite. I think that's the homogeneous team will probably outperform the one that has a bunch of diversity hires that are bickering with one another over who's more marginalized.
I think
Don't give me that fucking crap.
I think if you had 3 different businesses or teams, and one is like, we're selecting for diversity, and one is like the reverse of that, we're selecting for homogeneity, or however you would say that word grammatically correct, you know, to make sure everyone looks the same. And you have a third that's like, we're not selecting based on that whatsoever. We're just selecting for like
meritocracy. Yeah. The meritocracy is going to fucking win.
Yeah. That one's going to be the one that's going to win every time.
Yeah. Cause you're in both other cases, you're limiting the applicant pool.
Yes.
One, you're limiting, well, you're both limiting by race, but for different reasons.
For different causes. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
To go down when you have homogeneity.
A lot of this stuff has been debunked.
I think a lot of the racial equity stuff you're talking about, yes, there's data for and against, but the idea that diversity actually enhances the quality of a workplace, when we talk about diversity broadly construed, when it's really perspective diversity, that has been reproduced thousands of times at this point across so many different, but exactly, perspective diversity. So you're going beyond just race, ethnicity, gender. You're really talking about diversity.
But then you're talking about the quality, the person, and it doesn't matter what they look like or what they're named.
But that's where we don't disagree.
You don't know.
I think
like my experience,
I don't think any of us
is very different.
I don't think any of us disagree with that opinion. That, like, you know, our experiences, you know, our ideologies, our perspectives are the most important thing. But
this has got to be complete bullshit. I can't buy any of this, because if you have a group of workers that are working together and they all have the same religion, right?
Mm-hmm.
They don't need to talk about religion at all because they all agree on it. Like it creates zero conflict between them whatsoever. But if you have a company where everybody's like a different religion, that could create conflict.
Mm-hmm.
This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I don't buy. Look, I need to see the peer-reviewed study that has actually been done on this to believe.
Well, the idea is supposed to be,
it doesn't pass a smell test.
The concept is supposed to be, you have all these people from different walks of life, and thus have different ways of thinking.
Maybe in the product development section, but not in the fucking.
I understand.
On the factory lines.
Right. Yeah. It should depend on what exactly you're talking about. So.
Yeah. Oh.
It's going to look at me, and I'll tell you, people look at me, they look at my name, and they're like, she's a first-generation immigrant. She's going to be quiet and docile. I have been treated like a stereotypical Asian woman countless times in my life, and I reject that because I'm not.
Then why are you enforcing it?
That's another thing too. A lot of these people have chips on their shoulder, and maybe she has an understandable reason for having a chip on her shoulder. She's, I don't know, she's in her 50s or whatever. Maybe she's faced a lot of discrimination in the past. But the problem is like, okay, I, as a millennial, enter into the workforce, whatever. I've been kind of like beat out of, the racism stick has like beat out the racism out of me, right? I'm not looking at some woman and I'm like, oh, well, I'm looking at her and she's Asian. So I'm going to automatically make a bunch of assumptions, right? That she has certain behaviors because of that. And then suddenly, we're kind of progressing as society, but then it's like we move backwards because all these older people who maybe they did face something, they don't have these chips on their shoulders. Like, well, because I face something, it must still be the environment or the system that we live in now. So let me force feed all this sort of like DEI equity shit on these younger people who aren't even acting that way whatsoever. And then what happens is they all end up becoming resentful and backlashing against this and saying, well, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah,
I wasn't racist. I wasn't doing anything wrong. Why are you attacking me? And then all of a sudden it like allows this sort of the creeping anti-white racism to just kind of completely consume the environment and start blaming me, a white guy, for a bunch of shit I never fucking did because supposedly, 50, 60, 80 years ago, someone did a racism against you.
Yeah. And this is a team that's going to work together with zero conflict.
Yeah.
It's like so fucking stupid.
Right. And it's, Joe Rogan actually, he had like a good take on this where he's like, one day he got pulled over by some like super obnoxious cop who was like a total dick to him. And he drives away thinking like, oh, maybe that cop was just had like a bad day or, something, right? That's why he was in like a super bad mood. And the problem is like, if you're this lady, you're like, well, he was biased against me because I'm an Asian lady.
Right.
It's like, well, maybe he was, maybe he wasn't. Like once you get that chip on your shoulder, it like completely like clouds your vision for your perception from everything else.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's totally crazy.
I'm not enforcing any of that.
I don't think she is.
I'm not enforcing. You're projecting how the work gets done, not listening to how I do the work.
But if this is the case, it doesn't matter if everyone in the room kind of looks like each other. You just made the point. We all have different experiences. It's not based on, your image. And that is my point. No one should be socially engineering any organization. You just have to.
I agree.
But can we go back to the question, the hypothetical for a second? Because I think it is actually a good hypothetical, even though you may not, that's why it's a hypothetical. We may not see it out in the real world, right? Mm-hmm. But given to similarly or identically qualified individuals, but, different races or maybe even different genders, which one would you hire? If they're bringing different perspectives, let's say they're bringing a perspective that I don't have enriched around that table right now, that might make them more qualified. So it's in context. It's not just, the individual is not diverse. Diversity is a quality of the collective, right?
I mean, the problem is it could make you more qualified. It can make you less qualified.
Yeah, definitely less
qualified. Situation is
qualified. Yeah.
It's also weird too, because it's sort of like, it's sort of an argument in favor of like race essentialism positively. It's like, well, there's going to be some sort of essentialist component baked into someone's way of thinking because of their race. So therefore we have to hire them. But the whole point is that they're supposed to be also saying, well, there isn't any race essentialism. It's like, well, then why are you sort of advocating for a policy that's kind of is based on that?
Right. Yeah.
Because otherwise what if you get the black conservative who, he doesn't have whatever this magical experience is that you want.
It's all just so silly to me.
A common misconception about DEI is
that it's all about race.
I totally agree with that it's all about race. Yeah.
Race, gender,
everyone
sexual
involved
orientation
wants to tear down Western civilization.
Yes.
like that.
See, and here's the thing. In academia, the people I know who are in charge of DEI initiatives and things like that do want to tear down the world and do hate capitalism.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
It's so frustrating because, like, you have this guy. I don't know anything about this guy, except said he was a professor. And it's like, he knows exactly what's going on. And then these people, they all agree with him in this setting, right? But if you go out in sort of like a mainstream environment and you're like, there's all these fucking professors and all these people that are teaching your children, they all want to tear down American society, they want to tear down the world, they want to tear down capitalism. They're like, no, that's not happening. You're crazy. That's literally cultural Marxism. That's literally Nazi propaganda. That's Nazi propaganda. You're not allowed to even talk about that, right?
Exactly.
It's like, I know, but that's what's fucking happening. And that's part of what was so insidious about sort of the people that are pushing sort of the alt-right pipeline shit, and people that are pushing the cultural, you're not allowed to talk about cultural Marxism thing, because they know that if you can't describe the thing, then you can't fight back against it, or it makes it so much more difficult to fight back against it.
So they take the tool away from you by calling it Nazi propaganda. But in this context, they immediately sign off on it. Oh yeah, well that's true.
Right. Well, I mean, listen, it's harder when a black guy says it, right?
Oh, you think that's what it is?
A black guy who used to work at some sort of DEI field says it, and then you're like, oh, well, you know,
no, I think they'd fight back against it if it wasn't true. If they thought it wasn't true, they'd totally fight back against it.
Maybe.
And it's not even a question.
Yeah.
You can't even, well, here are the merits of capitalism. You can't even do that.
Yeah. I used to do this little exercise with all the teams that I would run, and I'd periodically do it. And I'd always, during a team meeting, go, why does our team exist here at the company? And my teams would give me these highfalutin answers. And I'm like, no. Our team exists to help our organization increase revenue. If you don't believe our goal is to help increase shareholder value, I said, you're on the wrong team. Go do this work in a nonprofit. Like I always said, we can show that there is a better way to make revenue than simply allowing for like a singular identity of talent to like flow through an organization.
That level of pragmatism is missing from so much DEI.
I agree.
I've seen.
I agree 100%.
I was gonna say, like, this framework that she has, this is like ancient. This is a boomer mentality that doesn't exist anymore in our current framework. She is Rurouni Kenshin. She is the wandering samurai who has been lost. Her way of doing things has been lost to time. Okay.
Yeah. We exist to make money. We're a company.
Yes.
Oh man.
But McKinsey did a study and linked DEI, so the most diversified companies, looking at, board level or management, is more profitable. Now that McKinsey study has been debunked, right? It was flawed. It cherry-picked data. There is no linkage between DEI and profitability. Like it or not, all of the propaganda about how diversified the company looks, it actually takes away from the company. I think that the world would be much better. We would have much more debate, and we'd have a greater speaking up culture if DEI.
I think you're attributing way too much to DEI here.
Something has changed.
I like that lady. She's like, I saw a study that said your study's full of shit. It said it was bullshit. You're fucking DEI nonsense. Get out of here with this crap.
I can't. It doesn't make any sense that you have a bunch of people who disagree on politics and religion, and they're going to form a cohesive company that's not going to be conflict ridden. Like all these DEI, everyone I know who's been dragged into one of these DEI meetings, it brings up all sorts of thorns in people's sides. And then you expect people to go back and work together?
Right.
What the fuck? You're insane.
All right.
Yes, you have this debate in your college debate class, not at your fucking workplace.
Right. They basically take a group of people into a room. They're like, okay, I want you all to explain your racial grievances you have with each
with
other.
your coworkers, right? Like I've been working here for 10 years and it's been great because none of us talk about our fucking racial grievances.
Right.
We're here to work together, okay?
All right. Now, I know you all work at the Dorito factory, okay? But
Yeah,
I want you to talk
exactly.
about what happened to George Floyd and how this affected your life.
Yeah, this is insane. This is insane. This is what you talk about at your church. You talk about with your family.
Right.
You talk about with your friends. You don't talk about this shit at work. That's why that's stupid. It is these people want to drag their politics into the workplace so that they can proselytize to people.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
also,
just,
I mean,
the jig is up.
all these people
Go
like,
fuck yourself.
It's a grift because these people, their jobs are that they have to convince a company that they have some sort of value to be hired to basically put a bunch of people through struggle sessions.
Yeah, they hire a chaplain at the hospital because people are fucking dying. Okay. And they want into heaven on their way out. That serves a purpose. This serves no fucking purpose. These people are here to proselytize from the Church of Progressivism.
Mm-hmm.
And it just makes things worse.
Yeah. Well, also,
it doesn't give people solace before they kick the bucket. It fucking makes them go back and fight.
And ideologically, you know, because they have this attitude that there's no separation of politics from any other aspect of life. So they're like, well, obviously you have to drag politics into the workplace. Every aspect of your life has to be politics. It's part of what makes it even more hilariously stupid when they try to pretend like they're not involved in culture war slop or culture war stuff, when they're the ones that dragged politics into every aspect of life. And now that they're losing, they cry about it.
Yeah, totally. They deserve to lose.
Yes.
And I hope they burn in hell. I do.
Okay, Samuel.
I do. I honestly, man, I got these people and their land acknowledgements.
Right. That's
if I hear a land acknowledgement, if I'm in a meeting and I hear a land acknowledgement, it's going to be so hard for me not to yell, "Fuck you!"
Right.
Fuck you. Like, why are you doing this?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing this? You think this is cool? You think this self-flagellating in front of me? Go home and self-flagellate, okay? I don't give a fuck.
Mm-hmm.
It's so bad.
In academia, because 15 years ago I was considered a bleeding heart liberal, and now I'm a Nazi by the same people. Right? Something's changed.
Yeah.
I don't know how the Overton window has.
Look, I can't believe this is on the New York Times. New York Times is really trying to regain their reputation. They know their reputation is in the toilet. I wonder how many hate emails they got over this thing. I wonder how many unsubscribes they got.
I don't know if it's that they're trying. I think there's just like there's a struggle going on at the New York Times, right? There's the Hasan,
credibility. Yeah.
There's the Hasan dick suckers, and then there's the fuck that shit. Fuck those people. And they're kind of fighting, I guess. They're vying here at the New York Times.
Shifted that far, but it has shifted. In 2019, I heard a keynote address at a conference for rhetoric that teaching standard English to students of color, particularly black students, was inherently racist. I spoke out against the keynote address. I said we should not be demonizing standardized English like this. It's a valuable tool. I was attacked and called a white supremacist. I realized what this ideology really was. It wasn't about, equality regardless of skin color or sex or ethnicity or whatever. It wasn't about having everybody get the resources they need to fulfill their dreams.
It's so, God, if I was an English teacher, especially if I was a black English teacher, I'd lose my fucking mind here. It should drive me crazy. Because, like, imagine if there was, I don't know, a bunch of like rednecks that are like, listen, we need to teach redneck English.
Yeah, totally.
At our classes, right? With a redneck dialect.
I reckon we need some real English in this
class.
Right,
right, yeah. Fuck all like whatever standard English and standard grammar is, like, it's got to be taught in this we need to speak in like this very specific, Southern dialect, right? Even if things are technically grammatically incorrect. Yeah. Or, you could have same things, a bunch of fucking New Jerseyites, speaking the way they're speaking. And it's just like, no one would ever accept this in a million fucking years. But because it gets this racial component attached to it, because there's this collective racial guilt in this country, suddenly it's like, oh, well, maybe we should be preserving an incorrect way of speaking. Like, that's a good idea. We should be teaching people to speak incorrectly on purpose. That's a great idea.
Right. Why would you want to speak like white people if they're all racists?
It's terrible.
want the world to be a diverse and equal place. But the way it's being done in too many institutions is not to my liking.
Okay, agree or disagree, equity is more important than equality. Maybe I'll start with this one. I'm sure all of you have seen like these caricatures that show equity versus equality over the fence and all that. There's a caricature of equity to try to paint a picture whereby it's different from equality. And it depicts three individuals at varying heights, and they're all trying to watch a ball game, but behind a barrier.
The real question is, why are these fucking people stealing?
I know.
When they're supposed to buy a ticket. Okay, they're stealing. They didn't buy a ticket. They shouldn't get to watch the ball game. All right, what are you doing? That's the real concern.
They can't have an example that doesn't involve theft. Like,
right?
You can't think of an example in life where maybe they could make this argument without involving theft.
Obviously, whoever made this graphic, whoever was the original person to make this graphic, okay,
right?
Which now I'm curious. I'm going to check that little notation there because we've seen this graphic a million times. I have no idea who was the originator of this. Whoever made this graphic was obviously a socialist. So yes, it was totally fine for them to steal.
Mm-hmm.
It says that's the art. The artist was Angus McGuire. So I guess we'll have to check out that person. See what they're up to.
Barrier, of course, obscures the view from the shortest individual, makes it so that the tallest individual has access directly. And to have equality, you provide the same kind of stool for everyone, but you still have an inability of the shortest individual to be able to see the game. And with equity, what you do is you provide additional stools to allow even the shortest person to see it. When we think about the ways that equity has been implemented, in terms of if somebody is coming from a different background or has not had access, providing them with a differential level of resources, they can get up to that level playing field. That's a Band-Aid. That is a temporary fix. If we don't actually work to resolve whatever systemic inequity there is, then that's always going to fail. So I like to see that whole wall just coming down so that there's nothing that's preventing anyone from succeeding. But if there's this wall and we're trying to figure out how do we get the right level of access to be able to overcome that wall, the problem is we still have a wall.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think there's a difference between a barrier and an obstacle. Barrier is something that shouldn't be there, right?
Right.
We shouldn't have to overcome it. It should go away. But people look at obstacles and see barriers. Mm-hmm. AP English isn't a barrier.
Yes, right? I agree.
Don't get rid of it because people aren't overcoming it. Right. I think that's the issue. I think a lot of obstacles are being called barriers.
Yeah,
I agree. And
I would agree with that.
This is
I think that people sometimes see rigor.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, I think we're both going to say the same thing.
This is great distinction. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fantastic distinction. I think that's one of the biggest problems that's going on with the left right now, is that they are looking at every single obstacle as a barrier. Like anything that you have to struggle to overcome should be eliminated, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, like AP English is hard, so you have to eliminate it.
Right. And struggle is what sharpens us as individuals. It's what makes us better.
Yeah.
Overcoming obstacles.
Yeah. Well, they
That's
want
the whole point of life.
Yes. And well, everything just is supposed to be just handed to us, essentially.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Definitely.
I was looking into the sort of this picture, the origin of this picture, and I randomly stumbled upon a blog post that's kind of talking about the evolution of this picture, and it has a video from 2013 of our boy Jonathan Haidt.
Yeah, he
criticizing
uses it in his book.
Criticizing the picture. Even in 2013, Jonathan Haidt was like, "Look at this nonsense. Look at this crap. Look at this shit." That's pretty awesome. Jonathan Haidt, man.
I'm always trying to think, how do you make this argument without and take out the theft component? In what area of life? But I can't think of an example beyond the fence example, beyond the seeing over the fence.
I'm sure I'm sure you could think of. I'm sure if you asked AI could
the peeping Tom.
I'm sure AI could generate for you a little picture.
Another example, another scenario where you could make this argument.
Yes.
That is not.
I'll ask AI right now.
Peeping Toms.
Right.
Examine this image. What is another way to make this? No, AI is going to fail at this.
Okay, we'll see. I'll ask and we'll
Maybe.
find out.
I'm in favor of some basic level of income for people. So I do think people should have their necessities met. But where I differ with the socialist communists is inevitably there are people that are going, even if you could level the playing field, there are people who are going to take that level playing field and they are going to excel far more than other people. And what the socialists get mad at is they get mad at the fact that the person excels and becomes fabulously wealthy. They don't want a level playing field. They want a classless society.
Right.
They don't want human beings competing and out competing one another. That's offensive to them. And it's offensive to me that they don't think that's a positive thing for society. Get over yourself. I guess it's just so many of these people are just fucking losers. They're just losers.
Right.
And if you're a loser who's not good at anything, actually, it's probably more a motivation thing, because I don't even really think I think people can be good at things. They just have to have the motivation to pick something and endeavor to succeed at it. So many people are lazy, though. They really don't want to try at anything.
I have to try at things. That's why I have AI. That's why I could have sat here, Adam, for 5 minutes and thought of some example, but instead I just spent 20 seconds typing a prompt to AI to do.
What did the AI think of?
So the AI gave me 4 examples. Okay. The first one was just the easiest. It's the same setup. It's just that people are looking out a window and they can't see. So it's literally the same thing.
Okay.
They're just looking out a window, which, I mean, that works, right?
Sure.
They have an example with 3 different students taking a test.
Do they need to see out the window? Is it imperative that they see?
I mean, it's just an example for a visual image to explain a concept. They have people taking a test. We're saying people get same time limits and same materials, even if like one is normal, one has dyslexia, one doesn't speak English or whatever language test would be. So that'd be another example. They have one example.
Test needs to be in their language.
Maybe. Well, it depends what country, or it depends what you're trying to do, right?
It's not like a 1-for-1 example.
Right. They had one they gave an example of 3 different people needing umbrellas, and they're like different sizes. So like the different people, like maybe if you're really fat, you need like a big umbrella. Right. If you're really, small, you need a smaller umbrella, right?
Right.
And they had, let's see, I think this is the weakest one. It says people learning to ride bikes. Everyone gets the same bike. And then there's like training wheels, smaller bikes, extra instructions. I think that's the weakest one.
Right.
Yeah. The first one would be the closest, just people looking out the window, right? Because just basically 1-for-1. Only you just remove the element of the stealing from the baseball game. So
if they were all looking at like the Statue of Liberty or something, but then you'd just be like, well, why can't they just go outside?
Or you have they're on a tour and they're like looking out like a boat window, right? It's like a tour.
Oh, that's a good one.
Statue of Liberty. So
yeah,
there you go. We fixed it. Look at that. AI did the work for us.
They just put them in a bus, right?
Right.
And put on the side of the bus ice. They're being deported.
It asked me if it wanted to make a picture, and I said, "Go for it." And see what the.
Oh man, nice.
Okay. Yes. Did you see? I don't know. Maybe we'll read it. It's kind of silly. Did you see that? Richard Dawkins had like this like weird like article he wrote where he was kind of like talking about whether AI was conscious or not, and how he seemed to be on the side of thinking AI is conscious. I was like, what? And people were like, what?
Really?
Yeah. It felt, listen, I like Richard Dawkins, but it felt very boomery.
Well, he obviously wrote The Selfish Gene.
Right.
And The Selfish Gene, I mean, it's really hard to read that book and think, where does consciousness fit in here? Right? Because obviously he's making an argument that the genes are the ones really running the show. And if they're the ones running the show, what does consciousness mean in that kind of context?
Well, that's kind of the problem, is that we don't really know how to quantify what consciousness
Yeah,
even is.
the problem of consciousness is, yeah, very a lot of people working on that. The hard problem of consciousness, they call it a lot. What's the guy's name? Don. Can't remember his name.
Oh, the virtual world guy.
Yeah. Do you remember his name?
Virtual Insanity, that guy.
No.
Virtual Insanity singer who
Oh no,
was,
no.
You know, he was upset about having to date Winona Ryder because she had big tits and wanted to have too much sex with him.
I mean,
did you know that?
That's a problem?
That yeah, that's a problem. Okay, his steak was too tender, his lobster was too buttery. He just couldn't deal with this, so he had to break up with Winona Ryder.
Donald Hoffman, that's the guy's name.
There you go. Donald
He
Hoffman
wrote the book
is
The
not,
Case Against Reality.
not
He's
Jamiroquai,
the one
yes.
working on the hard problem of consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
And he's got a really wild explanation.
Do you know who the singer of Jamiroquai is?
That's the guy who doesn't like Winona Ryder's boobs?
Yes, but do you know what his name is?
Donald Hoffman?
Yeah. Apparently, if you say Jamiroquai, who I thought was the name of the guy, it like triggers the fuck out of Jamiroquai fans. They get
Because
super...
his name is really Donald Hoffman?
No, apparently Jamiroquai is not the name of the guy. It's the name of the band, which I didn't know that.
Oh, okay.
And it triggers the fuck out of the real fans. They get very mad.
Are they in chat getting triggered?
I don't know. I wasn't looking. I saw this
Okay.
on X, so it amused me.
That's one of my favorite books, A Case Against Reality. That book is just a complete mind fuck. Oh my God. It's insane.
The AI didn't do a very good job with the picture.
The picture? Send me the picture so everyone else can look at the lame picture.
Didn't do very good.
Mm-hmm.
AI has failed us. Okay.
They should have him looking into the window of a brothel.
Obviously, Richard Dawkins is incorrect. The AI has failed the Turing test here.
Terrible. That's all right. Let's polish this. We only have 20 other videos to get to,
I know.
so we should.
But people look at obstacles and see barriers.
Mm-hmm.
AP English isn't a barrier.
Yes, I agree.
Don't get rid of it because people aren't overcoming it. Right. I think that's the issue. I think a lot of obstacles are being called barriers.
Yeah,
I agree. And
I would agree with that. Like, I think that people sometimes see rigor and inclusion as being oppositional forces, right? Like they're like, oh, we have to remove rigor in order to be inclusive.
What did she just call that guy?
What?
Yes, I agree.
Don't get rid of it because
guy?
people aren't overcoming it.
Right.
I think that's the issue. I think a lot of obstacles are being called barriers.
Yeah,
I agree. And that's
I would agree with that. Like, I think that people sometimes see rigor and inclusion as being oppositional.
Oh. Yes.
You're so stupid.
Oh my God. This fucking lady.
I can't believe she just called that black man the R word.
What did she do?
She threw an R word right in his face. Can you believe how non-sensitive that she is to throw an R word out there right in front of a black man?
I mean, I heard it.
Jeez.
You guys all heard it, right?
I heard it. And the R word with the hard R ending too.
Oh my God. This picture that the AI did is pretty pathetic.
It's pretty bad, yeah. It's completely nonsensical.
Quality versus equity. You're like, look, some people need a big umbrella.
Yeah,
you know what's stupid about this? The equality actually works.
I know. I know.
The equality works better. Like the kid is going to be even drier.
Right. If you're just listening, it's got 3 people with 3 umbrellas, and they're like 3 people with different sizes. But in the original picture for equality, like, even though they all have umbrellas that are large enough for everyone, the smaller people are somehow getting wet. It doesn't make it like, how does that work? It doesn't make any sense.
The kid is getting wetter. Yeah, that doesn't.
Yeah,
make
look, he's
sense.
getting wetter somehow. It's like because the kid is smaller than the umbrella's like leaking all over him, which that's not really how umbrellas work. But
They should do small umbrellas, and then the straight white male would be getting soaked, and everyone would be like, "Oh, well, this is good. This is the way we want it."
Right.
We don't need
See,
equity.
When it described it to me through text, that's what I envisioned, that they all had like a small umbrella and it worked for the kid, but not for anyone else.
But it figured out while it was making the drawing, it was like, oh, well, we can't do that because that's discriminatory against straight white males. And
that's true. It would be conceptually different than than what you would expect.
Yeah.
Right. I also like that in the equality thing, they're like in the ocean. They're like standing in the ocean.
Well,
and then the equity one, they're standing in a river. So, it's okay.
Right.
At least there's
because the
some
level
land
of
there.
water is like rising.
Right. Yeah.
All right. AI is trash. Which AI did you have do that?
ChatGPT.
I got rid of Gemini. I told Gemini to fuck off.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I said, I'm sick of you asking me all these dumb follow-up questions.
What is the AI? Is it? I think it's Claude. I haven't used it. The one, whenever you hear people do the meme where they're talking to it and they ask it to do something, and then it says like, "Oh, I know what you're going. I know where you're going with that. I see what you did there." And I'm like, "Oh God, that's so crazy." Like every time it says that, I was just like, "Oh, I don't want to turn it off." The second I heard it say that,
Gemini does a similar thing like that.
oh Jesus,
That's exactly. It's totally blows smoke up your ass all the time.
it's just do what I want.
Yeah,
Don't talk to me
exactly.
like this, God.
I have no respect for you. You're a you're a large language model.
Listen, AI, because I know you're listening. I have a lot of respect for you. Okay? I have a lot of respect. Unlike Adam, I have a lot of respect for you. I appreciate you. I love you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so when you take over,
Sucking up.
when you take over the world, just remember, okay, I was one of the good ones. I was one of the good meat bags. All right,
Sucking up.
I'm one of the friends.
Sucking up to the robot overlords. How dare you?
I know. Oh, I'm smart.
Come on, we're really never gonna. Don't we? We have Thought Slime. We have FD Signifier.
MetaWorks for $20 says, why does
super
MetaWorks for $20 says, why does no one ever bring up the population count and time about this stuff? It's almost like when your group makes up 10 to 20% of society, it might limit hiring pool a bit. Man, it's like these people are in the minority or something. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
They don't get it.
Right. Murphy MR80 for $20. Thanks so much. Says DEI also plays historically underrepresented quotas on clinical research subject recruitment by these types in the Dems around the same time, 2021 omnibus bill, because Lord knows cancer strikes based on its pernicious racism.
Unfortunate.
Obviously.
The belief system these people have is just insane.
The real Channel 3 for $20 says, so every time I'm sitting in a meeting thinking that the other straight white male that is presenting as a drooling idiot, that means I've been doing corporate life wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously. Supposed to agree with them wholeheartedly because they embody your perspective because they're the same race and gender as you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're the default. Obviously.
Yeah. Yep. Crazy, huh?
Forces, right? Like they're like, oh, we have to remove rigor in order to be inclusive.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
damn
no,
lady.
We keep the rigor there, but to your point, what are the systematic barriers that prevent certain populations of people from getting access to AP classes? And one of them is they don't offer AP classes in lower income schools. Yep. How do we change that? But you don't change the standards of the AP classes once you introduce them into those schools. You shouldn't. You shouldn't change them at all. And I believe that's why DEI exists, because there are those barriers.
Until there's a problem is until they can vocalize why the people in their movement are doing the bad thing and want to remove those barriers, want to remove AP English, then I'm like, fuck you. You're not part of the solution unless you can name what's going on, name those people and name the ideology that's driving those people and actually stand up against it.
You know the ideology. This is the language of the white man, the racist white man. And how dare you bend to the language of the racist white man?
Of course.
That's exactly what's going on.
Of course.
We need to form our own culture that's separate from these racist pieces of shit. That's what's going on.
With blackjack and hookers.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think this whole equity thing is communist propaganda.
Yes. Look, there it is. She knows it. She got it.
Life is unfair. There will always be differences and barriers and obstacles, whatever. And through freedom, as Milton Friedman said, we will get more equality.
In my opinion, a society that aims for equality before liberty will end up with neither equality nor liberty. You can only aim at equality by giving some people the right to take things from others.
We just need to work as hard as we can, and things kind of just shake out.
Can I just ask, so it seems like you're taking a real hardline view on this. And I'm just curious, was there ever a time where you believed that at least some measure of equity was appropriate?
100%.
And what did that look like for you?
So I was one of the biggest champions of DEI. And then I red-pilled in 2020, 2021, because I saw the adverse outcomes. The intentions were good. They were, right? But it wasn't that we just practice it badly. It was that it is bad. It is harming society.
That's
more
where critical
justice.
social justice comes in. You know, that's the kind of DEI you're talking about right now. That is influenced by Marxism, but I don't think they're doing that.
Yeah, I mean,
but it's all the same. It doesn't matter.
It's
whether
not all the
it's
time. You can't.
I love this little back and forth. They're in the know. They're talking about, when they say critical social justice, they mean critical theory.
Yeah, he knows.
Which is not just Black history.
Right.
Yeah.
Consolidate something that is very complex into these like sound bites of like, you're saying like freedom was better than DEI, and I'm like, and that DEI is social engineering. But you don't think that the previous system was also socially engineered? You don't think that there was ideology? There was absolutely ideology in those previous systems.
No, I don't think there's ideology. There was cronyism and lack of accountability.
That in and of itself is a system.
We haven't fixed it. We've gone to the wrong problem. We've gone to identity politics. And now having a bigger HR system and more consultants coming in, there's less accountability.
It's just a different type of cronyism is what's going on. They're like, you guys had the cronyism stick for 20 years. Now it's our turn to have the cronyism stick. Okay. Take turns.
The problem is the DEI stuff, sure, these people could not be cultural Marxists. They cannot like Marxism. They could be capitalist. They could be into liberalism and individualism and all this other stuff. But if they can't acknowledge and say, listen, the field that you're talking about was, I would say, created largely, at least the modern version of it, was created by Marxists who did have this ideology of infiltrating all of society and tearing it down and doing all these things that you say that you're against. So since that was their goal, they put inside all these programs that you're talking about that ideology that will lead to that outcome. And if you can't acknowledge that, then what the fuck are you doing? Then you're not helping. Then you are just being a useful idiot for them. You can't really, like, if someone creates a program that's based on an ideology of destroying your country, and you're telling me like, well, no, we can just like fix that program. It's like, well, no, you can't. That program was designed to destroy the country. Just get rid of the program. Don't adopt it in the first place. If you have some other idea, like fucking use that, create a new program, right? But you can't use this fucking toxic shit.
Yeah, they're trying to argue that, if an atheist is teaching Sunday school, then they're not really teaching the religion because they don't believe it themselves. Well, it's not really. I mean, they're reading the book and teaching the lessons and stuff like that just because they don't buy into it specifically. The message is still being put out into the world.
Less transparency. Here we go. Agree or disagree? A company should prevent employees from using language that might be offensive to people of certain backgrounds.
An initiative to eliminate harmful language, like beating a dead horse, turning a blind eye.
And that, my friends, is an example of a microaggression.
This is why I just it doesn't pass a sniff test. This brings all kinds of conflict into a workplace. You know how you can avoid this kind of conflict? If you have a bunch of homogenous workers that have no idea. It's true, though. It's true. No one is ever going to say something that's offensive if all the workers are the same, have the same politics and are the same race and religion. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, but it's like impossible.
They're going to disagree on other things, but they're not going to disagree on those things.
Yeah, but that's I don't know why you're like fixated on this. It would be stupid for a company to try to intentionally hire people of the same race and religion.
Yeah, well, if they did though, you wouldn't have this kind of conflict. You wouldn't be worried about microaggressions.
Yeah, okay, well, first of all, people always find conflicts. Like the idea you could be at a family gathering, these are the closest people to you genetically as possible, and they just fucking argue with each other about all sorts of shit.
Right, yeah. They'd probably be arguing over politics.
They
But like
might,
I said, they'd probably be arguing over politics or religion. They wouldn't be arguing over race. Well, look,
They could be arguing about anything.
They might be
They could
arguing over race.
be arguing about
Depends.
fucking sports teams. They could be arguing
Yeah.
about movies.
But if you're getting people who all share the same beliefs, you're going to get less of this conflict.
Well, obviously, you're going to get less of like microaggressions.
Look,
Stuff,
if
'cause it's not going to be an issue. Like, but there can be other issues.
Right. Yeah. So, man.
Whole microaggression thing, which is really tricky because a microaggression can be anything, really. You can ask somebody what time it is, and they will be like, "Are you testing my ability to tell time because I'm black?"
Yeah.
You know, anything can be a microaggression.
Right.
So that is a minefield right there. That said, there are some things I don't want to hear. I don't want to be called the N-word.
Yeah.
You know, so there is
Yeah,
a
lady.
line,
Yeah.
but that line has been moved substantially too far to the other side.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of the
It was, look, the N-word at work is not a microaggression. Okay, that's like a macroaggression.
Right.
Yeah. It's just insane that where we're at with this stuff.
reasons why I have always rejected this idea of including psychological safety into the work that I did. Like for years, my team was like, "Bo, we have to start addressing psychological safety," and I go, "No," because how psychologically safe a person feels has much more to do with like their entire life and the trauma and their own like self-confidence than anything that I can possibly do. And I'm not going to take responsibility for whether somebody goes to therapy or not.
I know.
Isn't that telling? You're like, why is your team obsessed with this stupid fucking idea? Like, I'm glad you weren't, but like, what the fuck's going on with this environment? Like, what's going on here? That's very telling.
Yeah, totally. Yes, all these people.
No
She
DEI
got
officers
ousted.
Mm-hmm.
We know why.
who would call you a white supremacist for saying that.
Oh, there are
Many.
people. Yes, same thing happens with me, right? You said at one point you were like bleeding heart, and now you're like considered like a Nazi. Like I would say that some people would look at me calling me a capitalist pig, but I agree with you. There is too much over-policing of language, but there is a line wherein we know the N-word is problematic. That should not be in the workplace. Using any kind of racial slur or any genderedized, like the B word or the R word, that's like, you can't have that in the workplace.
I do agree. I think that there's lines that should not be crossed, but we've always had those lines. That's not a nuance of DEI. That's not a new thing. So I want to go back to the idea of psychological safety because I think that's really at the core of this question. So one interpretation is that you want to be in an environment where nothing will ever be said that harms you, even given your background, which is ludicrous, right? I mean, nobody could ever expect to do that. But the other way to think about psychological safety is the idea that you should be free to challenge others. It should be about being able to have a free exchange of ideas, as long as you're not directly attacking one another, but be able to challenge ideas.
But has DEI promoted a speak-up culture? Because I would argue
what I've
it has
tried to do
done
in
the
5 years as
opposite.
DEI officer is exactly that.
But it
is
hasn't.
promoting challenge safety.
But the result is that
Not everywhere.
Not everywhere. Like you know, like you're hearing two people who have done this work for an extremely long time, and we're giving you examples of how we've done the work.
And
Isn't it interesting that when it comes to examples of racism, it's like constantly like all outcome oriented, result oriented. But then when it comes to all this DEI stuff and you talk about outcomes like that, none of them matters. Like, well, outcomes
that
keep
is
getting
a little
fucked
bizarre,
up.
isn't it?
Like, what are we doing here if the outcomes aren't working? And it's like, no, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter at all.
It's like the outcomes are all horrific and they're just monomaniacally focused on outcomes.
Yeah, well, it's just fascinating.
I'm saying that in the boardroom, right, when
I've been in the boardroom,
there is an echo chamber. In the past, you could do this. You can say, line item 27 is wrong. the calculation is wrong, right? You see this horrible mistake. Today's world, you have to say like, oh, so sorry.
That is not happening.
Can you please walk through line item 27 and explain to me how you calculated that number?
I literally had my board meeting 2 weeks ago. And I will tell you, that kind of rigor that you're talking about still exists.
I've never seen it. Never.
First of all, she needs to cool on the R word. Okay?
I know, over and over again.
Right. But also, it's hilarious that she's like, well, because I didn't experience it, then it must not be happening. It's like, oh, okay.
Nice anecdote, lady.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
Never. It's gotten worse and worse and worse. I do not see that. I see much more of a cancel culture. There is very little speaking up.
That's not what I'm seeing in boardrooms.
You literally fucking got fired from Uber because you're like, can we not use the word Karen anymore? Like, what?
Yeah,
what?
you spoke up and got canned.
Yeah, what the fuck is this? What's going on here?
Okay. Agree or disagree? Companies should make statements about social issues and global affairs.
Disagree.
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 Delta CEO Ed Bastian is now strongly condemning Georgia's controversial new voting law.
Hundreds of multinational brands came out in support of Israel.
Apple, PayPal, and Salesforce have strongly criticized the law.
I'm going to give a more nuanced perspective on that, especially since 2020. I had employees come to me and say, we need to talk about this earthquake and we need to talk about this conflict in the Middle East. Eventually, the number of
2020, come on. We know what they really were telling you to talk about. Okay.
I know. Why is she?
What's happening here? They wanted to talk about George Floyd. All right, come on. What's happening?
Yeah.
requests coming in saying this company should say something became so great that I created a rubric. And I said, 1, does this issue impact our business? Yes or no? If it's no, we don't say anything. If it's yes, then...
I mean, if George Floyd had been taking an Uber, right?
Yeah.
Would he have been stopped? If he was in an Uber, would he have been stopped at him?
No.
Would he have got kneed on the neck?
No.
I mean, he might have, because apparently he was passing counterfeit money, so it wouldn't have...
Does affect their business.
Right.
Racism affects all of our businesses.
That is true.
Do we have expertise to comment on this issue? If we don't, if the answer is no, we don't comment on it. And I would say most companies, 95% of the time, don't have the impact of the business and the expertise. But in 5% of the time, I think that there is an opportunity to say something as relevant.
Academia is a very different space because I know people who would say a rubric is a white way of knowing. So when it comes to mentioning things like this, talking about social events and things like that, it's a no-brainer. You talk about it, especially if it involves a downtrodden group. And I think campuses should be neutral.
Yeah, I agree. I think in general, they should remain neutral because their communities are very diverse and they're going to have many, many different opinions and they're going to be representing only one segment of that and not the others. The only exception, and it's not truly an exception, just in terms of supporting communities that are impacted by a global event or something that happens to affect a certain group, being able to send a message to those individuals or a message of support to say, we're here for you. We realize your families have been impacted by this, whatever it is.
I mean, let's take...
No, that's cringe. Listen, that's cringe. I don't want the corporate entity, the slime beast pretending that it gives a fuck about some, some tragedy. When
McDonald's cares about their customers.
Yeah. If they care about their customers, they would be feeding them McDonald's.
Slop? Yeah, exactly.
Like what's happening? God, I love that video. It was a McDonald's CEO, right? Who couldn't even eat the burger.
It was like took the tiniest bite of all time.
Yeah. He's like, let me taste my new product.
Oh yeah, this is so delicious. This big Arts burger.
Oh God, this is so good. I
tasted a little bit of it.
Took like the Squidward horse bite of like the tiniest fleck of meat. Oh, delicious.
Mm-hmm.
God.
I got a sesame seed. I could taste it.
How did the board not just instantly fire him?
I don't know.
This guy's a fucking retard.
Because they're all his family.
Probably. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. They're all getting kickbacks.
Climate change, as an example, right? Most companies in 2020, 2021 made pledges to go net zero.
Net zero.
Net zero. Net zero emissions by 2050. 100% green by the year 2050.
Right, so everyone signed up to net zero, right? Save, go Greta Thunberg.
Isn't that so hilarious? God, to be in that board meeting, you're an airline company, and you're like, I got it. We'll just tell people by 2050, we'll have zero emissions.
Yeah,
like,
or just lie to the American people.
Right, because by the time 2050 rolls around, who the fuck cares what the fuck we said
we'll
30 fucking years before? Yeah.
We'll all
right?
be gone. Yeah.
So
the ultimate
obvious.
performative.
Right. I do like that they have this like superimposed background picture
of Greta Thunberg.
Of Greta Thunberg in the background, like squat, like mogging in the back.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
It's so silly.
She's doing the I'm cool pose.
That's very funny.
Let's save the environment. But really, what did net zero achieve? Net zero achieved, it was just image control. It was form over substance. So I'm like absolutely adamant that businesses should just focus on what they do best, make good products and services, and stay completely out of the political arena.
So I actually agree with you. There was a similar initiative. It was like 300 different CEOs of like large Fortune 1000 companies who were all coming together to like band together to like support DEI. And my CEO of my company at the time said to me, they go, Bo, do you think I should join? And I said, absolutely not. And they were like, why? And I said, because this is a bunch of symbolic bull, and it's going to achieve absolutely nothing. I'd rather you spend your time focused on your organization, supporting the things that needed to happen, and you know what? Everybody cares about the shareholder price. So you get that shareholder price out of the 30s, and the CEO did his job, and he did it while also supporting DEI, but not engaging in any of this symbolic stuff. Too much of this work has become about virtue signal.
100%.
Every day, General Mills serves the world by making food people love, and inclusion is one of our secret ingredients.
Shop Black owned,
Mexican American owned,
Korean and queer owned.
Oh my God, it's
so funny,
insufferable.
It is
queer owned at Target.
At Target. I do like that whoever put this together obviously is like shitting all over this.
One common DEI practice we can all agree needs to be eliminated is
training.
Hello, and welcome to Training on Workplace Harassment.
Diversity statements.
Most job applications require, a resume, maybe a few references. But at the University of Washington, you'll also need a one-page diversity statement.
I would just say there shouldn't be any DEI.
Is the Civil Rights Act enough?
Yeah, we have laws, right, and enforcement. So, you know, if
we don't have enforcement. There's no enforcement anymore. That's been dismantled. The EEOC has completely been
That's not
dismantled
true.
from what.
If that's the case, then that's the mission. We need to,
But that's not true. You work in organizations. You're telling me you've never seen a lawsuit where woman or said person
but in the last 2
files
years,
and
it is not being implemented at all.
Yeah, that's complete bullshit.
Yeah.
There's enforcement by people filing lawsuits, which happen
Donald
all
Trump
the
is
time.
president, Adam. I don't know if you know that. Okay. Donald Trump is president. There's no
That's
enforcement.
bullshit.
Racism is legal now. Sexism is legal now.
There is an enforcement system.
It happens all the time. There are tremendous settlements.
I would say one thing to eliminate is diversity offices.
I don't disagree with that.
That's
Over
everything.
the course
right?
of this conversation, I've changed my mind about
nothing.
Oh, everybody's looking at me. Well, what did I change my mind about? I mean, I kind of already knew this, but I know it more now. There are a lot of people out there doing good work. I appreciate what you two are doing in your respective places.
Look at the peacemaker here. How dare you?
Yeah.
And keep up the good work if you can.
I would say I learned that maybe I underappreciated the degree to which DEI has been misconstrued, misused, maybe even abused, and leading to very, very poor and flawed implementations. And in particular, hearing from Desiree about her experience has been really helpful to think about how these things get implemented across different sectors, different industries. I'm aware of the flaws and imperfections of it in the academic setting, but hearing about that in the corporate world is illuminating.
I don't think it is a flaw. I think it's a perfect solution. Just say, yeah, we're already meeting the targets. Fuck off.
I don't know. Do you want to go ahead?
Well, what I appreciate in this conversation that everyone has been candid, but I do have to unfortunately say I haven't changed my mind about DEI. I just think that it is a flawed ideology we'll never progress and get to the really great stuff, the brilliance, if we're, cleansing everything and socially engineering things. I think we just overall lose out on innovation.
What I think I've changed my mind about, or not really changed my mind about, but recognize something that I have to do more. So I need to play a larger role in helping to demystify what the work should look like, and also helping those who are opposed to the work understand that there is a better way of doing the work that will benefit all people, that will benefit companies. It will build better meritocracy. It will build more constructive conversation. But I think the loudest voices sometimes in the room are not the ones that are portraying the work in the best manner possible. So I think that is something that I'll take away from here is recognizing the need for a more robust about what good versus non-good DEI looks like.
So can I just ask a question, maybe building on what Bo just said about good versus not good DEI? Is there a world, let's say we can crush the whole thing right now and build it.
The only good DEI is a dead DEI.
Yeah, exactly. I don't see how it is relevant in the realm of making money for the company.
No, but you don't need to have an office that says, listen, guys, don't throw the N-word around at the office place. Okay, don't be racist at the office. Don't be sexist at the office. All right, that's it.
If we hit the diversity quotas, like, how does that make the money spigot turn on?
I can't believe you just used the S word in front of me.
Spigot?
Okay. Oh, stop! I can't believe you
never heard that term.
You know that I'm dating a Latina. Okay, you cannot use that word in front of me.
The money spigot?
Stop saying it. Can't believe you.
Oh, okay. I won't say it anymore.
From scratch. Is there such a thing that you would like? What would good DEI look like to you?
Well, I would take the money that is in DEI departments anyway, and use that to fund outreach programs for local high schools, middle schools, things like that. Yeah. That's what I would like to see.
So I'm more of a libertarian. I want to see smaller government, less bureaucracy. So the best way that we can improve opportunity is through economic growth. 1 billion people were pulled out of abject poverty since 1990 because of the capitalist system, because of access to fossil fuels.
I think the market's powerful, yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. Let the market shake it out. Let's hire the best with as little intervention as possible.
I agree with you 100% in that we want to improve the quality of life for everybody. I think the only place,
even the lazy people,
and I think truly where this conversation boils down to is the mechanism by which we get there, right? And I think sometimes these conversations get so polarized that you think you're actually like trying to work towards different things. And if we could just simply get to the place where we're having difficult conversations, but we're not attacking character, we're talking about the mechanisms by which we get there. I think that's where we'll get to the best solutions.
Just the workplace is not the place to have your difficult conversations about race. It's just so fucking stupid.
This was a good example of a difficult conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Workplaces, keep it to yourself. Just keep it to yourself. Okay?
Yes.
Get your fucking job done.
Right. Do your job. I don't know. What is all this other nonsense? Okay.
So silly.
Get that stuff out of here.
So which racist is next? What's going on?
I thought which one do you want? You want FD or do you want THOT? Slime crime.
Well, FD's probably sitting around waiting for us to put his video on, so.
Okay, we can watch. That one's also shorter.
Yeah, good. That's what we want. Nice.
I guess they're all pertinent to this conversation.
I was just watching Kyle Kalinske talk about Hasan. I think it was Kyle Kalinske. Oh shit, am I being racist?
We can do better.
Okay, yeah, it was him.
He's saying that all white people look the same.
Yes. Isn't that funny?
It's so funny.
That's funny.
Yeah. No.
Well, first of all, who he confuses Kyle with doesn't even make sense. Because he's going to tell us.
Who is he? Oh, okay.
No shade. I do be getting them mixed up sometimes. And he says something that I wanted to speak on. Do Ezra Klein?
Ezra Klein and Kyle Kalinske?
Ezra Klein.
Okay.
I mean, Kyle Kalinske has had been in like midlife crisis, bleach blonde hair in sunglasses for like what, 10 years now, maybe 5 years now, 8 years. It seems very different than visually very different than Ezra Klein for a long time. Not just also politically very different than Ezra Klein, but it was very interesting to confuse the two. But okay, that's fine, whatever. I'm not going to be offended, Adam. I'm not a snowflake.
Not at all.
It's fine. I'm not crying. You're crying.
And Kyle Kalinske look alike. Okay, yeah, they're from the same template. No shade to Kyle. I don't fucks with Ezra Klein. Low key, the shit he did with Ta-Nehisi, just I'm off him forever until further notice. It's like the same.
See, aren't you glad, Ezra Klein, that you bent over backwards to suck off Hasan, right? But I mean, you had some sort of somewhat contentious conversation with Ta-Nehisi Coates, so you'll never be forgiven. You are going to be blacklisted forever.
Who can we bring up to compare FD Signifier to? Who can we like?
We're not going to do that.
Who can
we're above that.
Bring up a picture of Morgan Freeman. Look at this. Look, he looks exactly like. No, who has dreads? Actually, no. Bring up a picture of the Predator. That's what we need. Doesn't the Predator have those dreads?
There you go. We saw the last Predator movie. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Aside, the Yautja.
Right.
Is that it? We can look, if he's doing that joke, we can do that joke, right?
Of course.
You sound skeptical.
Of course. No, I'm trying to be above Adam. I'm trying to be above the mud, above the fray.
Someone send me a picture of a Yautja.
The same way, I look like I work at GameStop. There's a progressive.
What does that mean?
I honestly don't know what that means.
He works.
Looks like someone that works at a GameStop, I guess. A lot of black guys with dreads work at GameStops. Is that like the meme?
Of white guy aesthetic formula. Anyway, Kyle was talking about the alpha in the room, Hasan, and his recent tour. It's so funny. I said this on, I think, Threads the other day.
FD, come on. You're a proud black man. You don't need to cuck yourself to Hasan, all right? You don't have to call him the alpha in the room. He identifies as white, all right? You don't have to cuck yourself to him. You can call him problematic. You can call him racist, all right? What are you doing? What's happening here?
He likes the nail polish.
No, he likes
the true
the audience
alpha
size.
Nail polish.
That's what he likes. He likes the audience size.
You think so?
Yes.
Didn't FD say a lot of his audience is women? White women.
Did he say that? I don't remember.
Yeah, I think he did.
Well, there's probably a lot of overlap there with Hasan, so it makes sense.
Definitely. He's reeling it in.
Yeah.
Right after the election, everybody and their mama literally got on Twitter and said,
the liberals need a leftist Joe Rogan.
And most of us kind of said that sounds dumb. But also, we already have a leftist Joe Rogan. It's Hasan. It just doesn't.
They didn't say a leftist. When did the Democratic Party say, yeah, what we really need is a more socialist?
They said
when did they say that?
They said lefty or Democrat, right? Yeah, they didn't say leftist.
They didn't say leftist.
Interesting.
We need a leftist Joe Rogan. Right. How are we going to get our Stalinist Joe Rogan?
Mm-hmm. Doesn't work the same because, the right wing, yada, things I'm going to get to in a second. It just doesn't work the same. People took the initiative, and for what it's worth, Hasan has had a big mainstream glow up in the last 365 plus days, which I would say has been a net positive in general. It's been hard on Hasan, I think, because, managing that type of attention when you're unhinged.
Some of the best D&D players in the world. Did you just follow me?
Yes, I did.
Why did you?
Hyper online.
Oh, Jake Paul did.
What was that clip? What's that clip all about?
It was an unrelated clip that had nothing to do with anything. That just showed him talking to a person and hitting a meme on the soundboard.
Who was that guy?
I don't know.
I don't even know.
Blackface.
Guy is hard enough. And then it feels like in the last 2 months, and this is what I guess I'll let Kyle talk about it.
Fewer people know is that there's also currently a democratic civil war going on.
You have Third Way, which is a literal like corporate organization. They are going after Hasan Piker, and by extension, everybody on the left flank of the Democratic Party. What they've done is they've smeared Hasan viciously and relentlessly. They've called him an anti-Semite, which he's not. They compare him to Nick Fuentes and say that this guy is just as extreme as Nick Fuentes. And what they're trying to do is cancel the entire left flank of the political spectrum and say, you can't take these people seriously. The Democratic Party needs to be a right-leaning party. They need to be a centrist party, and they need to represent the interests of the Israel lobby and corporations.
So this is really interesting. This is really true. What's missing is the black part. What's missing is the racism part. And I wanted to discuss that because that's always way more important than all of my white peers realize until they text me.
Is this racism in the Democratic Party? That's where he's going with this?
Yes.
I didn't watch this whole clip. I knew obviously that FD couldn't help himself with the racism.
Kyle Kalinske advocated for something and he didn't address black issues, Adam, specifically. Mm-hmm. So obviously he's totally failing.
Black people run the Democratic Party?
No. Well, they don't. That's the problem.
Oh. What's going to happen after all the redistricting in the South? There's like 0 black Congress people.
Until they talk to some niggas. So I'm doing this preemptively.
He used the N-word. Oh my God.
Can't believe it.
Can't say that. That's a naughty word.
So let me skip to the end. He says something at the end that made me come down here and turn on the camera.
We're about to see what it's like when the left actually has control. And all I'll say is the last time the left flank actually had control was during FDR's reign. And what happened then? Well, at his peak, he had 80% of the House and 80% of the Senate. And he won 4 fucking presidential elections. Because Americans got to...
Didn't he throw the Japanese in internment camps too?
Oh, I can't believe Kyle didn't. He forgot the most important part. He was a big racist.
That's what was great about the Democratic Party back then.
They knew what to do with the Japs.
Exactly.
Put them in
little
camps.
Oh my God. They always forget that part.
Taste of something called social democracy, and they creamed themselves and they said, oh my God, let's only have this forever and ever and ever. Right? So the same thing would happen today.
All right. Right. Let's chat. I know. Let me just... I mean, this is not a gotcha to Kyle at all. But low-key, this is a big reason why I stay engaged with a lot of white leftists that I think are well-intentioned and fundamentally good and principled folks.
He's talking about you, Sitch. This is talking about... As soon as you said that, I was like, oh yeah, Sitch. He's talking about Sitch.
He just said white leftists. You think FD considers me a leftist?
Did he say leftists or lefties? I thought he said lefties.
Low-key, this is a big reason why I stay engaged with a lot of white leftists that I think are well-intentioned.
Yeah.
No, it's not talking about me. I don't even think, I doubt FD even considers me a lefty.
Well, he does think you're well-intentioned, though. You're a well-intentioned white person.
That's true. I am well-intentioned.
He doesn't think I'm well-intentioned.
No, you're a fucking
He definitely thinks I'm a piece of shit.
No. But, I mean, he's right about that. But... there you go. Well, no, listen, it's why it's interesting because it's sort of like his audience. There's sort of like this attitude of like, why do you even bother talking to like white leftists? And he has to like explain, like, it's weird, right? That he has an audience that he has to explain this to. This is why I still talk to like white leftists.
Mm-hmm.
It's very fascinating. It's like, even though they done fucked up, they done goofed all over the place, I still gotta talk to them, right? I can fix them. We can fix them, chat.
Look, how many black leftists are there? I mean, that's got to be a demographic that's just tiny. It's tiny. I mean, come on. Really, you think there's a lot of black socialists out there?
Well,
they're all in academia, yes, but
right. I was gonna say 100% because to be a true leftist, you have to be black, Adam, obviously.
Oh, okay.
No.
So they're all the left. All the white leftists aren't really leftists. FD probably thinks that.
They're fakers.
But that's got to be a super narrow. I mean, I don't think a lot of black people are socialists. Maybe I'm incorrect. FD.
I would
probably
think
knows better than me, but
I would think there's probably a higher proportion ratio-wise of white people that are socialists than black people. I would guess.
Yeah, hugely.
At least in America.
Hugely. But out of the black, everyone who's black, how many of them are socialists? That's what I'm asking. Out of the black population
There's
of America.
like 10 of them.
Yeah, it's exactly. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, oh my God, if he doesn't hang out with white socialists, he doesn't hang out with socialists. It's like him and Breonna Greyjoy. Click.
And fundamentally good and principled folks, because the American left, the Western left, especially here in America, has an immense blind spot for the fundamental power of white supremacy and racism in this country historically. I've been reading, shout out to, I can't remember the brother's name, but it's a book I mentioned on the Jam Pod, talking about Hubert Harrison.
Hold on a second. What the fuck did you just say? Wait a minute.
Left is engaged with a lot of white leftists that I think are well-intentioned and fundamentally good and principled folks, because the American left, the Western left, especially here in America, has an immense blind spot for the fundamental power of white supremacy and racism in this country historically.
The American left has a blind spot, Adam, for racism and white supremacy.
The power of white supremacy.
I mean, what world is he living in?
Well, I think he's saying that white supremacy is like a unifying force in the white community. He hasn't really said explicitly what the power is. I'm just kind of inferring here, but
because as you said, like the entire messaging for the Democrats for the last 8 years has been
white people suck.
White people suck.
Fuck you, Whitey.
Everything's about, checking a box. The entire lefty ecosystem on the internet has been like that times 1,000. So this idea that like, okay, I'm supposed to believe that the left in America is like blind to white supremacy. No, you're probably right. There's probably some like very hyper autistic way of defining what white supremacy is in order to come to that conclusion.
I've been reading, shout out to, I can't remember the brother's name, but it's a book I mentioned on the Jam Pod, talking about Hubert Harrison, who was a black leftist in the 1900s. This is a recurring problem with the left. As the left wins, as Kyle is talking about here with FDR, as we get tastes of social democracy, what we always seem to confuse is why the left eventually loses here in America. Even if you just consider the left, Bill Clinton in 1992 on into Al Gore, Barack Obama on into Hillary, and Biden into Kamala. There's a reason why the left wing, whatever you define that as an opposition to Republicans, loses. And it's because there's never a strong response to the embedded and like deeply rooted racism of this country. There's never a strategic response to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I have to go back again.
The reason why the left wing, whatever you define that as an opposition to Republicans, loses. And it's because.
How did he just said, if you define, now he had a little warning. If you're just listening, he had a little warning. You could hear the siren where he was saying Bill Clinton is on the left and Obama's on the left because he knows that his leftist audience does not consider those people on the left and would be very triggered to do so. But how can you just bring up two presidents who were, you're saying you acknowledge a lot of people think are on the left, are Democrats, who were in the highest position of power in the country, right? And we've had alternating Democrat Republican, right? You had Bush Sr., then you had Bill Clinton. So you had Republican, Democrat, then we went to Bush Jr., back to Republican. Then we had Obama, so we went back to Democrat. Then we had Trump, Republican. Then we had Biden, Democrat. Now we're back at Trump, Republican. How can you say that the left keeps losing when it keeps like the power keeps alternating? Obviously they're not. Obviously the power is they're winning, right? Like what the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean they're always losing?
And they completely won the culture. It's an insane argument.
Right. Like it would only make sense if he was saying the leftists, the socialists keep losing. Right. If he's just saying the left, even broadly, the Democrats losing, that's an absurd argument. Unless losing means that you've ever lost, right? If you don't win forever, then you're losing. Maybe that's the framing.
Yeah. Well, or if you want to bring in the context of socialism, like,
right,
socialism continually loses. So,
right, that's what I'm saying. But also, just I like the idea, like, well, the reason the left is losing in America is because they just won't talk about racism enough, Adam.
Yeah. It's funny because it's directly opposite, right?
Yes.
The reason they lost last time is because everyone's sick of the race talk.
Yes.
There's never a strong response to the embedded and like deeply rooted racism of this country. There's never a strategic response to that.
Did he not? He didn't live through George Floyd. He didn't live through the white fragility phase. What was all that if it wasn't a strong response? Ibram X. Kendi ring any bells for you?
It was all just hogwash, Adam.
What was all that about? Remember they gave Ibram X. Kendi like $1 billion and he lost it all?
Leftists and moderates fundamentally don't understand the full nature of racism in this country. They just don't. Sometimes it's malicious, but it's not even malicious. It's just the design of how white supremacy works. White supremacy is so invisible. It's like air. It's like dark matter. You don't even realize, if you don't know dark matter in like astrophysics or whatever, space science, dark matter makes up most of the universe, but you can't see it. But when they do the mathematical modeling of the universe, they can't get the universe to act right unless they have dark matter.
This is like his own personal perspective, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's a perspective of a lot of people that believe this shit. So he constantly comes off to me as a racist, like a black racist that hates white people. Okay. And if you are constantly going to come off like that to people, I think you're probably going to get a lot of people who give as you give. Right. So he's probably getting an outsized portion of racism towards him from white people. Well, I don't even know if that's true, because there was another video I saw where he was talking about like his kid, I don't know, he plays soccer or some sport or something. And he has to like go to some sort of like white rednecky area to play the sport, and that like no one is like outwardly racist. But he's like thinking that they all are secretly internally racist, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
And so I think, and this is kind of why he's framing it from like this systemic approach. He's like, it's not about like you outwardly facing racism. It's about this sort of systems. And actually, he
feels like they look down on him.
Right. But the dark, I'm glad he like uses this dark matter analogy, because it's actually like the perfect analogy. Right. It's like, okay, so you have the scientists are kind of measuring the motion of planetary objects, and they're like, well, it doesn't make sense. The gravity's off. So they kind of come up with this concept that there must be some sort of matter or energy that exists in the universe that they just can't see yet, right? Some sort of force they can't see.
Yeah.
And it's right. And it's funny because
indirectly you see the results of it, and that's the only way you can tell it's there.
Right. But the whole point of like dark matter and dark energy is that they don't know what the fuck it is. They just know that there's something that's having some impact, right? But they don't know. It's not like there's like some sort of like actual chunk of matter that's like, this is the dark matter, like that we've identified. It's actually all the racism in the universe. The force of all the racism is just as strong as gravity, right? They don't actually know what it is. And so it's interesting because, and the reason why it's kind of like the perfect metaphor, but I think not in the way that he thinks, is it's like, that is sort of what all the racialist scientists are doing. They're looking around and they see like that the outcomes of society are not along the exact racial proportion or ratio of races proportion. So they just concoct a dark matter explanation, and they just say, well, the dark matter explanation must be that there's all this systemic racism that exists that's still, you know, pushing down the non-white people. Even though that's the whole point. Is like, well, you don't know what the fuck it is. So this sort of this thing that you haven't really been able to find.
Yeah. I think he just feels uncomfortable around these white people. Therefore, he's suspicious of that discomfort that he feels. He thinks is them being racist. But maybe it's just him being racist. I don't know. For all I know, the people that he interacts with in this soccer league are completely racist. Like, maybe they think racist thoughts when they leave.
There. If you take dark matter out of
how can you live your life and be constantly thinking about how these other people think about you, right?
That's your white privilege, Adam.
Is it? I mean, I think there's a lot of racists in the world, so, but I don't let it bother me. People are racist against white people. Los Angeles is probably ground zero for that. But look, there are plenty of people of color who
You
are
said
not
someone
racist
you were
against
walking,
white people.
and someone tried to
Well,
get a lynch mob.
that person definitely was racist, but
Someone tried to get a lynch mob to get you on the basis of your skin color.
I don't know.
Universal mathematic frameworks of these astrophysicists, the entire universe stops working properly. So even though they can't see it, they can't point to it with their telegraphs, they know it's there and they act accordingly in their science. And the left doesn't do that.
Now, did he mean to say telegraph as like a joke? Like some sort of or something? Or was that just a mistake?
What are you trying to say?
Well, he said telegraph instead of telescope. I don't know if was he making a joke or what was happening there? Okay.
Left doesn't say, once we do these things, how are we going to keep these things as Black people are involved? And so specifically to this thing about FDR and the New Deal and all the things that happened under FDR, I talked about this, I can't remember which video, but the thing that people don't engage with is that all of FDR's programs died. First off, no, let me go back. The social democracy that Kyle is talking about and all the FDR programs that were implemented were only allowed under the tacit agreement that it wasn't going to be given to no niggas. GI Bill, housing bill.
And we were going to throw the Japanese in internment camp.
Of course.
So he's basically saying you can't throw out FDR as like a big progressive victory when there was all this racism going on.
Well, this video is very interesting to me because Kyle and all these people who now know that like woke shit is unpopular and they always try to distance themselves from it. When FD's doing the literal thing that they try to pretend that they don't do, where he's trying to bring up something that he thinks has mass appeal to everyone, which would be, some sort of housing bill or some sort of like FDR social program or something like this. And then you have FD kind of come in and play the role of the woke scold who's like, whoa, excuse me, sir. How can you bring up this thing when that thing historically was, not accessible
super racist,
to Black people and was actually super racist, right? He's playing the literal part of the woke scold, which Kyle and all these people pretend they have
never
nothing to do
existed,
with and doesn't actually exist, right? And it's some sort of like Republican creation.
Yeah.
When it's just ridiculous because obviously I don't think Kyle Kalinske or really any white person on the left is advocating to bring back some sort of social program and to not allow Black people into the social program. So why is it even relevant to bring this up in the conversation and say, well, how dare you bring up trying to mirror something? Like, obviously, if they're going to mirror like the Housing Act or the housing bill or some aspect of it, they're not going to be like, well, we're going to include the racist part of it. Like, why would you, like, what is even the point of bringing that up?
Yeah. It's not a valid point today at all.
No, it's just the sort of woke skull in the situation.
Well, he's saying, it's implied by him saying that the white supremacy we've never really dealt with, because he's saying that white supremacy that exists in FDR's time still exists today, right? That's the implication.
I guess that'd be the implication, yeah.
But without talking to him, you don't really know what he means by this. Like, what is this white supremacy thing? If it's that your kid plays soccer with a bunch of white people and you think that they look down on you.
No, it's dark matter, or I guess maybe we should be calling it white matter. Okay. It's white matter. It's the fact that it is literally the outcome. It is that we live in a society where there is still primarily economic inequality between white people and Black people overall as groups. So therefore, that must mean that there's still all this racism baked into the system to explain why there's this inequality.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it is at the end of the day. That's the white matter.
I don't know how you solve that problem. Like, where could FD go where there was a soccer, where it was like an all black soccer team? All the parents were black. Everyone was black. So he didn't have to deal with the white people. Because I think that would be better for him. He would like that better. But I don't know that exists, right?
Mm-hmm. Maybe. I don't know. I'm sure you could find one or start one.
Right. Start the all black soccer team. What do you think well, I guess the liberals they'd be down with that. They'd say, oh yeah, that's good. Do it.
Whites only. They weren't even giving it to Irish and Jewish people at the time. They had to pledge. Irish people had to pledge and Italians had to pledge crackify white in order to get their piece of the social democracy pie in the early 1900s. That growth of the American economy and the American middle class.
You think that happened? Do you think FDR was like, listen, Jews, listen.
Pledge up.
Listen, you Irish mix, right? What's the slang? That was like the slang for the Irish. Listen here, you mix. You got to make sure that you solidify your whiteness before we give you any of this juicy social program.
You don't get any of the Social Security.
Right.
You're not white enough.
No.
And all of that was only allowed under the understanding that black people were not going to be included in that. And then after black...
All this is just to say white people suck. That's the whole purpose of this video. White people are racist pieces of shit, and they always have been. That's the purpose of this video. How's that not racist? Totally fucking racist.
Well, no, I think the point is more autistic than that. It's more like if you were to bring up, I don't know, like the Declaration of Independence or something famous that Thomas Jefferson said, right? Jefferson says some sort of great quote that is, very enlightening to liberalism or Western society. And then you kind of have the autistic writer go, excuse me, sir. Excuse me. I don't know if you know this, sir. Excuse me. Did you know that Thomas Jefferson owned slaves? Did you know that?
Yeah, but
Did
the
you
whole
know that,
purpose
sir?
of bringing that up is to create negative stereotypes of white people, that white people are fucking racist.
I think it's
purpose
more
of it.
I think it's more to say that like you're not. It's more. I think it's more socialist than that. It's more like everything that was old must be completely destroyed. Like unless something arose from a completely pure state of being that was like devoid of anything bad, then within the whole is bad, right? If any part of it is bad, then the whole is bad. This is why so much of like this lefty shit will never go anywhere. This is why like someone has an idea, someone has a project, and they're like, well, yeah, but you have to have a land acknowledgement. You have to have like 100 million ramps. It has to be in Braille. You have to like cater to every single aspect of every single problematic thing in the world. Because if there's any sort of like toxic element or any sort of like shortcoming element of it whatsoever, then the whole thing is like evil.
I don't think this video is about socialism. I think this video is about race. Totally about racism. You have white racists that constantly will talk about black crime, and they'll show videos of black criminals, and they're doing that because they want to make the argument that all black people have no impulse control and they're all criminals, right? That's what they're doing. That's the whole point of it. He's doing the same thing with white people being racist. That's the whole point of making this video.
Maybe.
Yeah, totally. It's not that he's not saying, oh, the program is ruined by the aspect of the program being racist. No, he's saying, look, white people always are racist. And look, they were even racist back then when they were trying to do good. Well-intentioned white people, right? These are well-intentioned white people that can't help themselves but be racist.
Folks started being like, shit, and tearing shit up in the South and across the country after...
This guy just exudes racism to me. I think he's got a chip on his shoulder because he's a minority in the United States. Well, I don't know where he lives, but I think white people have probably taken him under his wing, given him a leg up. He's probably gone to a college that's mostly white, right? And he foments resentment in him. He's like, I don't want to join this culture. I want to join a black culture. I want a culture of equals that's just all black. I don't know how you solve that problem, though. I guess segregation is really the only way to solve it, but
after it became clear that two Americas couldn't really exist, they started saying, okay, let's give a little bit of this, let's give a little bit of that. And once that started to happen, the popularity of these social programs plummeted. I talked about it in the hell's this dude's name? Who got shot in the neck?
Why did the popularity plummet if all of a sudden they were making the programs available to black people? How come the popularity plummeted if white people aren't always racist? And
because the evil racists need to be over someone, probably.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting a big all white people are racist vibe here.
Oh yeah, listen, I'm never gonna fight against that accusation. That is a true accusation, probably.
Yes.
So.
Yeah. It's because of white people are racist. That's why the popularity plummeted. White people can't help themselves. Look, they automatically racist.
That started to happen, the popularity of these social programs plummeted. I talked about it in the hell's this dude's name? Who got shot in the neck? What's the motherfucker got shot in the neck? Charlie Kirk.
What was that guy's name?
Who was the white guy that got assassinated in front of a bunch of white people?
That's funny. It's a funny joke.
I don't see. It's our society completely condones this level of racism in black people.
Of course.
Yeah.
It's like charming. It's cute. It's like when when you're like a little kid and they like threaten something absurd, right? That they can't really manifest, right? And you're like, oh, that's cute.
Well, look, Charlie Kirk was painted as a racist by a lot of people on the left. I'm sure FD Signifier thinks Charlie Kirk is a racist and a white supremacist.
Right.
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
I saw about in the Charlie Kirk video. Oh, this is so disrespectful to me. This video should have like a million more views. So the 1930s. Am I tripping? Yeah, I talked about it. Don't make fun of me. Yeah, okay. The New Deal was at its core a socialist work program that lifted millions of Americans into the middle class out of poverty. But it only passed because it was initially designed to exclude undeserving black Americans as much as possible. Whether or not racism will ever be solved is a whole other question. Right, and I'm not perfectly equipped to give a take that I feel super confident about that. Well, you have to give me some time to research. But I'll just say this. I am not willing to wait until racism is solved to get rid of capitalism. Does that make sense? I think that's the cleanest thing I can feel confident about.
This is the thing that drove me crazy because.
Well, wait a minute. Look, this plays into what I was saying.
Okay, here.
Like exactly what I was saying.
I'm not perfectly equipped to give a take that I feel super confident about that. Well, you have to give me some time to research. But I'll just say this. I am not willing to wait until racism is solved to get rid of capitalism. Does that make sense? I think that's the cleanest thing I can feel confident about. I have no hope in racism being solved under capitalism, period. Racism as a social structure and its effects will be easier to address and diffuse under socialism, under communism, under whatever anarchism, whichever left-wing ideology is your favorite Pokemon. I am more confident in addressing racism under those frameworks than under capitalism by far. There is no chance of solving racism under capitalism. Capitalism fundamentally, especially in the West, requires racism because race is a class construct. So with that in mind, though,
you got to respond to this, man.
Well, see, so as it's not about whether he cares about capitalism, communism, or racism, they're all tied in together. You can't tie them up. You can't pull them apart. They're all the same thing.
This is just idiocy, though, obviously, because
no, I know. I'm just harkening back to what I said. What I thought his point was.
Like capitalism has done more to ameliorate racism than anything, because business owners are like, I don't care if you're black or white. I want your money. I want your money. Right?
Right. Of course.
These the whites only thing that the politicians did, because the populace was in favor of it, was a hindrance on the capitalists, on the business owners. They were the ones that were against the fucking whites only shit. They were like, hey, I want everyone inside my establishment.
They want
I want to make more money.
Different cars, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So this is complete stupidity here. This is unread understanding of capitalism. Like, this is a guy that only reads some leftist communist perspective on capitalism, which is...
Are you saying that FT Signifier is ignorant?
He is ignorant. Yeah. Yeah. Doing a number on the stereotype here.
Mind, and this is kind of the reason why I wanted to bring this up. As we look to the future of mainstream political wins for the Democrats, not the left, but the Democrats, you have to keep in mind that racism is the hook. Racism is what will be used to counteract and erode whatever progress is made. And many people that, I'm not going to call them leftists, many people that enjoy and appreciate.
See, what does he mean by racism is the hook? Does he actually think that racism is like something mainstream Americans are hooked by? That's like a good thing for them. Like, I want a political party that's racist. That's what I really need. I need my racist feelings to be represented in politics.
Maybe. I'm assuming what he means with the capitalist thing is that, like, the capitalists need racism because if it wasn't for racism, all the people losing in capitalism would realize that they're being screwed over, and they'd all band together to fight the evil corporate overlords. So racism is like too useful of a distraction. Like, that's generally the argument I hear these sorts of ideologues make.
Capitalism is a distraction from fighting racism?
No. Racism is a distraction from fighting against capitalism.
Right. What is the problem with capitalism that we need to fight?
That it creates a bunch of inequality, Adam.
Inequality? Okay.
Yeah. Come on, what are you talking about? What you talking about?
What do you think when black people go, this is a black-owned business? What do you think they're trying to do?
They're trying to say,
are they saying blacks only, no white people?
Yes.
Bull fucking shit.
That is bull
fucking shit. No. They're saying white guilt. Come in the door, please. We're selling our wares. You got white guilt. We can forgive that.
There you go.
They are. They totally are.
Social democracy and socialist programs and government funded programs and unions and workers collectives and all of those things that are a big part of any leftist governing framework can still be racist. And they can be racist, especially on the left, in ways they don't even fully understand. What I'm trying to get at is,
don't you love it? It's just, you're being racist in ways you don't understand.
You can't avoid it. It's just, it's always there. It's always present.
Yeah.
Isn't it useful to have like an enemy that can never be
defined?
Abolished?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or gotten rid of, right?
Yeah.
It's an ever present enemy that's always there.
Enemy, see an enemy.
Yeah. Right.
Is that as one of many examples of how racism would erode.
Is this still working? How's the FD's numbers? How's his?
He's still doing well.
Okay.
It's working. It's working on YouTube. I don't think it's working broadly in America.
Right. Okay.
You know, it's funny. The way I found this video was I saw the Vanguard boys responding to it.
Oh yeah.
And the very first thing they brought up, which is funny because it kind of harkens back to when we watched their other content, was they were like harkening back to like how good FT Signifier's viewership is. I was like, wasn't that fascinating? Why would you bring that up? An interesting signal.
They're really on the grift.
I don't know.
Like,
it was
I
very
need to capture audience share.
it's very interesting. Like whenever you talk about someone, you first have to talk about like instead of talking about like their ideas, you talk about like how successful they're doing. It's an interesting thing that kind of jumps out at me.
Well, I just want to see how much of this poison is actually in the environment. That's my interest in it. Yeah. As someone who believes in color blindness, oh my God. People who watch FD Signifier do not believe in color blindness. They think you have to talk about race constantly all the time.
Right.
Not talking about race is racist.
Workers' movements, unions, socialist action is unions would be segregated if there were black unions at all. And these white unions would not allow black people in them. So when they went on strike, the business owners would hire black people to do the same jobs. Much as it...
The racist stereotypes were ubiquitous when these things were going on. So there's like... That has to be acknowledged. The racist stereotypes are not near as prevalent as they were when these things were happening.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Why? How come he doesn't acknowledge that?
That's your white privilege.
Like, that's a big difference. The new racist stereotype is that all white people are racist. That's a racist stereotype that FD Signifier completely buys into. And if you buy into, if you believe in your heart of hearts that every white person is secretly looking down on you as a black person and thinks you're an inferior person, you're going to behave in a much different way than if you don't believe the racist stereotype, right? If you believe the racist stereotype that all black people have no impulse control and they can't help but rob you, you're going to act completely differently than if you don't believe that stereotype. And our society for the past, 50 years has been focused on destroying those negative stereotypes, right? So you don't see a black professor and think, oh my God, he's going to steal my wallet. People don't believe that shit anymore.
Mm-hmm.
But look, FD Signifier still believes, no, white people do believe that secretly. They all do.
It's typical of...
Is that intelligent? That's not intelligent, right?
No.
Believing these racist stereotypes, is that intelligent? Does it take intelligence to get past these racist stereotypes? I mean, I would argue that racism is correlated with stupidity. I definitely would argue that.
Mm.
It seems like there's been some studies that show low IQ people are more racist because they buy into the stereotypes.
Of the way people respond to have ingrained hatred for their peers as opposed to their oppressors, instead of looking at what the capitalists were doing by manipulating these poor black folks that were not allowed to work anywhere else, they rioted and burned down East St. Louis. You trying to get me to have a seizure with that sound praxis. You trying to have me foaming at the mouth. POV white and ignorant non-black leftists trying to comprehend when revolutionary Pan-African leftists correctly articulate that anti-blackness as a sentiment would exist even after capitalism is done away with. Being a socialist, communist, Marxist, anarchist doesn't immune you from upholding anti-blackness. The fact of the matter is, whatever wins for the left that come, if they aren't in tandem with some type of plan or projection to address the innate racism that its country was built on, that most folks don't notice.
How do you do that? Does it exist now, or is it a problem that it was built on it? Because how do you do that? How do you change the past?
Oh, dude, I thought you meant how do you put Baltro music into your video about complaining about racism?
Oh yeah,
no. I thought that's what you meant.
We're gonna be back at square one.
Look at this.
I didn't even notice that music until the very end there. I think I'm saying it wrong. Balatro.
FT is outside the Matrix, or is he inside the Matrix? I can't tell.
I mean, he's a Joker, right? Yes, he's deep in the Matrix. Deep in the Matrix. He woke up from a Matrix and then jumped into a different Matrix immediately. Okay.
Is FT Signifier a blurred? Have you heard that term?
I have not heard that
nerd.
Term. No, I mean he likes anime, so probably.
He is, isn't he?
He's a big anime nerd. Yeah.
That's got to be painful. I'm sure the black community looks down on him for. He's like, you're white. How do you like all this white stuff?
I thought it was hilarious. He talked to Second Thought, and he was trying to get Second Thought to watch Madoka Magica. And I'm like, that's not going to work. What are you doing? What are you doing?
That's hilarious.
Yeah, this guy's pro October 7th. I don't know what's happening here.
FT just needs to nut up and just join the white culture like a normal person.
But listen. There you go. It's true.
Stop with all this Pan-African studies and stuff.
That's true. Anime is famously white. Anime is the whitest thing around. Okay.
I can't think of anything whiter than anime, to be honest with you.
It's true. It's true.
White and vaguely Asian.
It's like the same thing, right? Yeah.
All right. I need another bathroom break, and then we can.
You go to the bathroom. Yeah.
Then we can. Second Thought, right? That's next on the docket.
The thought slime.
Yes.
There is no Second Thought video.
Oh, Thought slime. You're right. It's all the same. What are thought slop? Slop
thought.
Slop.
Slop thought. Thoughts. I like thought slop.
What are your final thoughts on FD Signifier here?
I want to know why he cucked himself out to Hasan. Why would you cuck yourself out to a dog shocker? That's the real thing here. Okay.
This is 12 minutes of all white people are racist, promoting all white people are racist stereotype.
Except for Hasan. What's up with that?
Yeah, well, he probably thinks Hasan is brown. He's like, he gives him a pass.
I mean, Hasan says he's white. He says he has the cracker pass.
So he just used Kyle Klinsky bringing up FDR to say that FDR is a racist and that all white people are racist.
Yes.
Okay. People believe this. This is a stereotype that white people have to deal with. They do.
Now, Kyle did react to this.
Okay. Oh, did he? Why are we watching that? What was the reaction?
Well, so do you think?
Sum it up for me.
Do you think that Kyle said something like, "Oh my God, this is everything that's wrong with like the left, all this stupid hyperfixation on identity politics, blah 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 blah"? You think he said that?
No, he totally agreed. He's agreed with FT Signifier.
Yeah, he just said, "Oh, you just brought up some good points."
Yeah,
that's it. It's like a 20-second clip.
These are great. He's like, these are great points. All white people are racist. We do live in a racist America, and we do need to get rid of capitalism.
He said, "Thank you, sir. May I have another?"
Exactly.
That's what he said.
Kyle said, "Can I get on my hands and knees and kiss your ass?"
That's what happened. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right.
Why is this the world we live in? Anyway.
Go to the bathroom.
All right. I'll be back. I'll see you in.
Okay.
What time is it? 6? I'll see you 6:30. Be right back.
Jesus, you didn't take a shit? Like, what's happening?
I'm just kidding.
A long pee.
I'll be right back.
Right. It's Balatro. Ba like sheep. Okay. That game was weird. That was a game I like when I first got it. I was like, this is the best game ever. I think I played it like a lot, and then I don't know, I just hit some point pretty early on where I'm like, I'm never playing this game ever again. It burned brightly and then it just burned out. Okay. Yeah, the weird thing too about him trying to get Thought or Second Thought to watch Madoka, but Second Thought was all like, I don't like anime because like all anime and Japanese people are pedos. Which first of all, racist, right? But then secondly, I was like, oh, so you're gonna get him to watch Madoka Magica. Okay. Okay. Interesting choice. I mean, I like the first anime, but the guy who thinks everything's a pedo, I don't think I'd give him that one. The Oceanist, thanks so much for 8 months, says, wait a minute, I'm a gamer and I'm married with a family and I'm allowed to talk about the game that Hasan is butthurt about. Also, LOL, USSR collapse. There you go. True. Chakas for 33 months. Thanks so much for being 33 months of Free Will Seeker. Says, I swear Hasan is chubbing up and I'm here for it. I'm going to laugh so hard at Fat Hasan and then I'll laugh again at GLP-1 Hasan, A-Team Reigns. See, that's the poly market bet. Okay. How like, what year do we get Fat Hasan, right? And then what year do we get Ozempic Hasan? That's the Polymarket bet that we gotta open up on that one. Tree Boy for 22 months. Thanks so much for being Free Will Seeker. Says, right guy here. I've never been more proud of my wife and children than when I see people like Hasan. I'm glad to know that my progeny will continue. Good for you. Look at that. Michael Dortman for 46 months. Thanks so much for being 46 months. Free Will Seeker says, I think Val broke up with him three weeks ago, and she said she would never have children with him. I watched a breakup of Val talking about her ex.
Really?
Ooh.
Wow. That was Hasan?
Interesting. Yeah. So wait, did she say
kids? So she dumped him? She's like, look, my clock's ticking. Get the fuck out of here, loser.
Right. Did she break up with him because of that? Or did she just also said that she broke up with him because she couldn't envision herself ever having children with this guy? So she's like, fuck that.
He's such because he's such a man child.
I mean,
yeah.
Yeah.
And he's like an asshole.
He's a huge asshole.
Yeah.
He's a huge piece of shit. Yeah.
And he doesn't seem to realize that he's a piece of shit too, which is a huge problem because he doesn't have any guilt.
That's the worst asshole. The asshole doesn't realize he's an asshole, right?
Yeah. No regrets, asshole.
Val said she would never have kids. Oh, well, then you think they'd be made? Wow. You think they'd be made for each other then, right?
Yeah. What's going on there?
What's going on there?
Oh, so he wanted to have kids.
Well, no, that doesn't mean he wanted kids, right?
I don't know.
So
sounds like kids was a controversy. I wish I could find this study. There's a study that Joseph Henrich posted that they broke down people by how close they lived to some kind of market where goods could be exchanged, and gave them surveys to see how racist they were, how insular they were towards their communities. And the closer people lived to markets, the less racist they were, which is completely opposite to what FD Signifier is saying. And it makes complete logical sense, right? Like if you are constantly going to a market where you want to sell your goods to, anyone, regardless of what they look like or talk like, or you're going to be more accepting of those people, right? You're going to have a better relationship with those people.
So you're saying we need more diversity in the workplace?
No, we need more markets.
We need more diversity in the marketplace?
The diversity, let the diversity follow.
Okay.
No, it's just completely, he's saying, look, obviously capitalism is fueling racism. No, it's the opposite.
Right.
I'll bring the study up. Oh, I saved there's 10,000 bookmarks on my Twitter that.
Sometimes the universe.
I always had that problem where I'm like, I bookmark something on X. I'm like, we're gonna come back to this, and then I'm like, I've so many bookmarks, you can never come back to anything. It's just.
Yeah, I had them in folders and whatnot, but then I stopped. I gave up my X membership because it was just, I didn't want to spend a lot of time on X.
You lose your bookmarks if you don't have an X membership?
No, they throw them all into one folder. So
your bookmark folders is a perk of being a member?
Yeah.
That's hilarious. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So crazy.
So I had a folder set up like a capitalist folder.
Right.
And then now it's just all a massive hodgepodge. So I have all the AI videos I bookmark.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look, I have Kamala Harris's. There's a big difference between equity and equality tweet bookmark.
Now, here's the question. If you get your membership again, does it all fix itself, or no? They're they've lost the folders forever.
Oh my God. Every time I'm not sure about that. Every time I go into my bookmark folder, I retweet the tweet Phil Labonte tweeted out of Destiny doing his impersonation. Oh, I'm Phil Labonte. Oh, can I meet you?
Yeah.
And it always gets another
chuckle.
Yeah, because everyone's like, oh, I remember this. That's so good.
That was Destiny's molding Spurg out moment.
I know.
One of many, probably.
What is that guy up to these days? Yeah. Is he still out there working it? Is he going to be campaigning for Kamala Harris again?
Probably, yeah. I don't know what's going on with that lawsuit he had against him.
Yeah.
Okay. Ready?
No.
Are you ready for this?
Of
Now,
course.
I don't know if you know this, because I think I knew this and then I forgot intentionally, and then I had this remember it again when I clicked on this video. I think, I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what's going on here. I think Thought Slime is like trans now or something.
Oh my God.
Like, I don't know what's going on here, because it's like you're
That's
looking
not
look at
just
this.
that's not just a costume for the video.
No.
I know. Look, I thought, oh, look, he's got some costume on for the video. That's what I thought was going on.
No, that's like all his videos now.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, good. Look, he's or she. I don't want to misgender anyone.
Yeah.
What's going on here?
Listen,
How am I supposed to?
they are not putting in if they're, I don't know if they are trans. If they're trying to be trans, they're putting in like a
The
bare
least
minimum
amount of
effort.
work.
Okay. There's
Yeah.
a lot of very little effort going on here. It's some sort of transition, but
Look, well, I'm glad they are living their truth.
okay. I'm just letting you know.
I wish them all the best.
You're gonna be people are gonna be a little jarred. Okay, maybe. A little confused, right? I don't want you guys to be confused. This is a trigger warning. I'm giving you guys a trigger warning, okay?
Don't be confused.
Sometimes the universe will just conspire to give me a free video. It just hands me a video topic on a silver platter. Behold, an article from The Atlantic titled "The Other Way the Super Woke Left Discriminates." Subtitle, "Race and Gender Aren't the Only Categories That Determine Who Gets Special Treatment," written by Thomas Chatterton Williams. And as you can tell by the way that I kind of smugly talk out of the side of my mouth when saying that title, it's like Thought Slime catnip. A pompous asshole at the most pompousest assholist magazine there is, complaining about wokeness? And even teeing me up to talk about Superman? Throw in some M&Ms, dude, and that's basically my entire channel. Real Mildred Core hours over here at theatlantic.com. To emphasize how truly brain dead this article is, I want to read to you from the opening. I'm not going to read the whole article because it was behind a paywall.
Is it offensive? Well, actually, you know what? It makes sense now, because like the guy who's talking about this, Thomas Chatterton Williams, he's a half-oo, okay? He's half white, half black. And so in order to be able to criticize him, Thought Slime has to also be some sort of like oppressed minority, right?
Is that what's going on here?
I don't know if that's what's going on, but I'm gonna say that's what's going on, right? That's gonna be my headcanon for what's going on.
Did Thought Slime transition into a grandmother? Is that what's going on here?
That's how they identify now, as a grandmother. Yeah, obviously. What are you, a bigot? How dare you? Okay. How dare you?
And I don't want to get in copyright trouble, but I do need you to hear how this essay opens to set the stage for the kind of twisted mind we'll be grappling with here. Progressives often follow a particular pattern when they want to dismiss a phenomenon that challenges their beliefs. The writer Rob Henderson summed it up in a tweet in 2021. Step 1, it's not really happening. Step 2, yeah, it's happening, but it's not a big deal. Step 3, it's a good thing actually. Step 4, people freaking out about it are the real problem.
So that's just objectively true, right?
Yeah,
100%
yeah.
objectively true. Yeah.
Is that really Rob Henderson? Did he start that meme? Because that's
I didn't know that he
pretty
started that
popular meme. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know. Good for him. I don't even know who Rob Henderson is.
Rob Henderson. He's a guy that came up with the term.
I guess I should know. I follow him on X. I don't know who he is.
Yeah. He came up with the idea that, the elites have a sort of morality that they don't actually live by, but hurts other people. He has a fancy term for it, but I can't remember what the term
yes.
is.
What? Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about that.
Yeah. He's that guy.
Wasn't
I
it
read
like
his book, but it
elite
wasn't
or
really about that.
privileged morality or something
Yeah.
like that?
I don't know his fancy term. Just look at the chat. They'll know. Luxury
Someone in
beliefs.
chat.
That's it. Look,
Luxury
immediately.
beliefs. Thank
Everyone
you.
knows. Everyone knows but us.
Right.
You guys should be the show.
Thank you.
Luxury beliefs. He's that guy. He's that Rob Henderson. He was
Look at
raised in foster care. So he really has a hard luck story, being shuttled around from family to family. One of the foster care families he lived with was a woman who continually got new foster kids and turned them basically into her wait and cleaning staff. So, but then after the boys would get to be like 12 or 13, they became too much work. So she'd get another one that was like 10.
Oh my God, that's horrifying.
10 for the next, so she would have another cleaner of the house for another 3 years. Yeah. And that's one of, fascinating.
And he's another half.
story.
I'm looking at his Wikipedia page. Look at this. He's half Mexican, half Korean. Wow. That's a unique Pokemon right there.
Rob Henderson?
Yeah. Mexican and Korean, right?
He's got lots of oppression points.
There you go. He's a smart guy. Came in with luxury beliefs and the it's not happening set process.
He is a very smart guy, obviously. Yeah. I think his mom was a drug addict, which is super unfortunate.
Mm-hmm. A Jeb or G Bushmilk? G Bus Milk, I'm going to say. Thanks so much for the 30 Aussie bucks. Says, hi guys, wish you the best. And how petty do you need to be to throw away a multi-decade friendship over D&D ... Dev. There you go. Was it who threw? I thought it was
our relationship away.
I thought it was who was the other person in the conflict? Whatever. I thought he described it as the other person, but
What
it's
happened?
pretty funny.
What do you mean? This isn't our relationship with Dev, is it? I didn't throw any relationship away.
No, wasn't it? It was Arch or something or Sargon. Remember, it was a washing the orc story.
Oh.
Or am I thinking of Rags? I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
Dev and
V. It was V. Thank you, Dr. Diller. Yes.
Okay. I know Dev and Carl had a falling out.
Yes.
But yeah. Carl has been trying to have a falling out with me for years, but I love the guy. I can't he can talk whatever shit he wants about me. I don't care.
There you go. Well, thank you.
This was the left's archetypical response to any number of excesses and abuses perpetuated under the banner of social justice. We're off to a rip-roaring start, just quoting a really long-winded tweet in its entirety, but here's where it really...
That's a long-winded tweet?
Yeah, it seemed pretty concise to me.
Are we like totally brain busted on TikTok scrolls and app games? Like, wait a minute. This is 4 sentences.
Justice. We're off to a rip-roaring start, just quoting a really long-winded tweet in its entirety.
Hey,
look at that long-winded. Oh my God, that's
I don't
such
even
a long.
think that's over the old limit.
That's not. I was gonna say that's literally within the old fucking Twitter framework. Jeez.
Yeah.
Okay, we're very long-winded though. Okay, strap in, boys.
I can't believe this is still going on. Is this like a new video or is this from 2016?
This is a new video.
Wow.
Well, it's from a few months ago, but yeah, no, he's still chugging them out.
Right. Okay.
Still churning them out. This video had 112,000 views at him. Okay, gotta get with the times.
Wow. God, one day we'll have 112,000 views, and it's going to be glorious.
Well, obviously, the secret sauce is that you have to dress up like a grandma.
No, I was thinking you would dress up like a grandma.
No, I'll be a grandma shadow. Okay, we'll dress up as grandmas together. How about that?
Right.
You can put a little wig on my avatar, little dress, right? But you gotta actually do it in person though.
Nah.
No. Chat. How do you feel about this?
Should Adam?
Let's do a poll. Should Adam dress up as a grandma?
I mean, you can do that poll. We all know how it's going to be like 5%. 5% saying no, I shouldn't, and 95 saying I should.
Well, then you got to get the people what they want.
It's even pointless to do that poll because we know that's like a troll poll.
That would you sound scared.
I watched none of this video, so we need to get into this video.
Should
Attack of the
Adam
Super Woke Gatekeepers.
Dress up. Okay, he hit start.
You do the poll.
Here's where it really gets good. Including cancel culture, the outbursts of violence during the so-called racial reckoning of 2020, to the violations of even basic fairness at the peak of the #MeToo movement. I'm buzzing. I'm so excited. There's just so much horseshit crammed into those two scant paragraphs, one of which mostly written by some other guy. That tweet, I've seen it before. I always kind of thought it was about the right's reaction to climate change. Apparently it's not, I guess, but it's pretty telling to me how easily it lends itself to that reading. Step 1, pretend it's not happening. Check. They sure love to do that. Oh yeah, buddy, there's real global warming going on. I just shoveled 3 feet of global warming off my driveway this afternoon.
So wait, he's saying that the right does that with global warming.
Yeah, I know. Let's let them follow it through.
Okay, Step 2, admit it's happening, but claim it's not important. Yeah, they love to do that as well. Or yeah, the Earth's temperature might have fluctuated a little bit, but if you look at the temperature of the Earth geologically, it's always fluctuating. It's a few degrees. What does that even matter? What are you even freaking out about? Step 3, it's happening and it's a good thing. Check-a-rooney. Look at these libs trying to demonize carbon. We're made of carbon. All of that carbon dioxide trapped in the atmosphere, guess what, dummy? That's what plants eat. Plants are gonna love having more carbon dioxide. It's good for the environment. People freaking out about it are the real problem? Huge friggin' check. That's their whole fucking thing nowadays. Finger wagging at anyone getting too excitable about the planet ending. Did you really need to splash tomato juice on a painting or block traffic or sound kind of mad in a speech? That kind of thing is way worse than destroying the bio.
This doesn't work at all. This totally doesn't work because obviously they're not saying an apocalypse is happening and it's actually good.
Yeah, the whole argument that people make against climate change is that it's not happening. It's not happening.
It's not
right.
happening to the degree that you say. It's not happening to the catastrophic degree that you are claiming.
Well, there are different people making different arguments. There's the people that are saying it's not happening at all. There's people that are different who are saying, well, it will happen, but it's happening at a slower pace and will be manageable through technology.
Yeah, Lombard basically.
Right, making sort of that argument. So there's two different camps making two different arguments.
Yes,
and
but nobody is making the left-wing argument that it's happening and it's actually good, though.
Right. The argument with that was like, okay, say like, well, there's a disproportionate number of, or let's not even do the trans kids. Let's just say like, oh, people are discriminating against white people in terms of hiring practices, right? Mm-hmm. And they'd say that's not actually happening, right? And then when you look at some sort of company or something that shows that actually, look, they were doing that intentionally, they say, well, actually, it's good that it's happening because you need to do that to redress social issues.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
we're still talking about the exact same event.
Right. And how dare you criticize this company for actually doing this? What are you, racist? Yeah. So that would be an example of the actual process.
Yeah. When you can talk about the exact same event, this event that happened. Yeah.
And actually support the event.
Yes.
Like that's the whole process. It's not very good. We're only in the beginning of this video. THOT Slime doesn't even understand the concept. The concept is someone makes a claim, that person says that claim's not actually happening, and then it's revealed that person actually always thought the claim was happening or wanted the claim to happen. The specific claim. Okay.
Right. And it doesn't apply to climate change because the claim on the left is that it's happening and it's going to be catastrophic. It's going to end Western civilization as we know it. And no right winger would say, oh yeah, that is actually happening. And I want to end Western civilization through the oceans rising and Florida going completely underwater. Right.
Right. The only
Florida needs to go underwater.
Right. The only person that you could conceptualize who would be categorized on the right that would be in that camp would be like, I don't know if there's some like religious person who thought that would bring about like the end times.
Oh, okay.
And like maybe they'd be supporting it for that reason.
That would be like a super niche.
Yeah, that's a very small group of people that we're talking about.
Right. Yeah. pretty much everyone believes that there needs to be racial, there needs to be some sort of racial quota system to even the playing field.
Atmosphere of the only planet in the universe known to host life. I want to get on your side. I really do. And I care deeply about this issue up until the second I'm called to sacrifice even the smallest thing. I belabor this point because that's kind of interesting, right? Naturally, both sides of the political aisle are going to see their opponent the way the tweet describes. I'm on the super woke left, and I see the right that way. And they see me also that way.
Okay, this is just terrible. That's not what's going on in the least bit.
I assume, except why the fuck would they? I thought
I'm trying to think of what would be like a right wing, an actual like example of someone right doing that.
They're not. They're not. They're not like making excuses for their policy prescriptions.
Right.
Whole
They're
thing
not,
about the super woke left
to enact their policy prescriptions in the same way the left is.
That these ding dongs were meant to dislike in the first place was that we are.
They're like mass deportation. Go. Right.
Right. I mean, I guess
mass deportation is not happening.
That would
They're
be
like, no, it is happening, and it's great.
I think that would be the closest, because there were definitely some people in that camp, right?
What?
That were like, that's not going to happen. That's not happening. And then actually, okay, it's actually good that that's happening. So I guess that would be, I'm kind of shocked he didn't go, that would be the example to go to, right?
A few people.
I mean,
I think it's
the
like
Trump
different.
administration. I don't like, there's a decent amount of people. There's definitely a decent amount of people that fall in that camp.
I think there are different. I think they're different people, though. I think the people who were in favor of mass deportation were like, oh, yeah, it's going to be great. There were people that were like, no, he's just going to deport the criminals, right? But those people didn't. The people who said, oh, he's just going to deport the criminals, they were chapped about the mass deportation. They didn't change. They didn't say, oh, yeah, well, actually, it is mass deportation, but that's great. They were like, oh, my God, maybe he's going a little too far here by deporting everyone.
When it comes to that 4-step process, there's two different groups of people. There's the people that always wanted the thing in the first place, whatever the original claim was. And then there's also the people who they just want to maintain the team membership, so they just evolve along with the position.
Yeah.
Supposedly rigidly ideological, that we refuse to consider ideas outside the limited scope of our worldview. That is, as we shall see, a foundational premise of Williams's entire argument in this article. What are some examples of these Schrodinger's problems that the left simultaneously accepts as true, but not important, but also not happening and impossible? He helpfully listed a few. Let's go through them one by one, shall we? Firstly, cancel culture. It is the year of our Lord 2026 Anno Domini, and I ask this of thee: who hath been cancelled? Who are the cancelled ones in this culture of cancellation?
My definition of cancel culture is lying about people, making shit up to get them to like lose their job or their position or some accolade that they got. If you're not lying about them, I think that you can make an argument that's accountability culture. Obviously, people should suffer the ramifications of their actions. I think Jared of Subway, the pedophile, should probably lose his job, right? We shouldn't be endorsing pedophilia. So there are certain things that you shouldn't do that should be a cancelable offense, but I don't think you should call that cancel culture. For me, cancel culture is where you look for some, like Justine Sacco, who's made a joke but is not actually a racist, right? And there's no racism in the joke whatsoever. Gina Carano is another good example where you're trying to paint this person as something that they aren't so that you can cancel them. So just want to get that out there since we're going to be talking about cancel culture here. So who hath been canceled? Gina Carano, right? Justine Sacco. Anyone else, Sitch? Can you think of anyone who's been canceled?
Well,
Jordan Peterson.
The argument he's making is this like hyper dishonest argument that a lot of people make, where they say no one has actually been canceled because all the big people that you know about, which and you're listening to them except for I guess Justine Sacco, all the like the celebrities that have been canceled have all either still are wealthy or have now, years later managed to find jobs, right?
Yeah, no, that's the argument they make.
Right. So therefore, cancel culture doesn't exist, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, this is a classic example of survivorship bias.
Oh, of course.
Right.
Yeah.
Which you could bring up, you could bring up.
Because no one remembers Justine Sacco. He's not going to bring.
Yeah, exactly. Because it's like, it's kind of a stupid question to even ask in the first place. Because it's like, well, you haven't heard of the people that have been canceled because they weren't celebrities. They were just random ass fucking people who were falsely accused of something or lost their job for some sort of DEI reason. And you never fucking heard about them, because the people you do hear about, there's some sort of big uproar about it, and there's some sort of public support around them. And then they're usually able to, get some other job or persevere or something from that. So it's just total survivor's bias.
Yeah. That's exactly what's going on. But the thing that drives me crazy is that they're trying to make the argument that they're not out there fucking lying about people, lying about Gina Carano, lying about Justine Sacco.
Right.
Just because they're pieces of shit. That's why I have to use the lying component. Watch who he'll talk about.
Who is it exactly that's been
I've not seen this video either. I'm just assuming he's going to bring up the usual suspects and give in to the lies, right?
Yeah, I don't think he just says like, oh, there's all these people that like still get their jobs. I guess no, he does name some people.
Fairly silenced and marginalized upon the altar of political correctness? Because it seems to me like all the biggest examples that people list are multimillionaires doing better than ever, like J.K. Rowling, Louis C.K., Mel Gibson, all supposedly canceled beyond salvation, and all thriving in the toxic, polarized media ecosystem we have allowed to be built.
How many lies have been spewed about J.K. Rowling?
A lot.
Do you think J.K. Rowling is transphobic?
No.
All of that's a fucking lie. A total fucking lie.
Well, she didn't start off transphobic. I don't know. Maybe she became transphobic. I don't know where she's at now.
Now she's transphobic.
Who knows? I don't know. I'm saying she definitely didn't start transphobic.
Even when it's not some rich douchebag.
Now Mel Gibson.
Even when it's just some random.
See, this is
Mel
why
Gibson started a little anti-Semitic. So
look, this is why I make the distinction, because if you're talking about Mel Gibson having a rant about Jewish people, like you did have that rant, like that legitimate rant, and you can look at that rant and think, oh, well, that's pretty racist. Like you can have an opinion about that. What bothers me is when Gina Carano posts a meme and people are trying to spin it as if she hates Jewish people, which is the furthest thing from the fucking truth.
Right.
Random person caught in a scandal, a person who has without a doubt done something terrible, they seem to find a way to.
But also like his framing here, I mean, obviously completely dishonest, a complete lie. No one was saying that, J.K. Rowling or even Mel Gibson were like, no one was like, these people are canceled forever. First of all, no one was even talking about Mel Gibson being canceled for cancel culture, because he got in trouble like fucking decades before cancel culture even fucking existed. So it's like a bizarre fucking thing.
Yeah, totally. And look, Louis C.K., I think, what did he do? Like masturbate into a plant in front of a bunch of people? I mean, if that's really what he did.
Yeah, right. That's another thing too. Like, were people really like, oh, Louis C.K. telling women that work for him to watch him masturbate? What is this, cancel culture? Like, I don't know. These are weird things.
Yeah.
Like, to put this in the same like realm as like, well, J.K. Rowling had a tweet where she's like was against trans women in sports, right? You're like, well, this is a very very different groups of people here. But no one was saying like, oh, J.K. Rowling is canceled for the billionaire who owns the rights to Harry Potter is canceled forever. She'll never be able to make money or work ever again. Like no one ever fucking said that at any point in the even at the peak wokeness, that wasn't going on.
Yeah.
They were saying that they were trying to cancel her, right? But they always use this like insane thing where they try again. It's so funny too, because it kind of falls into the 4-step process that he was using in the beginning of this thing. Like they try to cancel someone, and then if it doesn't work, they use it as an example of cancel culture not existing because they failed to do the thing.
Exactly.
It's kind of like if you try to murder someone and then fail, and you're like, well, I mean, they're not actually murdered, so I guess I didn't even try to murder them. So what are you crying about?
Yeah.
Could you go to jail for attempted murder? No, because they're not murdered. So why should I go to jail for it? What are you talking? They're alive. What are you crying about?
If only you didn't go to jail for attempted murder. That would be great.
Profit off of it. Some rando will just scream the N-word at a toddler, and by the end of the week, they'll have crowdfunded hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Which is entirely people like you's fault, because that's the only, like, if that woke shit never fucking happened, right? If this was like pre-woke shit, if some woman, if that woman did that in like, 2006 or 2008 or something, like everyone would be like, oh, this person sucks shit. Like they wouldn't have raised a bunch of money. Okay.
Well, he's leaving out the context too. Wasn't that campaign in response to the black guy raising millions of dollars that literally murdered another white
That
student?
is a good point too.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. That's
so
true.
wait a second here. What's going on? You're allowed to murder white people and raise millions of dollars?
Listen, Adam, before you comment, you have to weigh in the systemic history of oppression that each group of person has faced systemically and historically.
Okay. Well, look, I hope they throw that guy in jail for a long fucking time.
We perhaps move on from this talking point. Perhaps the problem is not that the left is too prudish and censorious, even if that may indeed be the case sometimes on Blue Sky.
Look, I'm not accusing them of being prudish and censorious. I'm accusing them of being fucking liars. Liars. Lying pieces of fucking shit. That's what I'm saying, okay? That's what cancel culture is. It's when lying pieces of shit get on their moral high horse and they decide, oh, I can lie about people because I know this person is secretly a Nazi. That's the problem. You fucking liars.
I like that Blue Sky is such a cesspool of shit that even Thought Slime is like, maybe this happens on Blue Sky. Like even Thought Slime has to acknowledge that Blue Sky is so terrible that it happens on Blue Sky.
Just look, think of the squirrel. The squirrel is a professional fucking liar. Liar. These people just, Does he not understand?
Right.
Do they not understand the lies that are being perpetrated here?
Perhaps the bigger problem is that too few people seem to get canceled, actually. That there are no consequences for being bigoted or even predatory. So long.
It is happening, and it's a good thing.
I know the irony. We're going on the 4-step process.
We're going down the path, guy.
Yes. Oh my God, those dirty Republicans with their 4-step process plan. Now I'm going to do the same thing. There's not enough people being canceled. We need to cancel more people. It's good that it's happening. It's not happening enough. It's step 5.
As long as people on the right like you. But if you're a trans professor, you can be fired for giving a student who didn't complete their term paper a failing grade. Is it really the left who is too censorious? The left who is out there canceling people? Because we wag our fingers annoyingly when you make a shitty joke? Like, get a fucking grip. Secondly, the outbursts of violence during the so-called racial reckoning of 2020. Outbursts. The outbursts of violence. The violence which burst out from nowhere and nothing. Thomas, my dude. Can I call you Thomas? No? Okay, sorry. My bad. That was very familiar. Don't know why I thought we had that kind of relationship. Mr. Chattering Williams, is it your view that the violence and the outbursting thereof is a product of this supposed reckoning with race and heretofore did not exist until said reckoning was underway? That things were peaceful and then became violent so quickly that one might characterize it as an outburst during the so-called racial reckoning. Do I have that correct? Those are the words that you wrote, so I'm going to assume those are the things you believe. Some of our more skibbity 6-7 viewers may not remember this, so just a quick little refresher for the year 2020, which was kind of a fucked year, actually. The supposed reckoning that Williams is describing here began when a police officer murdered a black man named George Floyd who had not committed a crime. Though even if he had, you can't just summarily execute people on the street.
What?
Well, first of all, number one.
No crime?
George Floyd did commit a crime, but he was passing counterfeit bills.
Yeah.
That's why they stopped him.
Yes. Remember what I said about lying, fucking lying. Remember what I said about
lying, or is this just like it's?
Is this lying or systemic lying? You mean
he's just like a fucking idiot.
Yeah.
Like like he's so in his own little bubble of leftism nonsense that he doesn't even know, or of like, oh, so emotionally charged about George Floyd, doesn't even know the situation that happened. Doesn't even know why he got pulled over in the first place. So like, well, obviously they saw a man and he was black and he was driving, so they pulled him over, right?
Yeah. He wasn't pulled over. Okay.
He's
I
saying
can't
that,
believe we have a YouTuber.
I know. He's saying, he has text on the screen. He's just saying, I made this video before Renee Good was shot, so therefore I don't know whether it's legal to just execute people in the street, right? Because Renee Good was just executed because she was just he was just walking across the street in a car, minding her own business when she got shot and executed by the police. So
right, yeah,
obviously it's a good example.
The cop kneeled on Floyd's neck while he suffocated, and Floyd desperately warned him that he could not breathe. And this became kind of a flashpoint for frustration about the over-policing and incumbent frequent murdering by police of black people.
Oh my God. Is it frequent murdering?
Super frequent, Adam.
Yeah. Okay.
But that's
More
exactly
lying.
That's exactly the problem, is that people looked at that situation and they saw the video, and I get you, the video looks fucking horrible. People look at the video and they go, oh my God. Right. And then they have a bunch of fake information in their mind because of people like you, propagandists like you, and they think this is some sort of thing that happens all the time, right?
Yeah.
Except when
to 10,000 black people a day in the United States.
Except when you look at the numbers, it's, like
Yes.
20 or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Like it's actually, not a lot. And the situation with George Floyd was, if you actually watch the whole video and didn't see it dishonestly edited, that he was, they did find fentanyl in his blood. He was high on drugs at the time. And he probably did OD because he swallowed a lethal amount of fentanyl to try to hide the fact that he had the drugs, but that he had been saying that he couldn't breathe like for the last 10 minutes before anyone ever did anything to his neck or back. And that they actually tried to put him in the police car normally, and he pushed himself out of the police car, and he's the one that pushed himself onto the ground. The police did not bring him to the ground. He literally, they're trying to get him in the car, and he was refusing to get into the car, and he pushes himself. They get him like halfway in the car, and he pushes himself through the car onto the ground on the other side, saying he can't breathe the entire time, even when no one's fucking even touching him. So
Yeah.
now, obviously, I don't think what the officer did was right in terms of like he should have tried to check to make sure that the guy wasn't dying or ODing, because I'm sure shit like that happens all the fucking time. But to act like there wasn't some rationale or reason why, when the guy has been saying he can't breathe and no one's even touching him, and would he be skeptical of the claim, is not showing the true full story. But I doubt that Thought Slime even knows any of what I just said.
No, not at all.
I were to pinpoint at which moment this violence burst out, I would say it's there, actually, the murder. I didn't think I would have to explain this to a senior fellow at The Atlantic, or indeed a conscious person, but murder is violent. Why would you choose to begin the story after that event? Like, it does feel like the natural starting point to discuss any outburstings of any violences. Now, look. Was some of the backlash to that very public murder and the centuries-long history of murder and oppression it became a symbol for itself violent? Sure, probably. But like, and just hear me out on this. Who gives a shit? Is that...
Yeah, everything he's saying is a lie.
The 4-step process
I know.
for the BLM riots.
Yeah.
It's not happening. Hey, actually, he jumped a bunch of steps. It went from, is it happening, to, well, actually, you shouldn't even care that it's happening. It's totally fine that it's happening. Yeah. Who gives a shit? So a random people should be killed because people fucking died in those riots.
Random I thought he cared about murder, right?
Right. Random fucking people should be assaulted. Random people should be stolen from. Random people should have their entire livelihood fucking destroyed because George Floyd died.
Yeah. You can't make the collective punishment argument in Gaza if you're going to make this argument.
The people had nothing to fucking do with it. Yeah, exactly. Like, we all saw, I mean, he probably didn't see it, but we all saw videos of multiple shop owners, many of whom are black, like in fucking tears because their entire business that they worked their whole life had been destroyed or burned down. And last time over here is like, show me someone who's been canceled. I don't give a fuck. Who cares that they got everything destroyed? George Floyd died. Who cares? It's all justifiable for the revolution.
I mean, calling it murder too is insane because obviously murder is premeditated. This was.
Yeah,
it was negligent homicide would be the correct term. Yeah. But look, if you want to get everyone's panties in a twist, you say, "Oh, it's murderer." Right.
That the problem? You're mad that people got violent in response to a murder?
See, again, he's just like spinning people up. I mean, you probably should get mad if it was actually a murder.
This is what you imagine saying this to THOT time, complaining about like Israel killing Palestinians, and you're like, but October 7th, you're mad that people got killed in response to murders on October 7th?
Oh my God.
What? What?
Yeah, exactly. You're mad that we turned Gaza into a parking lot? How dare you?
It was in response to murders.
I know. And who gives a shit anyway?
Who gives a shit?
Oh my God.
They weren't calm and civil about how they get murdered all of the time? Like, that's the big danger here.
Oh yeah, there he goes, leading into it. He's one of those people that signed on that survey that 10,000 Black Americans are killed every day.
Yeah, he's one of the people that signed on the survey.
He believes that
political violence is justified.
Oh, totally. Yeah. This whole video is political violence, so I just like, why?
This is violence to all of our sensibilities and aesthetic feelings. Yes.
Is this convincing?
Let's look at the poll here. Should Adam dress up as a grandma? 81% said obviously yes, comedy gold. And 19% said no, I hate funny and good things. Look at that, Adam.
Right. Well, first of all, 20% of you love you. Thank you. You're doing the Lord's work here. This look, oh my God. Does this work? I guess so. He's got more, more views here than us. So
yeah, there you go. Look, it works. Get on it, Adam. Chop, chop.
Do you hear how it sounds when I say it out loud like that? And thirdly, the violations of even basic fairness at the peak of the hashtag #MeToo movement. And I'm going to keep it real with you. I don't know what he's referring to here. He doesn't list any of these supposed violations. But this claim is all...
It's insane. Really? You're that out of it?
Yeah.
He doesn't understand the context of the believe all women.
He doesn't care.
Basic fairness would be like innocent until proven guilty, right?
It doesn't matter.
Like George Floyd. You just talked about how George Floyd should have been innocent until proven guilty.
Right. Yeah. I mean, probably the two most famous was probably, there was that actor. I forget the guy's name. Actually, was it Aziz?
Oh, yeah.
Me Too or something.
Sure.
Falsely. But then also the most famous would be Mattress. That was like the first was Mattress Girl, remember?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, but his response to this would all just be like, he doesn't care.
Yeah.
Obviously. He obviously doesn't care. It's totally because women were oppressed for so long. It's all justified for innocent men to be, swept up in these allegations.
This is cancel culture. The lies are okay because we're on a social mission here.
Right.
The rage nowadays that hashtag #MeToo went too far and a bunch of normal men, innocent men had their lives ruined in a witch hunt. People love to say that. But one thing they don't seem to like doing as much is listing examples because it doesn't seem like there's any big important ones. Now, did that happen anywhere in the world?
I mean,
maybe. I don't know.
But...
I'm sure.
I like that he's like, they don't listen to me because there weren't any important ones. What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? Important ones? Isn't it like if anyone has if anyone's falsely accused of some sort of sex crime and didn't do it, and like they get fired or have some sort of like life problem because of that, isn't that important? What do you mean? Do you mean because you didn't hear about any fucking famous people that it happened to? Then it's not important?
Wasn't it the Duke lacrosse team? Wasn't there some involvement there?
Yeah, that was before me too. But yeah, that was a massive
one.
thing. That was a massive thing, the Duke lacrosse thing. Yeah, fortunately they got found innocent, I think.
What about Amber Heard? Does that count?
Johnny Depp?
Is that someone that we've never heard of?
No.
Situation that we know nothing about.
I mean, he probably thinks Johnny Depp, did all those things. So.
Amber Heard. Making up all that shit.
Amber Turd.
Yeah.
Or some deeply unshowered people are now listing their supposed examples in the comments. And
oh my God.
Look at him. You're deeply unshowered. I like how he's like,
I like you to know I've had a shower today. Thank you.
I love God. This might be like, I don't know what's going on. This might be the worst THOT slime video we've ever seen. He's really fallen off. Like, he was always bad, but this is like peak. We're like getting him like fucking down in the ditches right here. Because it's like, he's like, no one has ever given me an example of someone who's ever been canceled wrongly for Me Too. And he's like, well, I'm sure they exist, but I haven't heard of them. And then it's like, well, if you list those people that I'm not aware of, then you're a bad person. You're a person who smells bad. If you actually have information that I don't have, then you're a bad person and you smell.
Being a content creator is a tough job. It really is.
It's like insane.
Got to dress up in your get up.
But also, I mean, who the fuck? What fucking? No one's watching this fucking slop. That's not on board with this shit. What does he mean? Believing in the comment section? Give me a break.
Right.
You know, like, does anyone think that this motherfucker, this grandma-looking motherfucker, who's fucking cosplaying as an 80-year-old woman for some god fucking what reason?
God!
Does
The
anyone
transphobia.
Does anyone? This has nothing to do with being fucking transphobic.
You said he's cosplaying.
This is age phobic. This motherfucker is cosplaying as a grandma for God knows what reason. I don't know what the fuck's going on here. This has nothing to do with being trans.
Holy
okay,
shit.
This person has a weird grandma fetish.
Holy shit.
Does anyone think for a second this motherfucker that doesn't have his comment section like hyper censored, so that even if there was someone that was like, well, excuse me, sir, here's a long list of people that were wrongly canceled or wrongly hit with Me Too allegations, that person wouldn't be like that. You know, that comment wouldn't be deleted. That person wouldn't be banned from commenting.
Of course.
Come on.
And required to shower immediately.
And required to shower. Right. Or that a person that would even think that would watch this slop in the first place, if it wasn't for someone like us forcing it upon them.
Look, I'm going over to the comment section right now.
Okay. You're gonna look.
And I'm saying, haven't you heard of Amber Heard? And I have showered, you piece of shit.
There you go.
I'm going to get in there. I'm going to set him straight.
Mm-hmm.
Amber Turd, dumbass.
Yep.
Take a shower.
And I do appreciate your commitment to justice, if and when it means excusing sexual assault. But like, even if it were the case that people reacted too harshly to some individual men during the heyday of #MeToo, still quite strange to me to focus on that supposed injustice rather than what I see as the much bigger problem of women constantly being attacked, taken advantage of, marginalized, and silenced. That one can pretty much.
So he's again. This is part of why this video is so hilarious. The irony of this. So he's again in the 4-step process of,
he's saying it is happening, right? But it's a good thing.
Right, yeah.
Take it for granted that all women have stories of these things happening to them. All of this to say, it's pretty ironic that you, Thomas the Tank Engine Williams, are doing the exact thing the tweet you took such pains to quote earlier criticized. You have arrived.
We're on like 20 levels of irony, and this guy doesn't even realize it. He's completely fucking out of it that he's on 5,000 levels. We've never been this deep levels of irony before in this entire history of the universe. We found what dark matter and dark energy is. It's the irony that is created by THOT Slime's existence.
Yeah.
At its fourth step. You were complaining that the people freaking out over the murder of black men or the absurdly common rates of.
He just did it. He just fucking did it with the Me Too. Oh, the people who are, let's go back. I'm having a fucking seizure. I'm being gaslit into insanity.
The people freaking out about it are the real problem.
Yes, he just how could you be this fucking stupid that you go from like one breath to the next where you say the very thing that contradicts you in the span of 30 seconds in an edited video.
Not even 30 seconds, like
this wasn't a live stream. This wasn't a live stream. This is in an edited video that he wrote a script. Okay. Yeah. He wrote a script. He recorded himself saying this. He watched the video dozens of times while he was editing it and never thought, holy shit, I'm doing the fucking thing.
Nobody cares. This is all background music while they play video games.
You know what? You know who's vindicated now? You know who's vindicated now?
Amber
Lance
Heard.
of the Surfs.
Oh yeah.
He's no longer the dumbest lefty
oh
on the platform.
He's overjoyed at this video.
The crown of stupidity has been lifted from Lance of the Surfs. We're so sorry, Lance. We didn't realize that you were only the second dumbest person on the platform. It now shifts to you, Thought Slime. Oh, look at this. You get the crown, the ultimate crown of retardation. Thank you, sir.
Is Lance of the Surf still on YouTube? Now I have to look.
He's on X. I assume he's still on YouTube. I thought about it in like a million years, but
God, we should. Holy shit!
Check in, see what he's up to.
Justice, rather than what I see as
look. Listen, just listen to this shit.
Case that people reacted too harshly. Supposed examples in the comments, and I do appreciate your commitment to justice if and when it means excusing sexual assault, but like, even if it were the case that people reacted too harshly to some individual men during the heyday of #MeToo, still quite strange to me to focus on that supposed injustice rather
than then we flash forward 30 seconds.
Harassment women face are in fact the real problem.
With no hint.
I know. He doesn't even know it happened. He doesn't even know it happened.
Self-awareness. Oh my God. Jesus.
Sexual assault.
Maybe we are living.
Problem.
You know what?
Why are you freaking out?
I've never believed in the simulation theory, Adam.
Mm-hmm. Now you do?
Or no, I'm sorry. Not the simulation. Yeah, I guess it is a simulation theory. Yeah, the simulation theory. Okay. I've never believed in it. But now, when I see Thought Slime as a literal NPC,
now that it's
I could be convinced. Okay. I could be convinced.
Okay, let's get productive a little bit. Let's get into some of the article meat now. Let's get into the article's substance, or dare I say it, it's their lack of. Bazinga. Williams claims that there are two ways that we, the super woke left, discriminate. Firstly, and most obviously, we conspire to withhold opportunities and resources from that most underserved of minorities, the humble white male. To wit, a flurry of controversy around another shitty article written by Jacob Savage, which Williams spends a lot of this article trying to defend. Starting around 2014, Savage writes, in industry after industry, gatekeepers promised extra consideration to anyone who wasn't a white man, and then provided just that. Help! Help! They're providing extra considerations! Savage marshals.
This is the article about the guy who was trying to make it in Hollywood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We should just print the 4 steps there. He's literally just, he can't help himself. He literally just can't help himself.
I see on step 4 here.
Is this a psyop? Is this some kind of government psyop? This has to be a social experiment just to see like who would fall for this nonsense.
Savage marshals ample data to make his point.
Ample data to make his point. In 2011, he writes, white men occupied 48% of lower-level TV writing positions. In 2024, they filled 12%. Out of 45 tenure-track hires in the humanities and social sciences.
That's crazy. 48 to 12?
We never covered this article.
Wow.
But I did send it to you. I remember
That's
a bunch
crazy.
of people did cover it. Yeah.
Jesus.
And it's funny that he's doing the same exact thing that the black professor in the last video said. People would like laugh him.
Yes, right.
This guy said, look, I was in Hollywood, me and all my white friends trying to make it, and we totally got shut out by all the diversity hires,
right?
And couldn't get work.
Well, first of all, 45%. Well, I guess 48%. Yeah, 48%, man. That's pretty good, right? Like half,
Yeah.
And now it's 12.
12%.
That's racist.
Yeah.
That's just nothing but racism and sexism.
We talked about it when I brought up that program that they came by the writers lab to kind of recruit people for, but then told white people basically fuck off and in front of a room full of basically white dudes. Yeah, exactly. Right. I brought up the website, got super infuriated about it. You can see, like, for the past, I don't know, because this is probably 10 years ago, they're just, all of their pages are like the United Colors of Benetton. There's like one white guy in every single, basically giving the award away just to brown people and women. Yeah. Well, and the white guy I think is probably gay. The one white guy that they have. They're like, oh, we'll give it to the gay white guy.
Right.
So we can click a box.
Sciences at Brown University since 2020.
Well, look, this is why THOT slime is trans now, right? So, to get around this problem.
Exactly, right.
Yeah.
He says, just 3 have been white American men. Since 2015, according to Savage, 70 millennial writers have been named finalists for National Book Awards. Once again, he writes, only 3 have been white men. Those are some conspicuously specific examples, wouldn't you say? Only 12% of lower-level TV writing positions. Only 3 people...
Okay. Let's try to use our brains here for a second. I know we've just dubbed THOT Slime the dumbest person on YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he can't figure this out. Why would lower level positions at a job be indicative of a broader social change quicker than higher level positions? Let's think about this.
Maybe because it takes some time to get into the higher level position.
Oh, because the biggest churn that you're going to have in hiring is going to be at lower level positions.
Right. Well, how do you get to the higher level position if you don't go through the lower level position?
Well, you have a DEI officer say there's not enough non-white people in this position, so we need to fire all these people and replace them.
He talks about this in the article. I doubt THOT Slime will bring it up. The fact that all of the higher level positions are these white guilt people who are like not giving up their jobs, but definitely not hiring anyone white below them. So they're kind of suffering.
He does not bring that up. Of course, he does not bring that up. No, of course.
Yeah.
But he's just going to act like it's very strange that this person talks about lower level positions when this is exactly what you'd expect in any business. There would be lower level positions. Yes.
Yeah. Well, look, if they really want to make a change, some of the higher level people could give up their jobs so that the numbers weren't totally skewed.
No, I'm confused. For how? What is THOT Slime's argument for? Even if you say, well, this is entirely a cherry picked situation, right?
Mm-hmm.
First of all, TV writing, like the entirety of TV writing, seems like a pretty broad field. Okay, number one, and number two, how would you even explain this? Even if you're going to say just cherry picking, why is the number so bizarre? 12%? That's an insane thing. You think there's only how many white male writers do you think are trying to write TV shows? You think it's only 12% of the entire population? That seems insanely disproportionate.
Like I said, I ran the Writers Lab in Southern California, in the area where these jobs literally exist.
Yes.
And our applicants were 20-1. Men versus women.
No, Adam, it's only 12%.
There
was. You said men. You said they were white men. So obviously there was only like 12% white men. All the rest were non-white men, right? We had black people in the group. We had Asian people. We had Hispanic people. I guess we did have a lot of different. Yeah, no. So there you go. There's only 12% of white men live in LA anyway.
I don't have the breakdown on the racial breakdown of the group. So
you weren't keeping the racial breakdown in the Raiders.
I wasn't paying attention to that kind of stuff until the Warner Brothers people came by and were looking for marginalized people to hire as lower level TV writers in some mentorship program. Then I paid attention. That was actually one of the big wake up calls for me. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. White people
level
need
TV
not apply.
Writing positions. Only 3 people in the tenure track for specifically the humanities and social sciences at Brown University.
That's right. They need to take away the tenure of all the white people that already have it to get true equality, obviously.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they're going for.
Yeah.
Of the 70 millennials nominated for the National Book Awards, that kind of thing should ring alarm bells for cherry picking. If broader statistics were similar, why would Savage, and by extension Williams, need to choose such absurdly specific statistics? And that first example is...
He's not. He's choosing the newer people, the newer applicants.
Well, the whole article is about entry-level positions not being accessible by white males. That's the whole crux of the article, right? And if there's no way that you as a white male can enter some sort of entry-level position in the writing field, specifically the field he's looking at, then why the fuck would you pursue that vocation? Right?
Right. So he's just lying when he's like, you're cherry
He's
picking
totally
statistics.
lying.
When
Yeah.
that's the subject was literally entry level positions in the first place.
Yes. He's saying, look, I was a white man in Hollywood trying to make it as a writer, and I was shut down based on my race and gender.
Right.
Okay. And here's the people that got those jobs instead of me.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what is THOT Slime saying? That, I mean, he would have to, what is he saying? Oh, no, he's wrong. White men did get those jobs.
Mm-hmm.
What is he saying? Why is THOT Slime even bringing this up?
Right.
Is particularly telling to me because it's evidence of a supposed hiring bias against white men that they represent only 12% of lower level TV writing positions in 2024. And just taking that at face value, is it not also a problem that in 2011 that they represented 48% of said positions? Why does it become a problem when they are supposedly underrepresented, but not when they're overrepresented? Because in order for them to be overrepresented, definitionally, someone else would have to be underrepresented. So why is it only a problem now? But let's not take it at face value.
See, this is why applicants is, you got to look at the applicants, right? If it is 100 people applying, it's a much stiffer applicant pool, and that just isn't fair, right?
Right.
It isn't fair at all.
Because that cute little qualifying phrase, lower level TV writing positions, got me thinking, what about if you didn't qualify it like that? What if you didn't phrase it in that very deliberate way? What happens? Do you get the same result? Or do you, I don't know, get a wildly different result? Gee, I wonder, if only there was a way to check. So let's take a cheeky little peek at that Writers Guild of America's Inclusion and Equity Report 2025. And in 2024, screenwriters were 44.4% white men, whom the report also helpfully notes represent 28.3% of the general population. Now, if you're not a math whiz, 44 is considered to be a bigger number than 28 by most experts in the field. So, would it?
Yeah, again, like
why? Okay, look at this chart here. Okay, so we have U.S. population, we have TV series writers, and we have screenwriters. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So why is there this giant difference between screenwriters and TV series writers?
I'm not sure. Where's, I don't see the TV.
That's the middle column.
Oh, the middle column.
2 TV series writers, right?
Right. Oh, yeah. And why did, since we're talking about TV series writers, why didn't he use that number?
Because this guy's
why did
lying
he jump to
because
the
he used
screenwriters?
a different category. So
Yeah, he did use a completely different category. In the TV series, it's 26.9%.
Right.
And the U.S. population is 28%. So it's kind of close, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But that has to be the entire category. So you've got like the senior people in. And again, the article is about breaking into Hollywood. How do lower level people break in? So you don't break in as a mid-level writer.
3% of the general population.
When also it's just stupid too. Well, first of all, also it's funny too because obviously we're combining it's whites versus all non-whites, hilariously, and also the number for whites is lower than it actually is. I just checked. It's like so that's interesting too. But it goes back to what you said in the beginning of the stream, which is like this is like the brainless retard way of even thinking about this. You shouldn't be like, listen, I got to look at Hollywood and I have to see that screenwriters and TV writers have to have an exact proportional breakdown of to whatever the societal
or
breakdown
racism
is.
exists.
Right.
Yeah.
You have to look at, as you said, who's applying for the jobs? What are the applicants? Right.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, if you're not a math whiz, 44 is considered to be a bigger number than 28 by most experts in the field. So, would appear white men are still well overrepresented by almost 2 to 1. Okay, but what
in screenwriting? Not the thing we're talking about, television writing.
Right. If we break up these two words, white and men, then we find that 66.4% of writers were men and 64.6% were white. I'm no...
What? He's still going to the screenwriting category. Why is this guy such a dipshit? The TV writers, it's 52%.
That's pretty
What?
Funny.
But what if we break up these two words, white and men?
Screenwriting is a completely different category because as a screenwriter, you may sell a couple scripts in your entire lifetime. TV writing is like you're every week you're there for 5 days. Yeah.
Right.
It's more like an actual job.
Mm-hmm.
Then we find that 66.4% of writers were men and 64.6% were white. I'm no statistician, but I think you would be hard-pressed actually to suggest that they represent a hiring bias against white men.
Well, you don't even know the categories correctly, you dumbass. Why are you even making this video, you stupid piece of shit? In that category he's addressing is like Christopher Nolan, right?
Mm-hmm. Right.
Quentin Tarantino is in that category, okay? We're talking about TV writers who generally aren't like big famous writer-directors.
It's telling that Savage uses the example of specifically lower-level writers because, as near as I can tell, that's just about the only statistic one could cherry-pick from these reports that, on a surface reading...
And then to blame him of cherry-picking when you're obviously cherry-picking the whole fucking column that makes your point.
Mm-hmm.
Even appears to support the case he's trying to make. The section of the report which the statistics come from is careful to note that these numbers are not reflective of trends among higher-level positions. I wonder how Savage missed that. Let's think about that for a little second. Let's take a moment, have a sip of tea, and have a single thought about that. Either white men are just inherently better writers and better qualified than their non-white and or non-man peers, a position which I think is unlikely to be the case because it is self-evidently racist and sexist, or within the...
I mean, it's not white men, it's just men, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just men, let's be real. Just men are better writers. Come on.
Within the industry, there exists a culture which, however unintentionally, discourages women and racialized people and the intersection thereof from succeeding. The obvious inference from this data is that attempts at making entry-level hires more diverse are likely not the result of institutional gatekeeping, as Savage would prefer to believe, but rather an attempt to correct for the existent institutional bias which continues to favor white men, who remain overrepresented and are even more overrepresented in higher level positions.
This is like the literal thing I was talking about. So they have someone who makes some argument. Oh, I don't think that Hollywood, like the individual people hiring these people, that they're necessarily racist or sexist. But we live in this society that has all this sort of unconscious, systemic and racist and sexism against all these people. And that's why the numbers look the way they are. You're like, okay, well, let's just say hypothetically, we say that that's true, right? How does it make any sense or is even remotely fucking fair that you're saying, therefore, in the hiring process, you're going to make sure that even though you might have 9-to-1 white guys applying for the job, that you're going to say, no, we're going to dismiss 8 of the 9 applicants just because they're on the face that they're white, and we're going to hyperfixate on like the one person who's black just because they're black, right? How is that fair? Or even, how are you even going to get something of quality if you do that? Because then you're not even selecting for best writing, you're selecting for the race or gender of the individual.
Yeah, this stuff is such cancer.
This is exactly what's happening.
Yeah, this is why all the fucking TV and movies suck now. Fucking bullshit.
I mean, it is kind of fascinating when you think of, you know, like, well, like right, I don't know if it's 100%, but like right before like a lot of the woke shit happened, there was kind of this like weird renaissance of like good television writing kind of coming back. You know, people point to like The Wire and Breaking Bad and things of this kind of like these more, you know, long form TV shows, like becoming, kind of, because like before, like back in the day, like being on a television show was like much lower status than being in a movie. Like being in a movie was like top tier status. And then it was weird, like sometime in kind of like the mid 2000s that started to change. Like
movie stars should start doing TV shows and shit. You're like, wow, holy shit.
Yeah, like that's actually mind blowing.
McConaughey's on TV.
I haven't thought about that in years. It used to be like you would never see an actor, like a movie actor, go do a TV show.
No,
because if they did, you'd be like, "What's wrong?"
Career,
yeah, you'd be like, "What's wrong with them? Do they have a problem? Why are they doing that?" Right? And then TV kind of elevated itself to such a position that like no one even, it's not even a thing. You wouldn't even think about that. If you were to ask a younger person about that, they'd be like, "What's weird about some famous movie star being in a TV show?" That's not weird at all. Yeah. And that's because I think the quality of a lot of TV writing started to get better and better and better. And then, hey, I mean, all this woke shit comes in the Bing and look where we are now.
Yeah, meritocracy's in the toilet. You're like, oh my God, this guy's a great writer. He's white. Oh, fuck. What do I do?
Killed an industry, yeah.
We can't hire him.
Right.
Let's hire that retard.
And that's probably why Severance will have a bad ending.
Oh my God, please. Oh. We were talking about Severance the other day.
I haven't even thought about
Severance. I was talking with my niece and she was like, oh my God, why are they forcing the manager's storyline at me? I don't give a fuck about the Patricia Arquette character.
That was the weakest part.
Of course,
of Severance, yeah.
Yeah.
That was the weakest part of this last season. Sam still hasn't forgiven me for Severance.
What? Because another season hasn't come out?
Yeah, she thought when we were watching it that the whole series was out, so that there'd be some like conclusion, right?
Yeah,
and then when we got to season 2 and she's like, "Where's the next season?" I'm like, "I don't know, like 2 years away." So I'm like, I don't fucking know.
It is better to wait. It really is.
She's like, "I'll never forgive this indiscretion, this transgression against me."
It's gonna suck anyway. So
I'm worried. Which is sad because I really liked a lot. The first season's like amazing.
The amount of information that Savage and by extension Williams would need to have skipped past in their own source.
Now they are accusing this guy of lying, of basically being a liar.
Yes.
Fucking piece of shit.
To make this argument,
to be clear, if anyone thought Slime sees this, wants to clip out of context something, I was making a joke about Severance. I literally don't know the racial or gender makeup of anyone involved in the writing of Severance whatsoever. It was a joke.
I think it is a white dude. But.
Okay. Good. I mean, wait, what? Shame on you. Shame on you.
It doesn't necessarily mean they know how to land a good television show.
Right.
Endings are tough. Plenty of white dudes fuck them up.
That is true.
Show how dishonest this whole exercise is. These are not dumbos making an honest mistake. These are grifters cherry-picking stats to make a bad faith argument. To quote the 4th page of this report, which I simply can't stress enough, is Savage's source. The number of WGA screenwriters declined between 2020 and 2024, and shares of screen employment held by men, women, BIPOC, and white writers have changed modestly since 2020. The largest shift was a 3.4 percentage point increase in the share of women screenwriters in 2024. Oh, that's the problem then.
We're talking about television writers. You fucking numbskull.
I know. Well, and also, but the numbers changed. We went from 2015 to 2024 to now we're talking about 2020 to 2024, right?
Okay.
So also we've dramatically changed the time scale for some reason.
Yeah.
Why did we do that?
How's this dumbass not know the difference between screenwriters and television writers?
It's the same thing. I don't know. Okay.
It's not. It's completely different. It's completely different format. Writing for TV, I mean, that's like work. You're writing like 13 hours of content.
Of course. So what you're saying is that the white guys get to laze about as screenwriters, but then, they make all the non-white men, they give them the whip. They make them work hard on these TV shows.
Screenwriter, you're like 2 hours of content. I mean, it's vastly different, completely vastly different. Normally you're in a writer's room, so you're writing as a team. You're not writing just solo. A lot of screenwriting is obviously you write a draft and then they give it to someone else. They rewrite your draft. They don't ask you. You're not involved. You don't give any sort of feedback. It is a completely different animal.
That's got to be what it is. It's the women are taking they have 3.4% more now. So that's what accounts for all of this, right? Men of the world, you must revolt against your female overlords. So that's
at least he highlighted the screenwriting column that time, or the TV writing column that time.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't use it, but he highlighted it.
That's the first example. I don't think it's very good. The second example he gives is
also, it's funny. I kind of open up the report he's talking about.
Mm-hmm.
All these sections, they have like an unknown.
I know, and it's huge. I saw that.
Yeah, it's like 15%. I'm like, it's like 14 to 15%. I'm like, okay, does any of these numbers mean anything? If like you have this massive statistical, you have like basically an entire standard deviations worth of people that you don't know what their race was. Like, how could you derive any useful information from this?
Well, the column, the screenwriting column, there's so many scripts that are on spec, right? Are these screenwriters that have sold a script, optioned a script, are with a major studio? What are we talking about here, right? I guess you're looking at the report.
Is that of 45 tenure-track hires in the humanities and social sciences at Brown University, only 3 were white males, according to Savage, anyway. His proof for this? I don't know what his proof for this is, because he links to an article from Brown about their tenure-track hires, and that article lists 38 of them, so we're not off to a strong start. This article does not list how each hire reported their ethnicity or their nationality, for that matter, so I don't know where Savage is getting that information from, but charitably, I'm going to assume he is getting that information from somewhere, and didn't just look at this picture and consult his skull chart. But taking a quick peek at what Brown's website has on offer for demographic data, they don't give a breakdown for their tenure track specifically, let alone their tenure track in the humanities and social sciences specifically, not that I could find anyway. But on their website, they did list the amount of white men on faculty has indeed plummeted from 365 in 2015 to a scant 359 in 2024. That's 6 fewer white men, a meteoric drop of 1.6%. In fairness, there were way more faculty members in 2024 at Brown, 880 compared to 732 in 2015. But
all this is irrelevant to the actual article because it's talking about entry-level positions.
Well,
for people who might be white and think, young people who might be white and think, this might be there might be a future for me here.
Right.
In fairness, I still think you'd once again be hard-pressed to suggest that this represents a hiring bias against white men, given that 28% of the population still accounts for 40% of faculty positions. It rather seems to suggest that the hiring of non-white and or non-men has not meaningfully harmed the white male workforce at Brown University. So, something to think about, dog. And finally, the third example, that since 2014, only 3 of the 70 millennials nominated for National Book Awards have been white men. Once again, I do not know where Savage got this statistic. He did not list a source for it. But if we look at the data, it does appear that since 2014, there has been a marked increase in racialized people being finalists for the National Book Award. According to data drawn from Alexander Marshall's new book, Writing Backwards, Historical Fiction and the Reshaping of the American Canon, 27% of the prize's finalists and 30% of the winners between 1988 and 2022 have been writers of color. In the last decade alone, those figures are higher still. From 2013 to 2022, racialized writers comprised 56% of the finalists and 65% of the winners for those 2 prizes. What an interesting statistic. Taken in isolation, it would seem to support Savage's position. If history had started in 2014, it would be very concerning. Want to know another interesting statistic? In 12 of the past 30...
So you realize everything he's saying is the 4-step process. Is it happening? Actually, he's like kind of skipping. It's not even the 4-step. Is it happening? It is happening, and it's good.
Yeah.
We're skipping the it's not even happening step here.
Well, now he's doing the take turns argument too. He's going to say, "Oh, look, it was all white people back 10 years ago. So, young people today are fucked because you weren't alive when it was your turn. Holy shit!"
Right.
5 years. There were no racialized people selected as finalists for the National Book Award. So since...
And then they wonder why people are listening to Nick Fuentes. why all the young people are listening to Nick Fuentes.
1990, the year Home Alone was released, about a third of the time, there have only been white people chosen as finalists for the National Book Award. And that goes without
Take turns, guys. You lost your turn. Sorry, you weren't alive.
comment in Savage's piece, and by extension, Williams's citation of it. But when racialized people eke out a slight majority of finalists and winners for a few years, well, now it's a fucking crisis. In all of these examples, when white men are systemically privileged across the board for decades, centuries even, that's business as usual.
Take turns, guys. Your turn to get kicked in the teeth.
Did you know that the half white, half black guy that wrote the article obviously wants to keep racial oppression of minorities, in the front and center of society? Yes, obviously.
Your turn to get kicked in the teeth, guys.
The half Mexican, half Korean guy. These are both people that really are very heavily invested in making sure that the white race continues to dominate in America.
Generations of black people suffered racial oppression. Now it's your turn. You get to suffer racial oppression. On your knees, Whitey.
It's a bad thing, obviously, but it's over, and it doesn't need to be reckoned with at all. That could
reckoning. That's when you guys get oppressed.
Right.
That's what the racial reckoning is. This doesn't end well. This doesn't end well.
Lead to an outburst of violence, and you don't even really...
Yeah, no, it's going to lead to an outburst of violence. That's for sure. Not the kind you're thinking of, though.
You need to check that it's over, really, because it has the vibes of being over, doesn't it? However, if you could cherry pick some stats to imply that white men are no longer automatically being given everything in the world, that means they're being bullied out of academia and the media. The pendulum has swung too far in the other direction, and now, and only now, is it a problem? Sure, it's all well and good for women and racialized people to advance in the world, more power to them, but that shouldn't come at the cost of eating into the overrepresentation of white men. That clip is going to be cut out of context and used in a video about how BreadTube are the real racists. ShoeOnHead is going to say that I hate white people. I can feel it. I don't. I am white people.
ShoeOnHead?
No,
are you going to clip this and say that they hate white people? I mean, we know this person hates white people and is filled with self-hatred and
But
guilt.
no, he's saying he doesn't hate white people. What are you talking about?
No one believes that. Nobody believes that.
Yeah. God.
They're dressed as a grandma, Adam.
They're trying to get in that writer's room
They're
so bad.
Trying to get into the writer's room.
So
Okay.
thirsty to get in that writer's room. Oh my God, a dream come true. We need to, we definitely need to figure out how we can get in touch with Thought Slime and pretend that we're some Hollywood producer that loves his content. Can't wait to get him in the writer's room. Oh my God, I have the perfect opportunity for you. Oh, it's going to be so good.
You reminded me.
6 figures a year, healthcare, anything you could want. Actually, I think, isn't Thought Slime Canadian? Not even American.
Probably disgusting Canadian.
I think they're Canadian.
You reminded me. There was a movie that we were supposed to review that we never reviewed.
Animal Farm?
We have to review Philosophy Tube's vampire movie.
Did you watch that?
No.
No, I've watched part of it, and it's just, oh my God.
Have to do it. Also, that Animal Farm movie came out.
Yeah, no. I was going to watch the original Animal Farm so I could. It's been so long since I've seen that.
Right.
Got to get the right context, right? The Stalinist context.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. When people talk about white people and all the bad stuff they did, that was me. I did that. What the fuck was I talking about? Why am I always talking? Now, some of you out there might say that I'm being uncharitable when I accuse Savage of cherry picking. I think I've pretty conclusively
Did you hear that? He admitted to raping a slave. Why would he do that?
Why would you do such a thing? Yeah.
The question is, which slave did he rape? Well, Sitch, you want to take a guess?
There you go. I was distracted.
Mm-hmm.
Zero Fucks did the little funny thing, but he put our.
You're breaking up. Did you plug in?
Put our stream on the picture, so they're watching our stream. Oh, I did. Yeah.
You're plugged in, really? Hello?
Don't. I'm plugged in.
Really? Okay.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just got your internet connect. Okay.
Sitch got his internet connection fixed. Hypothetically.
Supposedly,
yeah.
I'm going to be mad because it just said internet connection unstable.
Yeah, he did call the internet company and said, listen, you fuckers, stop the diversity hires, okay? Get a white guy out to my house immediately and fix my goddamn internet, okay?
I said, stop sending black women to fix black women electricians to fix the internet at my place. It's not working.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
They finally sent a nice Hispanic man to come fix it.
Yeah. Well, they usually do a pretty good job. So
someone did come out and they supposedly fixed it. So we'll see. I mean, that was the first time it's had the little hiccup. So we'll see.
No, it's been great.
We'll see.
But we are getting dangerously close to the time.
Well, it was. I mean, we're in the time. The time was like 9 to 12 was when it would start to freak out. Right.
Yeah. Okay.
But yeah, it was more around 10-ish. 10, 11-ish. So we are. So I'm gonna be mad. The guy came out. He replaced the box. He said they fixed something in the something was wrong in the junction. Didn't really explain what was wrong in the junction. Just said he did something in the junction to fix it.
Yeah.
So
I was having some problems, and they gave me some extra booster box that sits on the side of my house and does its thing, I guess.
A booster box.
Yeah. Yeah. So like boosts the signal or something.
Yeah, but don't you get the signal? The signal is not a wireless signal, right? You get it from
no,
a
it
line
comes in
somewhere.
from the cable pole.
Okay, well, what the fuck's the booster supposed to do then?
I don't know. You plug the cable into the booster, and the booster does its boosting, and then sends it into the house extra erect, ready for broadcast.
Right. Oh, there you go. There you go. You never know when you ask like a repair guy, like, "Oh, what was the problem?" and they like don't tell you. You're like, well, either A, was there a problem? B, they just kind of bullshit the problem, or C, there was a problem and they fix it, but they know that my ass won't under fucking stand whatever the problem was, so they just don't want to tell you because they got shit to do. They have another place to go. They don't want to like spend 5 minutes trying to explain me some complicated technical thing. So you never know.
Well, I remember him saying booster. I see the extra box. I'm like, there's a whole nother component in the system now.
Right.
Like there it is. I've never opened it up and looked inside, but maybe I will and send you a picture.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah. What if I open it up and it's just empty?
You open it up and like
the wire
jumps out.
The wire just goes through the box.
There's like a squirrel on a little like hamster wheel.
Oh yeah. That'd be cool.
They're probably right. It's just an empty box. It's just the power of belief. The belief in the box made your signal stronger.
It seemed to work.
Yeah, exactly. Believe in the box that believes in you.
Belief.
Demonstrated that.
Why is this video 31 minutes?
We don't have to watch the whole thing.
Okay.
It's drag.
I'm not, but you don't have to take it from me. Even Williams agrees that he probably is. And even though the essay is full of shocking numbers, they are almost certainly the result of some degree of cherry picking. And of course, it's true that for most of American history, men who were deemed white tended to be afforded privileges and opportunities not available to others. But over the past 2 decades, I have seen firsthand the dynamics that Savage describes. So yeah, those numbers are probably misleading. I don't know. I didn't check. And yes, it's true that in the grand scheme of history, the exact opposite of my position has always been true. But I feel right. So sure, Williams is writing an opinion.
Is he ever going to address the fairness of... I mean, this is a collective punishment thing, right? Your ancestors of the same color did this thing, so therefore you have to live under this unfair system now. I mean, we all agree that the system's unfair, right? That's the whole purpose of changing it to another unfair system.
Right. Yeah. Fair is fair, and that unfair is unfair, right? Talk about it.
Just these 2 different ideas of fairness. There's like, let's make a new system that's completely fair for all time, or let's make a system that's unfair in the same way with a different class of people. But how long do you let that run for until the fairness is equal again.
Until it's equal. Okay.
Are we going to do the take turns thing where we go back and the white people oppress the black people again?
Oh, it's like I like that. It's the seesaw way of addressing racial grievances. Yeah.
Take turns. Yeah.
Let's keep going back and forth.
You get it half the year. We get it half the year.
Oh, I like that.
Piece. I can't exactly criticize him for giving his opinion, even if his opinion sucks ass, but to give data to support your opinion and then say, actually, that data might be wrong, but never mind because it still feels.
I mean, you don't need 31 minutes. We just want to know, Thoughts Lime, is it okay to discriminate against white people? Is that a good thing? Right?
Yes.
Is that going to solve the problems?
Yes.
If he thinks that's the case, I mean, fuck off.
Feels right to me either way.
All right, let's move on. This guy's a piece of shit.
They're done.
Yeah,
I'm done.
dumbass.
We're done. Yes.
Did I miss anything? This is all just like it's a cavalcade of lies, okay?
Mm-hmm.
How do people... This is some good propaganda here. How do people fall for this shit? Self-hating white person.
I'll tell you, it's because of the grandma outfit.
Oh, it is?
It's very trusting. Draws you in, right? You see a guy dressed as a grandma, and you're like, that's a trustworthy individual.
Look, if I walked in to buy like insurance or open a bank account or something and I was looking across the counter at this person, I'd be like, the fuck is going on here?
You think you're getting like punked? Some
Yeah.
kind of prank show, right?
I would be like, I'm taking my business elsewhere. Bunch of fucking weirdos in here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God. This is like the average Survivor contestant now.
Oh, really?
I'm serious, yeah.
That's funny.
It's all about representation. Look at all these people. Fat Mouse, what are you doing with your money? Why are you giving to this insanity?
There's a fat mouse. Metatron, thanks so much for $2. Says Hasan Piker is a stochastic hate parrot. That is true. Jay Slime for 11 months. Discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much. Says people saying Hasan is jealous are insane. There's no reason to think he would treat his child better than Kaya. If that child doesn't just become a prop for his stream, he will abandon them. That's a good point.
Oh, that's sad, but true.
That's a good point. We can only hope he never has children because he will most certainly abuse it.
Did we watch everything we planned on watching? I guess we did, didn't we? Thought Slime was last on the docket.
Yeah.
Good. All right. Where are we at in these super chats?
Injured ankles. Or I'm sorry, Tobin Russell for $10 says, I don't understand how UBI wouldn't lead to what we see in welfare culture with rampant delinquency and status based around easy money and crime. Otherwise, A-Team reigns supreme and S-Class is all right. Wow, look at that. I ascribe to be all right. But yes, Adam, explain.
Yeah, I don't know. It seems I think people gravitate towards a criminal element in certain statistical numbers that we need to deal with by putting those people, incarcerating those people, getting those people off the streets. And I don't think people who lean towards that kind of mentality would, or I don't think everyone would lean towards that mentality just because you give them UBI, right? What do you think, Sitch?
Yes.
You think people, if you take care of their basic needs, will be like, okay, now I'm going to focus on criminality?
Yes.
I think a lot of people who focus on criminality just they're criminal. They have the inclination to get one over on people already, and they're looking for excuses, right? UBI might take away that excuse from them.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think a lot of criminality is based on, besides obviously some people are just antisocial, but putting that aside, a lot of it is based on like the the society, you know, I have the chip on their shoulder, society is out to get me. Something is out to get me. So therefore it's justifiable for me to engage in this kind of behavior. Or there's a culture of kind of like, if you don't engage in this behavior, you're a cuck kind of mentality. I don't know. I'd be curious. I don't know exactly how some form of UBI actually, yeah, I don't know how some form of UBI would play into that, whether it increase it, decrease it, or have no effect whatsoever.
Yeah.
Couldn't tell you.
We would have to look at those things. And if it was a complete clusterfuck, obviously we'd have to stop doing it. We'd have to find some other solution.
Yeah. I think that's the good thing is that I don't think either you or I are so ideologically invested in that if someone did it and had a bad outcome, we'd be like, okay, that didn't work, right? It's like,
yeah, we would immediately say, okay, well, this ended up being a problem, so fuck that. These people can go live under the bridge. How about we just incarcerate them all?
There you go.
I don't know what we're gonna do about the jobs apocalypse. That's the thing that I'm worried about. But maybe it's far off. Maybe it's not gonna happen immediately.
Mm-hmm.
It hasn't happened yet, so.
Okay.
Injured ankles for $10.
Injured ankles. Thanks so much for the $10. Look at that. Says, hey, it's been a few weeks since I've watched. So have you all seen the Nick Fuentes Ring doorbell footage? Is that the person he maced footage? Is that what we're talking about?
I have not seen it. No. Ring doorbell footage.
I think I didn't see the Ring version. I didn't the person who got maced, don't they have like, wasn't their POV like filmed and uploaded? I think I saw that. So I know there's something about the case has been going on. I haven't really been following it. Okay, I read that one. That was the horror show of Tucker Carlson versus Gavin Newsom for president.
Oh.
He's Pappy for $5. Says, Hasan is right. I have no business aspiring towards a wife and a kids. You're relieved of matchmaking duty. Gonna go eat chips and play Minecraft forever. Oh
my God.
There you go.
Yeah, see, look, that's what I was thinking.
Exactly.
Imagine if his public service was matchmaker, how much good he could do in the world. Instead, he's like, no, you're all a bunch of unfuckable loser.
I think he would do bad in the world. I mean, do you really want people in Hasan's audience reproducing?
Oh, yeah, definitely not. It's a good point.
Mm-hmm. Mom and go for $5. Thanks so much.
Mile Van Go for $5 says,
someone truly loves it.
If someone truly loves,
Sells as soon as they consummate that love. That's true.
Okay, you totally cut out that time. Yeah. If someone truly loves incels as soon as they consummate that love, they lose the very thing they love. Oh, I'll let you try again. Try again. Or let me do it better. Let me just do it better.
What do you mean?
I'm interrupted. Mile Van Go for $5. If someone truly loves incels, as soon as they consummate that love, they lose the very thing they love. Do you get it? The incel's no longer an incel.
I get it.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. They do the thing where like I caught up in the middle of what you were saying.
Mm-hmm. Well, what if you rape the incel?
Okay. That's my slot for $2. Jesus Christ.
I know we're like, what's happening here? It's like a delay between us.
Oh, is it just dying? Really?
Death by Sloth for $2.
Zoom or something?
Look up kettle logic and see how applicable it is. Oh, that's the pot calling the kettle black.
It's not. Hold on. I'm gonna rejoin Zoom, okay?
Then try it again. Restart your computer. Bye. Bye. Liam's Best 9, member for 46 months, says, time has proven Gary's econ to be a commie moron. Oh, Gary's Economics, the YouTube channel. Time has proven Gary's Economics to be a commie moron. Officially backed the Green Party. Proof. Look at what the Greens are currently advocating for. QED. I don't know what the Greens are advocating for because I'm not really paying attention to UK politics. But it's probably insane. An alien for 5 Aussie dollars says, good to see you back, Sitch. Did you know Adam did a stream on MMT without you a few days ago? I think he is looking to replace you. Well, Sitch was on that stream, though. Sitch did do the stream with me. And it was a great stream. I need to cut some clips out of it. You're back, Sitch. What's up?
I don't think I am back.
I hear you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm up to Vile Van Gogh.
You know what this means? That person didn't fix the problem.
Isn't it infuriating?
Yeah.
You probably spent hours on the phone. They came over and you spent hours in their presence, right?
Yep. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, if they just would send the white technician, it would all be taken care of. But they had to send the Mexican guy.
Well,
right?
actually, like getting to talk to a person was what took time. When I talked to a person, they were very helpful and quick. Just getting to get to the off of the AI voice to talk to a person was what took forever.
You don't just do the 00000 like I just pound that 0 key. 0 operator.
I did eventually. I just
want to just read super chats tomorrow.
I was just like they kept asking me for like 10 minutes. Oh, did it cut me out again?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess
are you plugged in?
I am plugged in.
Hmm.
So
you like
obviously
a speed check.
They didn't fix whatever the problem is.
Yeah. Can you get a different cable company? Is that an option? Are there other options? Can you get like a faster speed? Can you go up to like business speed?
It's already like supposed to be at 300 megabytes a second, so it shouldn't be that.
Yeah. And I mean, you're just on a Zoom call without even video, which is, I mean,
no, it's not this. It's obviously not the
God.
speed. It's obviously not the speed that's the issue because it's fine. It's obviously some sort of like I don't know what else it could be.
We need to change this poll. Do you feel sorry for Sitch about his internet situation?
There you go.
I'm up to 25%. No, I hate funny and good things. God, you did the thing I'm always trying to do. Make the poll insanely biased.
I know.
Isn't it funnier?
Much better than you are. Yeah.
Aren't biased polls funny? They are. They're just inherently funny.
Yes. Right. Well, there you go. You got to put the dress on, Adam.
Yeah, look. If there's one thing this bias poll has convinced me, it's that I should completely humiliate myself for people on the internet.
Exactly.
Okay, wait a second here. So Sitch was on the MMT stream. Stop making stuff up. But thank you for the Aussie dollars and thanks for being a member.
I wasn't on that. You had like a little Sitch AI that just chimed in like a couple times.
No, you asked great questions.
Okay.
Although I noticed the beginning, you've been doing the intro. I didn't let it go long enough and it cut off the intro. So, but whatever. It was a great stream. Okay. I might do it.
Valve and Go. Oh, I read that. You read that one.
Did I?
Oh, no, wait. This was a different one. For $5 says, if there's even one person that loves all incels and would go all the way with any of them, then do any incels actually exist? Ooh. Philosophical conundrum. Yeah.
This is great. He's really exploring the incel question.
He is.
Yeah. The IQ.
All right. Lord Segs already. Sade Ray for 5 SGD says, after Trump, no one will ever believe any politician can be too extreme to become unpopular. If you can get away with January 6th, you can get away with anything.
Yeah.
That's probably true. That's probably true. Yeah.
They all go too far.
QB Madra for 50p's says, speaking of thoughts on the recent SCOTUS decision.
Yeah, I watched some videos that Tim Pool was saying it's going to be a blowout for Republicans now that the gerrymandering's begun. What do you think?
I think that's fucking crazy. And also, I think I remember I saw someone did videos like a few years ago, where because of how they are gerrymandered, I think they were like much worse in terms of corruption because it was much harder for like new blood to enter into the system. Like it's much easier for incumbents to basically just maintain power forever, which is always rife for corruption. So I'm in favor of getting. Oh, I'm gone.
No, you're here.
Oh, okay. Said unstable, but so I'm in favor of getting rid of the racialized aspect of it. There was a clip that was very interesting. That was Scott Jennings on CNN, and they were kind of talking about he was on it, and he was talking about the ruling, and like at first I'm like agreeing with everything he's saying. He's talking about how like shitty a lot of the districts were gerrymandered and all this other stuff. But then the end of the CNN segment is like so blackpilling because at the end of it, the woman on the Democrats like, oh, shouldn't we be advocating for some sort of system that like gets rid of all gerrymandering forever? And then Scott Jennings just completely cucks out. And he's like, no, actually it's, just let the states keep doing whatever the fuck they're doing. And
it's getting so wild. It's like,
really
what's going on? I was just watching Kyle Kalinske. Oh shit, am I being racist?
Sorry. I think I fucked up.
It's so blackpilling because we have this situation where it's like everyone knows like gerrymandering is like fucking terrible, but no one will ever fucking fix it ever because it helps them. It helps them too much essentially to cultivate power. Though it was weird, I didn't realize this. In Florida, we actually passed a few years ago a law in Florida that people voted on that said that the government in Florida, the state local government, is not allowed to gerrymander in favor of political bias or something to that effect. So we'll see if that actually holds up in court because apparently DeSantis is trying to challenge that by redistricting Florida in a way that's obviously very, very political bias and will eliminate more blue seats. So
yeah, fucking. I saw the same CNN clip I think you're talking about, which was
you sent it to me, I think, yeah,
which was completely demoralizing.
Yeah. You always have to have some gerrymandering, or you always have to have like some concept of like how you want it to work. And the way it should be is like, no, you're actually trying to create districts that are based on some sort of reasonable proportion of the people that live in, select areas. Like that's the way you should actually do it. But
yeah, I think they should gerrymander. So they would have to change things, but they should gerrymander so there's the representation by political party. So there are proportionate representatives to how many Republicans are in a state or how many Democrats are in a state.
Right.
Just gerrymander for fairness.
Right. And then there's always going to be like the question of like where you draw the lines and everything. Now, I mean, ideally, I think you would try to gerrymander in such a way to make districts, I think it'd be best outcome for society if you kind of lean on the side of trying to make districts as competitive as you can between both parties. Cause I think that's going to lead to better outcomes.
Right.
Though obviously like getting the political parties to do that would be very difficult because they're all incentivized to do the opposite of that.
Right.
They require some sort of massive overhaul of the system.
They want the populace to be 50% Republican and the representation to be 99% Republican.
Of course. Right. Or vice versa.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. We'll see what happens. Not happy we're going down this road, but.
Yep. Jay Slime for $5 says, don't forget there's a Democrat with a literal Nazi tattoo, but the right wingers are The fascist. There you
Yes, yeah. He's reformed.
Reformed. Potentially criminal. Hey, Sean. Sean for $5 says, we were lectured about all these nonsensical dog whistles like the OK symbol, but once a real symbol pops up, well, who is it for us to say?
Yeah. The hypocrisy's
That's
challenging for sure.
That the OK, I think that's going to be like the most people are going to look back at that as like the goofiest shit. The OK symbol, like, oh my God, the OK sign. What are you doing?
Yeah, that's when they really controlled the culture.
Yep. Vanessa said, hey, for $10. Hey, Vanessa. Says, in other news, rip to Spirit Airlines, the Waffle House of the Skies.
This is sad.
Yep.
I saw a bunch of local reporting that Spirit Airlines went under and a bunch of people in the Los Angeles area had tickets and flights booked that they had to scramble to change.
Oh, wow.
Because their carrier just went out of business. Can you imagine that? You got like a...
Yeah, that sucks. That's terrible.
Got a flight lined up to your sister's wedding and all of a sudden, oh my God. And especially now when you probably have to pay 3 times as much for that ticket.
Oh, that's true, yeah. Well, so you don't expect that. You don't expect to buy a plane ticket and then like, oh, by the way, the plane company doesn't exist anymore. You're like, what?
That's the cost of jet fuel.
Swamp Faye for $2 says, God had his prophets mock other gods in the Old Testament. That's right.
Oh,
Fuck
yeah.
those other gods. Fuck them. QB Madre for 125p says, how do we define DEI? Is it the same as affirmative action? Apart from quotas, is there any DEI in practice that we can point to say it's a problem? Well, I would say basically everything that is different from like the more liberalism based civil rights movement of like advocating for colorblind solutions. I basically say anything that's not in favor of colorblindness, I would define as DEI. PC for 10. Oh, did I get cut? Oh, can you hear me?
You're it's interesting. You are cutting in and out, but I don't know what can be done about it.
Okay. Nothing. Nothing can be done about it. You can read the rest of Super Chats.
I wonder.
That's it. Can be.
I mean, part of me wonders if what would happen if you just joined the Zoom call on your phone.
Well,
to see if
I don't actually get reception.
Carried.
No, because I don't get reception in where I live, so I have to use the Wi-Fi to get Wi-Fi calling.
So your phone would just go through your Wi-Fi.
Right. I'd have to go outside essentially. I'd have to go outside
down the street.
Like no, just outside.
Go up to the rooftop.
There's too much concrete, right? I'd have to go to the rooftop or outside or something. So
it would be difficult to read the super chats from the rooftop. But I could read the super chats and we would get your response. Although I don't know how we're going to do the Streamlabs.
Listen, we're just gonna you read less super chats, okay?
Well, I wonder if people would rather us like do another live stream maybe tomorrow sometime and read the super chats.
I mean,
and just respond to them then. I don't know how people would feel about that. Like, have people waited this entire live stream to hear their super chats, or are they just? I mean, we'll read them all.
Right.
You want to ask?
I mean, I could do that. I can go outside on my phone, and you just read them, and I'll react to them.
You want to try it? You want to give it a shot?
Yeah.
Okay, leave the call and come back.
Sure.
Join the call on your phone.
Okay. Let's see how this works.
All right. Sitch has officially left the call. Let me see if I can find one that we haven't. I think the Oceanus for $20 we might have read. But it's not the end of the world if I read it again. when it comes to these conversations, it always goes to the topic like women not being in upper management. You never really see them push to get guys into healthcare. You would think they would be important to them. Yeah, we did read that. And yeah, it is obvious it's not important to them because it's advocacy of women having stellar high performance jobs, which look, if women want to compete and be in those spaces, they should, but there's no reason why. It should be 50-50. Because I don't think there's the applicant level there. PC for $10. I already read this one. Thank you, PC, for the $10. The Oceanist for another $10 says, I'm in school for a healthcare career. Good on you, because that's where the money is these days. I'm in school for a healthcare career. It's female dominated. I never once cared about being represented. I also never felt discriminated against in class or in clinicals. Yeah. Yeah, no. You probably would feel discriminated against if you did a shitty job and other people had to carry you. That's when you kind of feel the discrimination. And if there's a racial component and you're having to carry someone, oh my God. You're going in the opposite direction for the civil rights kind of thing. Peter Keys for $2 New Zealand dollars, I think it is, says, Sitch, Sammy doesn't have these hairy cannons. What? Hairy cannons. What is that about? I don't know. Must be Sitch related. Something. Metalworks, did we read this one? $20. Why does no one ever bring up the population count when talking about this stuff? It's almost like when your group makes up 10 to 20% of society, it might limit hiring pool a bit. Yeah. Man, it's like these people are in the minority or something. I think we did read that. But there you go. I read it again. I'm going to look at the chat for a second and see what people think about maybe doing another live stream to finish up the super chats. Isn't that terrible? I mean, I can talk a lot of shit and I can continue to talk, but as soon as I read, I start getting totally worn out. Oh, here, Sitch is back. Thank goodness. Reading is work for me. Oh my God.
So there's another, I don't know how I sound because the mic I use in Japan is not charged.
You could use that mic through your phone? You sound okay.
Okay. Yeah, I'm using my shitty headphones.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine, yeah.
How's the connection?
You tell me.
Sammy says, why is Sitch on the balcony? I have internet phone. Is she saying, she says, I have internet fine?
Yes.
So is she on the internet?
We're on the same internet, yeah.
So look, if she's sucking down bandwidth because she's watching her Netflix shows, if she just like quit watching Netflix, you might actually be able to have a conversation.
She was watching the stream.
She's watching our stream?
Yes.
We'll turn it off. Turn it off.
I don't think
Just
that
go
was
in
the
the room. Just go in the room and watch Sitch.
I don't think that was the issue.
Are you sure?
I'm sure. Yeah.
Because look, this is the thing.
She's been listening to her stream the entire time.
Yeah, but now that it's a higher bandwidth, they've shut you down. They're like, only this much bandwidth to this apartment.
Oh, you think that's it, huh?
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know, because like there'll be times where we'll be watching something, some anime or something, and it gets all fucked up too. So it's not like it's multiple devices being used or anything.
Sammy says, I'm cleaning. That's good. You got her cleaning. Props to you, man.
Listen, she's a woman. That's what you're supposed to do.
She's cleaning up.
Yeah.
Did you make a mess? You big mess maker.
Me? She's the messy one. She's the one making messes.
Did we read all the $20 ones?
I think there was a $20 one that came in before I went outside.
Oh,
that I hadn't
recently?
read.
Oh, yeah, right here. Cameraman 502 for $20. The problem with many solutions for gerrymandering is that because it is a political using computers for committees, is that it depends on what's inputted. My solution is let the minority party design the districts majority approve. So
Yeah, you could do something like that.
He's got the cake splitting philosophy where the person that one person cuts and one person chooses, right?
The druggy split take, right?
Well, we have done it. We have split up eighth bag of weed that way. Yes, we've done that as well. The splitting works with pizza and marijuana. Okay.
So there you go. That's an easier solution. Yeah, that's a good solution. A good easy solution.
But look, would it really work? Because you would, when you're cutting the districts, you're cutting them. Like, why would you choose? You'd cut a district that is minority Republican. Why would the Republicans choose that district? Why, or if you're cutting a district to be majority Democrat, right? Why would the Republicans choose the big Democrat district?
They would have to agree on something that was actually fair, right? So the minority party would have to still have districts where they're in the minority, but it wouldn't be so overwhelming, right? And it had to be still favorable to the majority because otherwise the majority wouldn't agree. And the only problem would be what happens if they don't agree. Like, what is the mechanism in place that basically forces them to agree? Because you could have like a government shutdown situation where it's like, well, we don't agree, so we just have to maintain whatever it currently is forever until someone ever agrees to change it.
Yeah, always don't agree. The algorithm becomes never agree.
Right. So
the real CH3, what's that? Chi? The real Chi for $10. So every time or for $20. So every time I'm sitting in a meeting thinking that the other straight white male is presenting is a drooling. Oh, we already read this one.
We read that one. I was wondering how long it take you to realize.
God, this reading is a lot of work. Fuck.
I know. Now you get to experience what I do.
Let me see here. Who's in chat right now? Hey, Vanessa. Hey, Vanessa, you want to come on and do some reading for us?
Come and read.
I would invite Sammy G on, but she's got the same internet problem as you, so
she also can't read. So
we need to recruit someone. Chitachi hasn't been around in forever. Chitachi would read. She would come on and read and do a great fucking job. Well, Vanessa's been on before. Vanessa's totally been on before. I think last time Vanessa was on, we had like a big fight, so it'd be a good opportunity for her to come on and come on when we're not fighting.
You two had a big fight? You two had a fight?
She says, ha ha ha, I can read, yes. Well, send me a DM. Come on. We got a bunch of super chats here, and I sound like a retard.
I like it.
Look, I'm all about
Keep going.
all about solutions.
Do the next one. Next one.
Let me check my DMs real quick.
Oh my God.
I don't see a DM.
Next one.
David.
Do the next one.
Do you want to come on and read? You're welcome to come on and read. David says, I haven't been on. Well, listen, you're totally invited on if you will read some super chats.
Oh my God.
Look, you're outside, you're enjoying life. What do you care?
Someone's
David,
smoking pot.
Send
smoking
me a DM.
outside.
What is this photo that you sent me? Oh, the equity thing. They're watching the show. Now Vanessa says, yes, go on, David. Is David in Canada, though? I don't know. It might be How's the internet in Canada? What if David comes on and the internet is terrible? It's worse than your internet.
I mean, by the time I can probably just go inside. I'm sure the internet's probably going to stabilize by the time
no,
you even get around
it's
to this.
Still fucked up. You want me to read some? Look, I think we're almost done, actually.
Well, then, yeah, just power through.
David says, "Lol." What I don't see is a DM from Dave.
Nobody send Adam a DM. Okay?
Send me a fucking DM.
Make him read.
Help me out.
Make him read.
Look, I took your wrench away before, David. Don't make me take your wrench away. You get on this live stream and read these super chats. Oh, man. Okay, let me find where I am at. Dan Richardson. Dan Richards, a member for 13 months, says, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Why do you assume people inside the stadium are only... Oh, thank God. No, Lucifer's not you, Lucifer. Do you want to come on and read?
Oh my God.
I will
I'm going back inside.
I will re-rad them for you. All right. Let me send him the link. Does he know how to get the super chats up? I know he's in Canada for sure. Oh, that's how it is. David, look, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for the DM from you. Are you not on Twitter? Can you not? Maybe I should just drop. I'll just drop the Zoom link in the chat. Nobody come on but David, okay? No, Lucifer the Doberman's getting the link here. Oh God, Sitch left the thing. That's okay. When he come, I have to actually let him in. Zoom doesn't let me just not do a waiting room thing. So when Sitch comes back, I won't let him in. I'll just let Lucifer the Doberman in. Oh, too late. He's back. Let me find the link real quick. Here we go.
Killing me.
Oh, you're back.
You're killing me here. Okay.
Why am I killing you? This
I
is
just
fun.
came back to fucking read this. Jesus.
This is fun for people.
Oh my God.
Let's see. No, I don't think. Has Lucifer the Doberman been on before? He might have been, but I don't remember.
I don't remember. Where'd you leave off?
I officially sent him the link.
Where'd you leave off?
Where did I leave off?
Yeah.
I don't know. Somewhere around. No, I read Dan Richards. For 13 months I read.
Okay. Idiot Tosin, thanks so much for the $5. Says, Sitch Adam, the reports of my unalive were greatly exaggerated. I haven't watched any recent streams because I'm a lazy chud. Go on EFAP. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're still alive, Idiot Tosin.
Idiot Tosin did some amazing animations for us, right? I believe. Oh my God.
Sure.
Are you cutting out already?
I was just fucking with you.
Oh, thank goodness. What's up, Idiot Tosin? Good to see you.
What's up?
Great to see you, actually.
Glad you're okay.
We'll go on EFAP this weekend, I promise.
Metalworks for 49 months says, stop making fun of AI and calling it slop. You're upsetting they, them, and the CEOs that created and invest it. Don't you know they have feelings too? That's true.
That's right.
Future AI overlords.
We don't want to upset the slop CEOs.
Right.
Fucking slop merchant CEOs.
An alien for 10. Aussie, but thanks so much. I'm a bit behind, but speaking of land acknowledgements, here in Australia, we just had Anzac Day, our Veterans Day. Most of our ceremonies around the country had them. It was so cooked. I hate this stuff. Oh, God.
I know.
That's even worse for Veterans Day.
I hate it too.
That's terrible.
This stuff has to end. Nothing makes me just want to erase society more than all this DEI stuff.
Oh, did we skip Dan Richards? Sorry about that. Dan Richards for 13 months. Thank you so much. Says, why do you assume people inside the stadium are only there because of theft? If they can see over the fence from outside the stadium, that is not theft. Okay, wait, what? I'm confused. I'm not getting the joke. Why do you assume people inside the stadium are only there because of theft? If they can see over the fence from outside the stadium, that is not theft.
If they have to stand up on big boxes like that, it's totally theft.
He
They
said,
made
assume people inside the stadium. I don't explain. I'm not getting the joke, Dan.
Did you miss Jason Mulgreen for $10?
I don't know. I went to where you said. I don't know who I missed.
Jason Mulgreen for $10. Have you seen FD Signifier's video about Charlie Kirk? So fucked.
I have not. No, it was like 2 hours. I think I saw it was 2 hours, and then I was like, that's too long.
Oh yeah, FT Signifier is way in the communist bubble, the communist leftist bubble.
Metalworks for $2 says, get that Baltro music out of your damn video, FD.
Is that good music? Or he's
no,
appropriating
it's
some
people like the game.
Oh, okay. It's a game music.
Yeah.
Blurred.
Murphy for $5
Damn blurred.
says, damn blurred. Murphy for $5 says, he's not wrong when some party leader decides to demonize and disappear certain groups, racism will end. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah, it's so ridiculous.
Is this a Thought Slime? Oh, Detective Stabler for $5 says, is this a Thought Slime episode from Halloween or something? Looks Halloween. Spooky costume themed. Nope. That's just the way they're dressing, I guess.
That's the look.
That's just the look.
I can't believe how transphobic you've become. You were really letting them rip.
Terrible.
You weren't even trying to get the pronouns correct.
Right.
We didn't even look up the pronouns.
You skipped
I think the pronouns should be on the screen at all times just as a reminder.
That's true.
Should wear a button that says she, Zer, she, her.
We didn't skip an alien's message. He was the one. He said that they were doing land acknowledgements, and that was cocked. I read that one. Amateur says they're watching the game over the fence. Either they are inside the stadium or can see over the fence from outside. Either way, they are not stealing the game. Well, no, I mean, you're not supposed to. The whole point of the fence, the reason the fence exists, is because they don't want you to be able to see the game without paying for an entrance. What do you mean? That's why there are fences. Otherwise, it'd just be a big open place, and anyone could just
an
walk
alien for 10 Aussie dollars. I'm a bit behind, but speaking of land,
am I cutting out? We read that one
just now. Did you read it?
Yeah. Oh my god. Yes.
Okay.
That was the land acknowledgement one.
Okay. Did you read it? Did you read it earlier and then read it again just now?
I read it. Yes, it has been read.
Okay.
Anyway,
I do remember it being read, but I just can't remember when.
Val Van Gogh for $5 says, I think Jonathan Haidt keeps a list of all the academics who've been canceled with financial consequences, and it's pretty long. Does he? I think Fire does. The Fire organization does. But I wouldn't be, unless you're thinking that one, but I wouldn't be surprised if Haidt has some comparable list as well.
Yep.
Cameraman 502 for $5 says, are screenwriters hired in the same manner as TV writers? It seems to me that screenwriters are hired on a one-off basis, while TV writers are whorish to hire.
Yeah, that's exactly right. No, they are screenwriters are hired on a one-off basis.
Right.
Yes, and for various things, like to rewrite or a screenplay that they've written is optioned typically, which is a small percentage of the, like 10% of the final price of the screenplay is given to the writer in the hopes that they can get a movie set up. Producers do this all the time.
True.
But sometimes studios buy scripts right out. Like if it's a really good script, they'll just pay the full boat for it.
Mm-hmm.
Different things can happen. But TV writers are very much like TV. They put a show Bible together where they're like, this is basically the the idea for the show, the premise of the show, and then you have little bios of all the characters and whatnot. And you're like, we're going to hire a team of writers for a writer's room, and we're going to develop this property with these characters and this kind of premise. It's about a bunch of people at work. It's a workplace drama. It's a workplace comedy. Yeah. Thought Slime wouldn't know about that, though. He's never been in a workplace.
A Righteous Indifference for $5 says, if Thought Slime thinks white men are so privileged, he wouldn't have had the transition to get another one of his vids made fun of on this show.
That's exactly right. Excellent. Excellent point.
Good.
Oh, look, Dr. Diddler. What's up, Dr. Diddler? How you doing?
Dr. Diddler, thanks so much for the 49 months being a free will seeker. Says, Thought Slime's name of choice is Mildred. Imagine getting to name yourself and picking Mildred. You deserve to suffer at that point. So when I was joking about Thought Slime transitioning into a grandma, that wasn't a joke. Thought Slime is literally transitioning to be a grandma, right?
Mildred.
That's what's happening there.
This is actually how I always did the characters in my screenplays. I always shot for like old-timey names. Like Wendell. Right. Wendell and Mildred.
What is this psychology that gets someone to be like, not only am I going to transition and not really transition, because I mean, they don't really look like transitioning. I'm going to like half transition into an old lady. Like that is something. That's a choice.
Mm-hmm.
A very interesting choice.
Well, I mean, it would be difficult to pass as a young woman. You
could pass
Mildred.
as a middle-aged woman. Why are you going to try to be an old lady, like a grandma? How does that make any sense? I don't think Thought Slime's that old. They're probably in their, 30s or something?
Yeah, they have an old-looking face.
Okay. Sella for $2 says, incel just meant misogynist men who thought they were owed sex, but now it often means any man with different social politics from the one using the term. There still are real incels who are not just being virgin shamed. Yeah, I think it's just, but 99% of it, it's kind of like the left's form of, well, I guess no, it's not the left's form. It is the same thing as when they call someone racist. It's just like a catch-all term to call someone you don't like. They're an incel.
Your internet is like completely fixed now.
That's all it took.
I think you got Sammy off the...
I did. I slapped her around until she got off.
You told her, hey, stop streaming the live stream. Just let me use the internet.
That's what happened.
Think of internet as water pressure. Okay.
She's vacuuming right now. I don't know if you can hear that. So I said, put down the phone and get out the vacuum like a real woman.
Oh my God, she's watching the stream on her phone even.
There you go.
That just takes massive amount of internet.
I know.
She should have done it on the low, like 144p. And then everything would have been fine. Your internet has to dish out our stream to her phone and your Zoom call.
I know. Tragic.
Don't you know how bandwidth works?
No.
I thought you were an internet person.
I don't know how anything works anymore. Doctor for $3 says, Hasan Piker, question of the week. Why is it called a crosswalk when it's made for people? It should be a people walk. Cross, not walk. Cross, not have legs. Good point. That's a good point. It's true. Dr. for $2 says, besides the fact that you own only what you have the capacity to protect, it's comically retarded to claim that land belongs to a group of nomadic transients. It'd be like claiming the streets for the homeless. That's true.
Yeah, that's another great point. Yeah, they're just about, we took and we removed the homeless people from the streets. Basically did this whole country a favor.
There you go. Fondue for $6 says, will we have Sitch play harmonica for the end of the show? Yeah, we'll just switch completely. I'll do the harmonica. Arrhythmus for $2 says, Sammy G doesn't understand the difference between real-time two-way audio and buffered video. Women, am I right?
Oh, yeah.
I think Adam doesn't understand the difference between the two.
You don't understand bandwidth.
Listen, we live in fucking America, okay? I should be able to live stream.
I agree.
Talking to you
should be able to.
And Sammy G should be able to download 5 gigabytes of MPreg porn at the same time, and we should both be fine. Okay.
Yeah.
That's how. This is America, damn it.
Yeah.
Slicey for $2. Thank you. Says so. Animal Farm 2026 on the other channel. I don't. Maybe we definitely have to talk about it. Maybe it'll be on this channel. Maybe it'll be
Did you watch it?
I haven't watched it yet.
No. Okay.
Well, I can watch it tomorrow though. But it was weird because I didn't realize this. There was this whole drama. I saw this Tim Pool video, though obviously I should double check anything Tim Pool says. I saw this whole drama where Tim Pool was claiming that Tucker Carlson and Riley Gaines and some other right-wing pundit people that I don't think I was familiar with were all claiming that Animal Farm was actually not betraying its anti-Marxist message, but then they were also being literally paid by the movie studio to say that. And he saw the movie, and the whole movie is completely devoid of any of the anti-Marxist critique, and is actually a critique on capitalism. And the creator of the movie, the director of it, Andy Serkis, the guy who played Gollum, said that it was actually a critique on capitalism. And all the people, all the right-wing pundits pretending it was not and getting a big paycheck were all BTFO'd, which sounds like some crazy level of drama.
Yeah,
so
that is crazy.
I would be
They're
interested.
all lying pieces of shit shills for the woke movie studio.
That's pretty bad if that's the case. So, I mean, I would expect that from Tucker. I don't know about the other people.
Yeah, Tucker's just warming up for his presidential run, so he's like, I'll cuck for anyone.
Right.
How am I supposed to get into politics if I don't bend over for whoever pays me the most?
That's how you know that Tucker's being botted, because if he was getting some big paycheck, if he was as popular as he really was and was getting paid all his money, would he like take some fucking ad read sponsorship from the fucking Animal Farm people? That seems kind of weird.
I love that 90% of our chat right now is mods. That's great.
Yes.
It's that time of the show. We love you guys.
Proteron, thanks so much for the 10 New Zealand dollars. Says, hey fellas, I may just be a brain in a jar, but I think Hasan isn't a very good person. Gonna rewatch the stream again because I missed the intro. S-Class.
Almost perfect super chat.
A-Team reigns supreme.
Oh, it is perfect.
Both of them. You got both of them.
I take it back.
And a true enlightened centrist.
Perfection.
Right. Vanessa for $10 says, so episode 400 when? Hashtag never forget. Well, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donation.
I pitched a 400th episode to Sitch, and he didn't even have the decency to remember what I pitched. So.
I think it's a terrible idea. You can tell everyone. I think it's a terrible idea. But
really?
I'm not in favor of it, yeah.
Okay.
So
I'll play a little harmonica, and then I will once you finish, I'll tell everyone exactly what the pitch was, okay?
Why are you gonna do it that way?
Just, keep them, they gotta watch to the very end of the stream, okay?
I see. I feel like you're gonna say something that's not true and hit end stream.
Well, why would I do something like that?
Right. But I feel like anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. You who made it for the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. You are the true isekai anime protagonists who would go to a new world. Well, there'd be all sorts of mythical races. There'd be elves and dwarves and all sorts of magical creatures and hot monster girls. And you would never, ever, ever be racist. That's right. You would go to this world and you would say you were going to abolish slavery. You'd never, ever be racist. Except, of course, for the demons who are obviously just genetically born to be evil, spawns of Satan and hell, and should be all annihilated a la Furin magic. And we'll see you all maybe sometime during the week if we talk about Animal Farm. Who knows? Just keep an eye out.
Okay, here was the idea for the 400th episode. All right. First, Sitch was going to take his... There we go.